Good morning. I'd like to welcome everyone to day 2 of California Coastal Commission's meeting here in this incredible, beautiful city of Santa Cruz. And again, thank our Coastal Commissioner / County Supervisor, Justin Cummings, for hosting us at this wonderful place. All right, on that note, have the roll call, please.
Commissioner Acute,
Presente.
Commissioner Bochco, Commissioner Brownsey,
Present.
Commissioner Cummings,
Here.
Commissioner Dumlau,
Here.
Commissioner Eckerly,
Here.
Commissioner Escalante,
Here.
Commissioner Ketchum,
Here.
Commissioner Nuttall,
Here.
Commissioner Rice,
Here.
Commissioner Turnbull Sanders,
Here.
Commissioner Uranga,
There he is.
Commissioner Wilson, Chair Hart.
E2.
Present. All right, we'll move to the virtual meeting procedures. And who will that be? Vale,
Yes, me.
thank you.
Okay, let me just get them open here. Good morning. This Coastal Commission meeting is occurring both in person and through Zoom. This meeting is also being webcast and can be viewed online at cal-span.org. If you have access to the internet and wish to watch or listen to the meeting only and not speak on an item, we recommend you use the CalSpan website. Those who wish to address the commission today can do so in person, through the Zoom platform, or by phone. Speaker request forms may be found on the commission's webpage. Both paper versions as well as a scannable QR code for paperless submittal are on the commission's staff table just outside the meeting room. For those on Zoom, we have posted virtual hearing procedures on the commission's webpage, which is a guide on providing comments via Zoom or by phone. Members of the public speaking during general public comment may be given up to 2 minutes to speak at the discretion of the chair. Today, we will not be taking public comment, so please disregard that last sentence for today. That will apply tomorrow. In order to provide opportunity the broadest range of public participation, you may speak on a specific topic one time only each month. Those speaking on agenda items today are typically allowed 2 to 3 minutes to speak at the discretion of the chair. We will accept a request to speak up until the chair opens the hearing on each particular item. If you have access to the internet, please go to the commission's webpage and click on the link to fill out a speaker request. If you do not have internet access or prefer to testify by phone, please call the commission staff at 562-477-9089. Again, that number is 562-477-9089. Staff will provide you with a telephone call-in number and instructions for how to participate and provide testimony by phone. We will manage speakers coming in and out of the meeting through a meeting organizer. When it is your time to address the commission, the organizer will invite you to turn on your video and microphone or provide instructions on how to unmute the phone. Madam Chair, that concludes virtual hearing procedures.
Thank you so much, Vale. And just to repeat for those here and also online that, again, there will be no general public comment today, given our packed agenda. I'd like to return from the last item that we trailed from yesterday, which is the report from the California Coastal Conservancy from our representative to the Conservancy, Commissioner Brownsey.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everybody. On November 30th, I attended the State Coastal Conservancy meeting. They were meeting down in San Luis Obispo. What I wanted to report really was that this was the first meeting in my assessment that there were a significant number of coastal sea level rise responsive resiliency projects that they funded. They had been designated by the governor in the state budget with an incredible amount of money to address those issues. And, it just takes a little bit to get things up and running. But throughout the state, they funded a number of what we hope will be model projects, nature-based solutions, but more importantly, specifically structured in a way to assist communities in adapting to the impacts of sea level rise. So I just wanted to report that issue. We had the normal, additional projects, in terms of conservation and, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4 of other important projects up and down the state. So it's an exciting time, and I hope that the commission, the Coastal Commission, will receive some specific information as these projects come to fruition, and that finally, because we're going to have to permit many of these projects, I do hope that there can be a MOU between the California Coastal Commission and the State Coastal Conservancy in terms of some sharing of resources for that purpose. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Brownsy. And now we will move to agenda changes. Mr. Schwang?
Thank you, Chair Hart, and good morning to the commission, to everybody who's joining us today. We do have quite a list of agenda changes, so bear with me. So item 6A, which is CDP application 523-380, the Brittingham application from Newport Beach, that is postponed. Item 11A, this is the appeal A5 LGB 2347, the Laguna Royale condominiums from Laguna Beach. That is postponed. Item 12C, it's CDP application 522-939, Heim from Newport Beach, is moved to consent. Item 12D, CDP application 523-120, Gage Village residential development in Sunset Beach, is moved to consent. Item 12E, CDP application 523-506, that's from the city of Newport Beach, is moved to consent. Item 12F, it's CDP application 523-543, Newcomb from Huntington Beach, is moved to consent. Item 14A, it's LCP amendment 6 OCN 2335-1, Coast Highway Corridor Incentive District from Oceanside. This is just an LCP time extension. That's moved to consent. Item 14B, City of San Diego's LCP amendment 6 CCP 2314-1. This is the Midway Pacific Highway height limit. Again, just the time extension is moved to consent. Item 14C, City of San Diego's LCP amendment NOC 2315, the Mira Mesa Community Plan. Again, the LCP time extension is moved to consent. Item 14D, it's LCP amendment 6 SAN 2352-3. That's their Housing Action Plan ADU amendment. Again, LCP time extension only, is moved to consent. Item 15A, this is the appeal A6 ENC 2324, the Encinitas Beacons Beach parking lot. That's postponed. Item 16B, CDP application 623-308, Sea Bluff Village HOA in Encinitas, is moved to consent. Item 16D, it's CDP application 623-574, Symphony Asset Pool in San Diego, is postponed. And then I have 3 additions this morning. We were adding item 12A, that's CDP application 518-930, the Graham property management matter in San Clemente, that is postponed. Item 16A, This is CDP application 623-285. It's T1 Associates from Oceanside. That's moved to consent. And item 17A, this is CDP amendment application 621-519. A1, Dillion and Hennenhofer from Oceanside. That is moved to consent. And that concludes today's agenda changes.
All right. Thank you very much. All right, given that we're not going to have general public comment this morning, we're going to move directly into our informational briefing on housing. The commission has been really looking forward to this briefing. This is a issue of great importance to the commission, and it's also an issue of great importance to the public. And as a result, we have many, many groups and individuals that would like to comment today, both here and on Zoom. So as a result of that, the way we're going to approach this is the groups that are speaking will begin with 3 minutes. I can't guarantee that all the groups will have 3 minutes as we go through all of the groups. If it's possible and likely that we will reduce the time to 2 minutes as we get near the end of that section. Then we will move into individual public comment. That will be limited to 2 minutes. Again, given that we do have other items on our agenda, also given that we were here 13 hours yesterday, it's likely that particularly as the comments become repetitive, I'll be reducing the time for speakers, individual speakers on this issue to 1 minute. So on that note, I will open the hearing and staff will be giving some initial comments. Director Huckelbridge.
Thank you, Chair Hart, and good morning, Commissioners. Today, staff will be providing an informational briefing on coastal housing policy. As Commissioners are well aware, California is struggling to provide enough new housing to meet the current and projected demands and enough affordable housing to ensure that Californians of all income levels can have access to homes in or near the communities in which they work. California is making progress thanks to state and federal investments, as well as rapidly evolving policies being passed in Sacramento. The cumulative changes resulting from the volume of new housing-related legislation can be confusing, particularly when trying to understand how they intersect with the Coastal Act and how to implement them in the coastal zone. You all have requested this briefing to take a broader look at how these new laws are changing the regulatory landscape around new housing, and how the Commission could be more effective in helping to meet California's housing goals, and especially its affordable housing goals in the coastal zone, while continuing to protect coastal resources and public access. Today's briefing will consist of the staff presentation and 2 panels of guest speakers, followed by public comment. We've put together an outstanding lineup of experts today, and they will provide you with information ranging from the latest housing numbers, both units built and units needed, to the impacts of short-term rentals, barriers facing developers, challenges faced by local governments, and the consequences of gentrification and displacement. I want to take a moment to thank and acknowledge each of our panelists who are all volunteering their time to speak with us today. And I want to particularly thank our indispensable partners at HCD, who have been an integral part in bringing this presentation together. We'll begin with a brief review of the root causes of root causes that have historically contributed to the current lack of affordable housing on the California coast, including the repeal of the Coastal Act's affordable housing policy. Then our first panel will discuss current factors that are contributing to the challenge of meeting California's housing goals, including in the coastal zone. Following the first panel, staff will provide an overview of recent trends in housing legislation, how that legislation interacts with the Coastal Act, challenges to promoting housing affordability in the coastal zone, and past Commission actions to align evolving housing policy with the Coastal Act to promote affordability. Then we'll turn to our second guest panel, who will provide perspectives from the state and local government. We'll conclude the presentation by staff briefly highlighting opportunities to better promote housing affordability on the coast. And I should have asked this at the beginning. Can you bring up our slide presentation, please, Billy? And let's go ahead to the second slide. The next one, please. Yes, please. Oh, is that the? Oh, sorry. I'll just keep talking. Equitable access to coastal resources is a central tenet of the Coastal Commission's work and a foundational pillar of the Coastal Act. The Commission has consistently used its legal authority to maximize public access. However, the shortage of affordable housing in the coastal zone continues to be a barrier to meaningful coastal access for moderate and low-income individuals. Yesterday, we heard from hotel workers from Santa Monica and surrounding coastal communities, who in some cases have to travel up to 2 hours to and from work to find housing that they can afford. Several of these hotel workers made the point that being able to live in the coastal zone near their jobs would allow them more time to visit the beach and enjoy coastal amenities. That is public access. In order to provide a full accounting of how the modern inequities in coastal housing took hold, it is necessary to recognize the long history of exclusionary housing practices throughout this country, including along the California coast. The Commission provided a report on this topic in 2022, a link to which can be found in the staff report for this presentation. To lay the foundation for today's briefing, I'm going to turn it over to Commission's NOAA Coastal Management Fellow, Liz Placencia, who will provide a brief overview of this critical historical context. Liz?
Thank you, Kate. California's housing crisis is not just a product of modern circumstances. It is also the product of a long history of exclusionary housing practices across the United States, including along the California coast. Why is the coast less racially diverse than the rest of California? Why are coastal census tracts among the wealthiest in all of California? Next slide. As described in detail in the Commission's 2022 report on the historical roots of housing inequity, exclusionary housing practices were used to racially segregate residential communities across the country for over a century. Next slide. In the early 1930s, a United States government program created a housing appraisal system of color-coded maps that ranked the riskiness of lending to households in different neighborhoods ranging from least to most risky. The maps were based on housing and economic metrics in conjunction with demographic information to categorize their creditworthiness. The most risky communities were marked red on these maps and indicated areas where property values were assumed to be low or declining, and therefore unworthy of home loan programs. Most of these red line neighborhoods were predominantly inhabited by residents of color. Without the ability to build home equity at the same rate as white homeowners, many predominantly non-white neighborhoods today still lack access to resources and economic mobility. Such discriminatory housing practices, such as redlining and restricted covenants, prevented individuals identifying as Black, Latino, Asian, or other non-white races or ethnicities from acquiring coastal property. As a result, desirable neighborhoods, including many areas of the coast, remained majority white as home values rose. Decades of discriminatory economic and banking practices channeled wealth into neighborhoods, contributing to higher property values and rental rates unaffordable to many households of color, a pattern that persists today. Next slide. Due to this prolonged history of exclusionary housing policies and more recently to growing gentrification and wealth inequality, the modern affordable housing shortage in the coastal zone and across the country has a direct through line to past practices. Finding ways to provide more affordable housing in the coastal zone represents a key opportunity to increase coastal public access and a sense of belonging for environmental justice communities. Now, I'm going to hand it over to the Commission's Legislative Director, Sarah Christie, who will summarize the Coastal Commission's jurisdiction over affordable housing.
Thanks, Liz. Next slide, please. The Coastal Commission has understood the importance of affordable housing since the very beginning. After Proposition 20, Ms. Christie, thank you. After Proposition 20, the Commission included it as one of the recommendations in the 1975 Coastal Plan. And after extensive public discussion, the legislature incorporated it as an enforceable policy in the 1976 Coastal Act. Even though many of the overtly segregationist policies that Liz mentioned had been outlawed by the 1968 Fair Housing Act, it was clear that in the long run, gentrification and displacement associated with rising home values in the coastal zone would exacerbate the problem unless specific countermeasures were taken. Next slide, please. As originally enacted, Coastal Act Section 30213, which still protects lower cost visitor serving opportunities, also mandated the protection of low and moderate income housing. Next slide, please. In 1977, the Commission adopted guidelines to implement this section. The guidelines included findings that recognized affordable housing as a necessary form of public access. They read in part, meaningful access to the coast requires housing opportunities, as well as other forms of coastal access, if the coast is not to exclude the less affluent members of society and become an exclusive enclave of the wealthy. As a general rule, the early guidelines required at least 25% of the units within larger residential projects to be deed restricted for affordability. The guidelines also prohibited demolition of existing affordable housing in most circumstances and recognized density bonuses, in lieu fees, and land dedications. Importantly, the guidelines also required all types of housing to comply with the resource protection policies of the Coastal Act. Next slide, please. Notably, Coastal Act compliance didn't slow down the production of either market rate or affordable housing. As detailed in the Commission's 2015 housing report, in the first 5 years of the program, the Commission authorized the construction of approximately 5,000 deed-restricted affordable units. About 2/3 were in the large, new residential subdivisions the Commission was approving in Southern California. The Commission also prevented the demolition of approximately 1,100 existing affordable units and collected around $2 million in lieu fees to provide new affordable housing in the coastal zone. Next slide, please. But affordable housing was as controversial then as it is now. In every legislative session following the passage of the Coastal Act, bills were introduced to weaken or remove the Commission's authority. The Commission opposed them all. For the first 4 years, these legislative attempts were unsuccessful. Next slide, please. But in 1981, the legislature passed SB 626, a bill by Senator Henry Mello that surgically removed the affordable housing language in Section 30213. The bill also added a new Coastal Act section which explicitly prohibits the Commission from requiring LCPs to include housing policies. Together, these two sections have constrained the Commission's ability to proactively advance affordable housing for the last 42 years. Next slide, please. But the Commission has continued to approve new housing projects of all types and do what it can to preserve what little affordable housing still exists on the coast through other policies, which you'll hear more about in a bit. But while SB 626 ended the Commission's inclusionary housing program, there are many other factors at play in the coastal zone that have nothing to do with the Coastal Act, but still create barriers to new housing generally, and affordable housing in particular. Our guest speakers are going to discuss this in more detail. So now I'm going to turn it over to Deputy Director Shanna Gray to introduce our first panel.
Good morning. Thanks, Sarah. Good morning, Commissioners. Commission staff have prepared a series of 3 guest panels to inform today's briefing and discussion. Following the panels will be another presentation by Commission staff and then public comment. We have asked our panelists to remain in the room or online until the end of public comment so that they can respond to any potential questions from Commissioners at that time. For our first panel, we will be hearing from our colleagues at the California Department of Housing and Community Development. HCD is a key partner in our combined efforts to meet the state's housing and resource protection goals. I'm going to turn it over to Megan Kirkaby, Deputy Director of Housing Policy at HCD. Megan and her staff will help set the stage for today's conversation by providing a statewide perspective on housing in California.
Great, thank you so much. And I just want to echo the gratitude of Director Huckelbridge to Ms. Kirkaby, the staff at HCD, and of course, everyone coming here today, especially given the request that they stay through public comment. All right, so I think we're prepared to move forward with Ms. Kirkaby.
Oh, there she is. Okay. She's just coming in as a panelist now.
Thank you.
Hi, all. Sorry about that. I was trying to raise my hand to become a panelist. I think I clicked the wrong link. So, 2 years into virtual meetings and I still make mistakes. So, but thanks for having me and my team here today. And for the collaboration we've been having. I think during my tenure, HCD has been really valuable. So don't want to belabor things too much. You're going to hear from us twice. Once in this first panel, really talking about housing needs and most of this comes from our statewide housing plan, the annual progress report data, as well as other sources. But just wanted to continue a little background on the duty to affirmatively further fair housing. Thanks for the sort of intro on that piece. But if we could go to the next slide. Oh yes, sorry. So just to give you a little sense of HCD's role, we're the state agency that oversees housing and community development programs and services in the state. Our mission is to promote safe, affordable homes and vibrant, inclusive, sustainable communities for all Californians. We do that through increasing supply and preserving affordable housing, ensuring California's plans for a range of housing needs, and holding jurisdictions accountable to their commitments under state law. And creating solutions to the housing crisis through policy and research, as well as protecting health and safety through mobile home regulations and building code standards. I joined HCD about 8 years ago, and I think for a year, I learned something new HCD did every week. And I'd been in housing for 15 years before I came to HCD. So we won't go over all of that today, but I think the role that's really important of this that I want to make sure the commission gets a sense of is the role we play with local governments in setting their housing need and planning for their housing needs. So HCD for a long time has worked on the housing element process. My team will talk a little more about that, but as well as setting the regional housing need. And so we set the housing need at the state level. That's done through statutory guidance, but it's really us looking at what is the projected growth and what is that pent up demand that comes from us not having built housing. And pent up demand shows up in all sorts of ways, but it shows up in lack of affordability. It shows up in low vacancy rates. It shows up in increases in homelessness and shows up in high cost burden. And cost burden is a term housing folks use a lot that not everybody else sounds a little wonky, but it's something I think you probably all feel, which is it's the percentage of your pay that you end up spending on housing costs. And what we know, what the research shows time and time again, is it's a really dangerous situation for California to be in, or for any community to be in when we see high cost burdens. So when people are paying a high percentage of their income toward their housing. It has a couple real known effects. Number one is that means you don't have enough to save for down payment. So we see decreases in home ownership. It can seem counterintuitive, but the best thing you can do to promote home ownership is build more multifamily affordable rental housing, so that people do have that space to eventually save for a down payment and buy a home. The other big problem when we see high cost burdens is you cannot weather economic shocks. We all experience economic shocks. It's a fact of life. You have a car breakdown, you have a layoff, you have some large cost that enters your life, maybe medical expenses. And if you don't have any space to weather that economic shock, it is often can spur a real a cycle of homelessness. And so high cost burdens are the major driver of increases in homelessness. When people don't have that buffer to weather an economic shocks are not going to stop happening. And then we see increases in homelessness. So you'll hear a little bit more about that from my wonderful data team today. But a big part of what we do is setting that housing need, as I said, looking at those factors that show pent up demand, providing that housing need to the regional level. We work closely with them in allocating that out to the local governments. And then they need to create a plan. And it doesn't mean that they need to produce that housing, but it means they need to have a plan of how they're setting the table, and they need to show us what they're doing that's within their control to make that happen. So you'll hear more about that, but that's kind of the brief overview of our main role that we'll end up talking about today. Can we go to the next slide? And one of the things that HCD is charged with, we are the steward of many housing laws in California. I think probably over 40 housing laws where we are either the implementing agency or the enforcement agency for those laws. And one of those that's fairly new came to us in 2018, but had the Fair Employment and Housing Act had been around much, much longer. And HUD had really set the stage for this with their AFFH rule in 2015. And affirmatively furthering fair housing, it's a mouthful, but AFFH just means taking meaningful actions in addition to combating discrimination that overcome patterns of segregation and foster inclusive communities free from barriers that restrict access to opportunity. And every single state and local public agency must ensure that the laws, programs, and activities that they are doing affirmatively further fair housing. So do these two things. And really you can think of it as opening up communities that have been exclusionary, where those communities have resources that we know promote economic freedom and success for families over time, as well as investing in communities that have historically been under-resourced or have not been afforded the same opportunities as other communities. And so it's a both and approach of getting to inclusion and reducing segregation, as well as uplifting communities. And that is now a part of the housing element process as well. So just pointing to you to some guidance we put out in April 2021. That's guidance for all public entities, including the Coastal Commission, as well as local governments, as well as covering their housing element obligations under affirmatively furthering fair housing. All right, we can move on. I think this was covered a little bit by the prior speakers, but just always nice to kind of see the background here. This is the historical shift from explicit to implicit discrimination policy. So we get rid of certain policies. The government helped promote redlining, helped do all these things that you heard about. We were part of the problem, and we can explicitly get rid of that, but it doesn't mean that we didn't get rid of the implicit discrimination that still exists. So I'm going to pass it now to two of our data specialists, Ava Hoffman and Harry Annixter, who will give you some really specific Coastal Commission data on some of these topics, as well as housing need and affordability. So take it away, guys. And oh, good, Harry's been promoted to panelist. Great. And there's Ava. All right. Thanks, you guys.
Thank you, Megan. So next slide, please. So when assessing housing needs, both statewide and in local jurisdictions, HCD uses a variety of metrics. And one important metric, as Megan mentioned, is cost burdened households. And a cost burdened household is a household that's paying more than 30% of their income for rent. Further, an area with more cost burdened households, or a higher percentage of cost burdened households, can be said to face more acute affordability challenges. And for the analysis on this slide, HCD staff calculated the percent of households that are cost burdened in each region that borders California's coast, and then drilled down into the census tracts, which are smaller areas within those regions that are more than 50% within the coastal zone. And then compared the coastal parts of each region to the region as a whole. And what we can see is that coastal areas tend to have a higher share of cost burdened lower income renters relative to their respective regions. That is, the shortfall of housing affordable to lower income renters is generally more acute. There are some notable exceptions, however, like Del Norte County or the Bay Area, where the most exclusive and affluent areas are not necessarily on the coast. Next slide, please. Another way that HCD evaluates housing needs is what's known as a gap analysis. In this evaluation, HCD staff compares the number of households at a given income level to the number of units that are affordable to that income level, and then calculates the deficit of affordable and available units and the number of affordable and available units per 100 households. Included in the analysis are units that are either vacant, but also units that are already occupied by a household at that income level. Not included are units that would be affordable, but are occupied by a higher income household. What we can see when we run this analysis for renter households at the extremely low, very low, and low income levels is that the number of affordable and available units per 100 households are lower in census tracts where at least 50% of the area is in the coastal zone than it is statewide. In addition to evaluating whether the population in homes can afford the homes they live in, HCD also looks at data on the unhoused population or population experiencing homelessness. And when we look at continuums of care or COCs that touch the coastal zone, COCs are a geography for which data on homelessness is aggregated, which roughly aligns with county boundaries. We can see that coastal COCs have a disproportionate percentage of the unhoused population, with coastal COCs accounting for 55% of the state's total population, but 63% of the population of Californians experiencing homelessness, according to the most recent 2022 HUD point-in-time count data. Next slide, please. HCD staff's analysis of housing need would be incomplete without evaluating new housing supply permitted relative to projected need. And for that, we will need to discuss how projected need is measured, and that is through the Regional Housing Needs Allocation Arena, which Megan mentioned earlier, but we can go into a little bit more detail on. Since 1969, state law has required cities and counties to adequately plan for housing needs of everyone in the community. The RENA is a minimum projection of additional housing need by income category, covering a 5 to 8 year planning period for each city and county in California. HCD calculates the total projected need for each region, and then the Regional Council of Governments, or COG, distributes this to each city or unincorporated county. Cities and counties then plan for this need through the housing element of their general plan. So in short, the RENA is a need projection, it's a planning requirement, and it's a production goal. And so as a production goal, how are coastal jurisdictions doing at meeting these goals? Next slide, please. When we look at what percentage of the RENA or production goal that jurisdictions fully or partially within the coastal zone permitted versus their respective regions, we can see that jurisdictions in coastal areas permitted a lower share of their RENA across all income categories relative to their respective regions in the most recent completed RENA cycle. That's the 5th RENA cycle. And so in short, from many perspectives, whether the data is measuring cost burden, the affordability of existing supply to different income groups, the population experiencing homelessness, or the new supply permitted at all income levels, the data shows that the housing crisis is more acute within the coastal zone. And with that, I will pass over to my colleague Ava Hoffman to discuss the fair housing and equity impacts of the affordable housing shortfall within the coastal zone.
Thank you, Harrison. As Megan discussed earlier, can we go to the next slide, please? Affirmatively furthering fair housing, or AFFH, means combating discrimination and taking meaningful actions that overcome patterns of segregation and foster inclusive communities that are free from barriers that restrict access to opportunity. In this context, the TCAC HCD Opportunity Map is a key tool used by the state and local governments to assist in advancing specific AFFH objectives. This map, which is updated annually, identifies areas in each region of the state whose characteristics have been shown by research to be associated with positive economic, educational, and health outcomes for low-income families, in particular, long-term outcomes for children. So as shown on this chart in this slide here, it's notable that the coastal zone concentrates a larger share of land in places that are designated on the opportunity map as highest resource, over 25% of its territory, compared to the statewide distribution. This really underscores the key role of coastal zone communities in advancing the AFFH objective of increasing access to opportunity through housing. Next slide, please. Another way we can evaluate existing patterns of geographic segregation to inform our AFFH efforts is by mapping racially concentrated areas of affluence and poverty. These are concepts that were originally developed by researchers at the University of Minnesota and at HUD, respectively. So applying these concepts to the coastal zone, we can see that there is a far larger share of land area in the coastal zone designated as a racially concentrated area of affluence relative to the state, 15% versus 4% of state land area. These are geographies where residents are disproportionately white and affluent. Conversely, less than 0.1% of land area in the coastal zone is designated as a racially concentrated area of poverty versus 1.6% statewide. These are places where residents are largely people of color and lower income. It's important to emphasize that both sides of segregation, affluence and poverty, should be considered and compared both within the community and across the broader region to holistically evaluate policies and factors that contribute to fair housing issues and inform meaningful actions to address them. These boundaries, among a variety of other data resources, are available for public viewing on the AFFH data viewer on HCD's website. Next slide, please. In addition to the resources that we have provided throughout this presentation, HCD hosts a variety of other open data tools and mapping resources that are available for local governments and members of the general public to help plan for and track housing across the state. For example, as shown on this slide, through HCD's annual progress report data dashboard, users can access data including housing applications, permits, and construction activity to track jurisdictions' progress toward their housing goals. And with that, we'll conclude our presentation. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. That was incredibly informative, and I'm sure we'll have a lot to discuss. So next, we're going to be moving to the research panel, which includes factors contributing to housing unavailability and unaffordability. We're going to begin with the policy director of UC Berkeley Turner Center for Housing Innovation, David Garcia, here in person. Welcome, Mr. Garcia. Let's just see. You have to push the button. There it is. And then just put that right next to your mouth is perfect. All right.
How about now?
Perfect. Thank you.
Wonderful. Well, thank you very much, commissioners and staff, for not just the opportunity to speak this morning, but also
You
for.
don't need to hold the mic just for what it's worth.
Right,
You
so
can, but
it makes me
I
feel
know,
more,
it's like
more steady. If I'm gonna
we
drop it,
have
it's
a
gonna
rock
fall on
and
the
roll
floor.
overlay here this meeting,
Yeah.
so that's good.
All right, I'll do my best to remember that. So again, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here, and also for the staff and all the speakers for spending some time on this very critical topic. So just a quick introduction. My name is David Garcia. I'm the policy director at the Turner Center for Housing Innovation at UC Berkeley. For those of you who may not be familiar with the center, we are a housing policy and research organization at the University of California that focuses on really all manners of issues pertaining to housing, to land use and zoning reform, to cost of development and construction, to issues pertaining to homelessness, as well as broader innovations in the housing sector. But today I'm here to talk specifically about California's housing shortage, the reasons why we have this shortage, potential solutions for addressing this crisis, and how we can think about these solutions in the context of the coastal zone. So I'd like to start my remarks by stating that California's current housing crisis is one that has been decades in the making, and whose root cause I think is important to state upfront. We simply have not built enough homes. We've not built enough homes for families. We've not built enough homes for the working class. We have not built enough homes for young professionals. We've not built enough for our aging population, nor for our most vulnerable residents. Really across the board, the state as a whole has not built enough across income categories, across building typologies, and across geographies. If you can go to the next slide. As you can see, this has not always been the case. What you see here is a chart of historic housing production permits in the state of California. Despite, if you look at the left end of the chart, you can see in the 80s, despite having a smaller population and a smaller economy, California routinely used to build around 200,000 new homes per year, sometimes as many as 300,000 new homes. If you were to take this series back to the 60s and 70s, you'd see similar trends as well. You compare that to the right side of the chart, which kind of indicates more recent home building activity, which is supposed to be kind of our most recent housing boom. We've only built a fraction of the number of homes as compared to historical trends. So, for example, in the 80s, again, when we were building upwards of 200,000 units per year, compare that to just recently, we're only building roughly 100,000 new units per year. And that's a challenge because, as HCD has demonstrated, we actually need to be building around 180,000 units per year as a state in order just to keep up with existing demand. And as you can see, we're not getting really even close to that. There are several reasons why we believe we are falling short on our supply goals, but perhaps I think one of the most important explanations, and one that I think has been touched on already by staff as well as HCD, is that over the course of several decades, there have been specific government policies that have made it largely illegal to build in many areas of the state. So we've essentially outlawed multifamily housing in affluent communities and have instead concentrated new growth in areas of poverty as well as on the suburban fringes. This did not happen by accident. Our segregated housing market is a product of explicit decision to exclude low-income people of color from affluent communities. And we can actually trace the genesis of these policies to Berkeley itself about 100 years ago, when leaders there explicitly banned apartment homes from rich neighborhoods for the express purpose of keeping out lower-income people of color. And so this invention, so to speak, of single-family only zoning really created the playbook that was used not just in California, but nationally as a way to codify segregation without actually saying that that was what's happening. So this strategy continued for decades, all the way up to the 70s and 80s, where cities across California engaged in a series of down zonings to firmly entrench exclusionary practices into our neighborhoods. And so today, even in our most dense, largest cities, the research we have done shows that even in these places, low density neighborhoods make up the majority of zoned land. So even in neighborhoods where it used to be legal to build structures as simple as a duplex or a townhome or a small apartment building, today in many places is simply not allowed by local land use regulation, and that to us signals a challenge. It's also become incredibly expensive to build in California. Our work has shown that over the past roughly 10 years, the cost to build in California has gone up by roughly 25%. This issue is particularly pronounced for building subsidized affordable housing, which today can cost over $1 million per new home. And this is, again, a challenge because it has the effect of making our subsidy dollars less effective, which with an incoming looming budget deficit of around $68 billion for the state, means that we're not likely to maintain current levels of spending that we've been able to over the last several years on affordable housing. So combined, these challenges have created a real incredible pressure on our existing residents. As we saw from the presentation earlier by HCD, the rent burdens are particularly high in coastal areas. When we think about homeownership, this is an area we've examined as well. California is actually an extreme outlier in the time in a person's life that they are able to actually own a home in California, which, as we know, is the primary way individuals and families are able to build wealth in the United States. And so these pressures can exacerbate displacement, as longtime residents have to compete for a scarce stock of housing and are oftentimes unable to do so against higher income families who, in the absence of newly built homes, often outbid moderate and low income households for a dwindling supply of existing houses. And so you see this manifested in the increase in rental and home prices, not just here, but even in inland communities, such as the Central Valley, where it used to be relatively affordable, but are now becoming increasingly unattainable for existing residents because more and more people are being pushed to these locations. I think it's also important to talk about the environmental consequences of underbuilding in California. We are a state with relatively low household emissions thanks to our climate and our energy sources. So as we consider the best way to reduce our carbon footprint, the research shows pretty clearly that one of the most effective ways to do so is through increasing infill housing supply in areas with lower energy costs and existing amenities, such as in coastal communities. So failure to accommodate growth in California and in coastal areas doesn't just mean that people don't get to live here. It means that they are many times moving to areas of the state and outside of the state where energy use is much higher and the carbon footprint much higher as well. While I have painted a somewhat dire picture of housing in the state of California, I think the good news is that we generally know what the broad solution is. I think if we have an undersupply of homes, well, we really have to build more. We have to build more, and when I say this, I mean across the board, which is really embracing kind of all forms of housing, from starter homes to small scale infill to dense buildings on key commercial corridors and in downtowns, but also thinking about ways to facilitate more deed-restricted affordable housing, perhaps through other means than our traditional affordable housing resources as they become more competitive and more scarce. So things like leveraging publicly owned land, empowering more community land trusts, and preserving our existing stock of affordable housing. I also think this means we need to consider that we have to build more private market housing as well. This is 90% of all of our housing that is built is built on the private market. And this is key because in order to relieve pressure on our existing housing stock, we do need to increase the overall supply of housing. There is an emerging peer-reviewed body of research that indicates that increasing the number of homes is in fact an effective way of moderating increasing home prices and limiting displacement pressures. I also want to say that building more does not preclude us from also considering other important ways to stabilize our existing communities, such as considering tenant protections, thinking about how short-term rentals are impacting housing supply as well. These are all things that need to be done together, not just one or the other. I also want to note that, we oftentimes talk about new housing and the new numbers of homes that HCD is projecting that we need to build, and we automatically jump to the scale of the buildings and how that fits into our existing communities. But it doesn't actually have to be as scary as I think we sometimes think it can be. We have, I think, a lot of great models for building in scale and proportion to our existing neighborhoods in a manner that complements what already exists today. Some of the best ways to accommodate new homes and new housing goals is through things like light touch solutions, again, like smaller homes built on smaller lots, townhomes, duplexes, fourplexes, stuff that used to be legal a long time ago, that's many neighborhoods. It still exists and is still quite charming and can be built similarly today. I also would like to point out that building more housing does not have to be at odds with protecting ecologically sensitive areas or placing homes in the path of climate change fueled dangers such as sea level rise. We can and often have planned for homes in a manner that respects our desire to preserve our coastline. But given our deep undersupply of housing, as indicated across the state, but also with the information provided by HCD, saying no to new housing is really just not an option available to us anymore. State leaders have understood the need to increase our supply of homes and have passed a few bills since 2016 to increase the supply of housing writ large. If you can go to actually 2 slides. One more. Yes. So part of the work that we have done is really to try and track not just the passage of new laws since 2016, but the effect so far. And we have observed that since 2016, close to 200 new laws have been passed that in some way, shape, or form, again, intend to impact the ability to build housing. And while it's still early to fully assess the effectiveness of some of these changes, I do think there are some clear indications that we're moving in the right direction. One great example of this is the legislation that has been passed to facilitate the creation of accessory dwelling units. So in 2016, ADUs made up, roughly maybe a few hundred new permits throughout the state. Fast forward to 2022, and in that year, 25,000 new ADUs have been permitted statewide, or roughly a little less than a quarter of the new permits across the entire state of California. There have been other laws to try and build on this success. For example, in building on the success of ADUs by allowing more than one home to be built on a lot, but also to allow for affordable housing to be built on underutilized commercial corridors and office spaces. But perhaps most impactful have been the changes made to the way we plan and zone for new housing. So this was already talked about earlier with HCD, but the regional housing needs assessment process and the housing element process has really provided large targets for cities to plan for and ideally build significant amounts of new housing relative to previous RHNA cycles. And so I think it's fitting that we're here in Santa Cruz, which just recently there's a story in the LA Times about that city's efforts to really think thoughtfully about how to embrace the numbers coming from HCD to build in a manner that still fits within what works for the community of Santa Cruz. So I just want to end my remarks by noting that I believe that we as a state have an obligation to create more opportunities for people to live in California and to have access to the amenities and resources that really make our state such a remarkable place to live, and to give our residents the ability to thrive in these places. To do this, there are many solutions and many potential strategies, but there is not a real solution without a significant increase of home building. Every community needs to do their part to alleviate housing supply and affordability challenges. Not just a handful of cities. It's really going to take communities across the state. The last thing I'll note is, I was doing a lot of reading and research on this testimony and on this hearing before appearing here this morning. I came across an article that had a quote that read about how if we were to allow for more housing to be built in the coastal areas, that we were going to, quote, lose some of the best things about California. While I think it's hard to argue that the grandeur of our coastal areas is really remarkable, actually, I don't think it's the best thing about our state. I think the people are the best thing about the state of California. It's Californians that really make our state what it is. And right now we are failing many Californians. Many Californians are not just leaving the coastal regions, they are leaving the state entirely. It doesn't have to be this way. This is a policy choice. And we can and should be taking steps to address both our legacy of exclusionary practices and the need to be building more across geographies, across income spectrums, so that more people can simply live and thrive in California. I'd like to thank the commission for having this hearing this morning and thank staff for their information as well. I'm going to stick around. As I understand it, we'll be taking questions after all of the presentations. So again, thank you very much for having me this morning, and I appreciate the attention paid to this topic.
Thank you so much. That was really a fantastic testimony. And as a graduate of UC Berkeley, I really appreciate the Turner Center. Very well known. That's right. All right, our next speaker is going to be Dr. David. I'm not sure if it's Wakesmith or is that Walksmith from McGill. Hello, how are you? Welcome.
Very good, and I'm very honored to be joining you remotely. It's a beautiful snowy afternoon here in Montreal. Do I have my slides?
We're pulling them up now, Professor.
Great. All right.
All ready
Well,
to go.
again, thanks very much for the invitation to the commissioners for having this important meeting. I'm a professor in urban planning at McGill University, and for several years now, I've been studying the relationship between short-term rentals and housing markets with a focus on North America. And I've worked extensively with governments, with community groups, to understand the relationship between short-term rentals and housing, and also to think about how to best regulate short-term rentals from a kind of pro-housing perspective to advance public interest in communities. Next slide. So what I'm going to do today is begin with a kind of an overview of what we know about the relationship between housing and short-term rentals, not with a kind of coast specific focus, but kind of more like drawing broadly on research which I've conducted, which other academics have conducted, to make sure that the kind of general contours of the situation are well understood. And then I'm going to provide a little bit of empirical evidence from recent work I did in the city of Los Angeles, to kind of illustrate some of the issues, and finally talk about good regulatory principles for how governments, including the Coastal Commission, in my view, should be thinking about how to regulate short-term rentals. So next slide. The first big question, this has been a major focus of my work in the last several years, has been understanding how short-term rentals interact with the two questions of housing availability and affordability. And my motivation in this has been observing that short-term rentals have played an important part in a lot of kind of community conversations about housing affordability. A lot of suspicion that Airbnb is taking housing off the long-term market and making rents higher for existing residents. But for a long time, we didn't necessarily have good numbers to back up that intuition or to disprove that intuition. And so what I want to do, first of all, is just kind of outline the basic story, and then we'll talk about some of the evidence here. So next slide. The basic story is that there are two ways that short-term rentals, the existence of short-term rentals, can affect housing affordability. We can kind of think about these as a supply channel and a demand channel. I think about supply and demand as the two forces that are setting prices in housing markets. So next slide. Apologies in advance. I have a lot of slides. I'll be flipping through them very quickly here. So first of all, we can think about a supply channel. As we know, the last presentation made this clear. One of the most important things determining the price of housing, as well as the rents that renters face, is how much housing is available for, so in other words, the supply of housing. One kind of simple observation, which again we'll show has been kind of empirically borne out, is that full-time short-term rentals, what we call unhosted short-term rentals, they remove housing from the long-term rental market. Any housing unit that's operating as a full-time short-term rental could otherwise have a tenant living there. And so the impact of full-time or unhosted short-term rentals is to reduce the supply of housing in a given area. And again, from a kind of just a very simple market perspective, reducing the supply of housing, we'd expect that would increase rents because there's less supply to go around to meet the existing demand. Next slide. There's also what we could think of as a demand channel. This isn't necessarily restricted to just unhosted short-term rentals. The existence of any short-term rentals effectively shifts money into residential property markets that otherwise might have gone to the dedicated tourism accommodation sector. So with a given amount of housing present, if suddenly some people who own that housing are operating short-term rentals, either in a kind of unhosted full-time fashion or also just kind of as a home sharing operation where they live, in either case, the result is that more money is arriving with an existing amount of housing supply, and it effectively is kind of increases the demand for the housing that's out there. And in the rental sector, what we would predict as a result of that is that rents would go up because we've got a consistent amount of supply and there's more money kind of chasing after that supply. And we can think of this as a kind of, one version of, what people have referred to, scholars have referred to as the financialization of housing, which is to say that kind of new opportunities for people to make money off of ownership of housing as an asset. Next slide. What we now know is that there's a pretty robust supply of empirical evidence showing that these impacts really translate into meaningful increases in rents and commutes. And so the gold standard study here, which looked at the 100 largest metro areas across the United States, found that a 1% increase in Airbnb listings leads to a 0.018% increase in rents and a 0.026% increase in housing prices. So, okay, those numbers look very low, right? 0.018%. But of course, there are a lot of Airbnbs. And in fact, what this study found is that approximately 1/5 of all of the increases in rent in the United States in the study period could be explained by the growth of short-term rentals. So 1/5 of all the increases in rent in the United States in this time period. Now, this was a time period where Airbnb was growing fast. That growth slowed down during the pandemic, but it's now speeding up again. But the idea is just to make very clear that even a relatively small number of these units can have, and has been empirically demonstrated to have,
Excuse me, Dr. Walksmith?
quite significant impacts.
Dr. Walksmith?
Yes.
So you just said something, you just gave a statistic, and everyone around me is saying, what was the statistic? Could you just go back a paragraph in your what you're
Absolutely.
talking about? Talk about the 1/10 or 1/5?
Whatever.
I'm sorry.
1/5, yeah, exactly.
Do you know
So
where I mean? Just a couple lines
I
back.
do, yes.
Thank you.
So the finding from this study, which looked at the impact of the growth of Airbnb listings across the 100 largest cities or metro areas in the United States, what it found was that 1/5, so about 20% of all of the increase in rent in the study period, which was 2014 to 2017, can be explained by the growth of Airbnbs. So, so that's an average, right? So that in some communities, rents were 20, the average in an average community in the United States, rents were 20% higher, the increase in rent was 20% larger than it would have been in the absence of Airbnb, is basically what the study found. So all this is to say is that, that it's not 100%. It's, there are other factors influencing housing affordability, absolutely. But that short-term rentals are absolutely one of the contributing factors to high housing, to increasing housing costs. And I didn't mention this before, but I'll note as well that the authors of this report found that these effects were higher in areas with more rental housing. So that, the type of housing that's particularly vulnerable to seeing escalating costs for residents is renter housing, which makes sense because that's the housing that's probably easiest for the owner to switch over to a short-term rental. If you have a tenant, you can get the tenant to leave and then you can operate a short-term rental. If you're living on site, it's a harder prospect to set up a full-time Airbnb. So I'll come back to some of the implications of this in the Los Angeles context in a minute, but just next slide first. To kind of wrap up a little bit the kind of theoretical story here, we can think about these impacts, about the fact that short-term rentals cause rents and housing prices to increase from the perspective of winners and losers. And it's very clear who the major winners are from the presence of short-term rentals, and particularly unhosted short-term rentals. And those are the people who operate the short-term rentals. So if you are operating a home sharing short-term rental out of your own home, you earn some side income. That's good. And if you're operating a commercial unhosted short-term rental, you earn more money than you would have if you had a long-term tenant. And that's kind of why you choose to make that to operate the Airbnb. And by contrast, everybody else in the community that evidence shows pays more for their housing. So there's a kind of a simple cost benefit story here. And on the next slide, we can think about this also from the perspective of tourism accommodation options, which is to say that, arguably, I think it's I would argue this, that, the existence of short-term rentals in an area increases tourist accommodation options. But that's true for both hosted and unhosted short-term rentals. Meanwhile, only hosted short-term rentals, I think that evidence shows, plausibly pass a cost-benefit test for communities because they do probably lead to some increases in rent, but it is unhosted short-term rentals that generate more costs than benefits because they produce a large increase in housing costs, proportionally speaking, and they don't offer meaningfully different tourist accommodation options from hosted or home sharing style short-term rental accommodations. Next slide. So what has been interesting in some of the research that my team has been doing has found that communities seem to have arrived at the same conclusions. And so we've done we've been working on a project where we've looked at all the media coverage of short-term rentals over a many-year period in basically all the newspapers in the United States, and use that gigantic body of text to understand what factors predict positive or negative neighborhood sentiment towards short-term rentals. In what cases is there kind of negative sentiment towards short-term rentals? In what cases is it positive? And next slide. the first thing we found is that it's not the number of short-term rentals. There are plenty of areas with a high level of short-term rentals, and the community feels just perfectly fine about that. Instead, next slide, the answer is housing vulnerability. Specifically, next slide, neighborhoods with high numbers of commercial unhosted short-term rentals, neighborhoods with unaffordable housing, with high numbers of renters, and also with high numbers of newcomers. These are the factors that all predict areas that tend to be negatively disposed to short-term rentals. In other words, what we found is that community sentiment tracks pretty well with the academic evidence, which is that it's not that communities object to short-term rentals in general. They object to the short-term rentals which make their housing situation worse. Next slide. And the evidence is clear that short-term rentals are making a lot of people's housing situation worse. So that's that's a kind of a very high level 30,000 foot perspective on this. But again, I'm kind of speaking from the perspective of most of the academic research that has been done on the topic. Now, what I want to do is just very quickly illustrate just a couple of the implications of some of this for Los Angeles. So this is, I had the privilege to work on a study looking at the economic impacts of short-term rentals in LA last year. So next slide. And I just want to share a couple of the findings there. The first one is just to underscore how narrowly the benefits of short-term rentals accrue. So the next slide. So I've got a kind of a fun rainbow graph here, which shows how many hosts earn what slice of the pie of short-term rental revenue in LA. And the key idea here is that just 10% of hosts earn a majority of all the revenue on Airbnb and Vrbo in Los Angeles. And in fact, if you break that down even further, just 1% of hosts earns 20% of all the revenue. So there's a huge amount, there are a lot of people who operate short-term rentals, but most of them do it very casually. And then there's a small number of people who operate commercial short-term rentals in a really dedicated fashion, and they're the ones earning most of the money and also the ones having a disproportionate impact on housing issues. So next slide. What we did was we applied the model developed that I was describing before to the case of Los Angeles and looked cumulatively between 2015 and 2022. What we estimated is that short-term rentals raised rents by $810 a year for the average renter household in Los Angeles. So every year there was a small an increase that accumulated in the average rent level because of the impact the presence of short-term rentals, and over the period of time by the time we hit 2022, that looked like $810 extra a year that the average renter household was paying. And that if you look at the entire period from 2015 to 2017, we can kind of think of this as a tax of about $3,400 per rental household because of the presence of short-term rentals in Los Angeles. And I'll note that this is in the context where LA has actually restricted quite significantly short-term rentals, and also where we had a pandemic that restricted short-term rentals on its own. So in the absence of those factors, these numbers would be even higher. And one way to just contextualize the kind of the human cost here, next slide, is that if we apply what we know about how cost of living increases translate into homelessness, a kind of a straightforward extrapolation is that short-term rentals are responsible for more than 5,000 extra people experiencing homelessness each night in Los Angeles. In other words, if short-term rentals hadn't driven up the cost of housing as much as they did, we would expect to see 5,000 fewer people on the streets every night. And just to kind of put that human cost into financial terms, it would cost maybe $1.3 billion to build enough supportive housing to accommodate them, and $163 million each year to operate the housing, according to one set of estimates for the cost of building and then operating supportive housing. So this is the situation that I think that we face with respect to short-term rentals in communities. And to next slide, to be clear, the idea isn't. I do want to be clear about this. The idea isn't that short-term rentals are the most important factor leading to housing unaffordability. The issue, in my opinion, is that they are one of the factors. And actually, compared with many of the other causes of high housing unaffordability, they're actually a very simple one to deal with. So I think of this as low-hanging fruit. We've got a lot, solving the housing crisis is going to involve a lot of steps, and some of them are harder than others. And I think it's very important that communities take the opportunity to pick the low-hanging fruit that they have available to them. And regulating short-term rentals is absolutely, I think, the plumpest low-hanging fruit we have available on the housing policy tree. I hope we pick it. We can move on and try to tackle some of the harder problems, but we should talk for a minute about what it would look like to do that. And so Next slide, this is where I like, kind of think of as the, not throwing out the baby with the bathwater moment, right? So we've got this very cute baby. We want to make sure we preserve the baby, but we want to get rid of the dirty bathwater. And so in this case, in the context of the coastal zone, next slide, we want to make sure that we are preserving public access to the coastal zone, both in terms of tourist accommodation options, and also I think importantly in terms of housing availability for residents in the coastal zone. That's the baby. That's what we want to hold on to. What we want to get rid of is the reduced housing supply and reduced housing affordability, which short-term rentals also generate. And I think the experience of jurisdictions around North America and around the rest of the world, I think is kind of converging on several lessons, which I think are pretty directly applicable to the work of the commission. So next slide, I'll summarize these three. The first is that hosted and unhosted short-term rentals, so with ones that are operated as somebody's principal residence or ones that are operated as a business and nobody lives there, they both offer tourist accommodations, but they have very different trade-offs. And importantly, hosted short-term rentals offer new tourist accommodations that wouldn't otherwise exist, and they also can help families meet their own housing affordability needs, a little bit of extra money. And have relatively, have less in the way of costs imposed on the rest of the community. Whereas unhosted short-term rentals remove housing from the market, they make housing less affordable, and there's no compelling public interest, in my opinion, in allowing these hosted short-term rentals in communities that are dealing with housing affordability struggles. Which, unfortunately, at this point it's a lot easier to find communities with housing affordability problems than communities that don't have them. So I think the kind of first principle that hosted short-term rentals are the only kind that most communities should allow if they want to, try to preserve affordable housing. The second point is that what we're learning is that enforcement is the tricky part of short-term rental regulations. And so I can speak, for example, to Santa Cruz, where the meeting is happening here, that has, I think, very reasonable restrictions in place on short-term rental operations. There are 250 permits which are allowed, which you need to run a short-term rental in Santa Cruz, and there are only 250 that will be given out. It's a kind of a reasonable way to control supply. But meanwhile, there are about 1,700 short-term rentals active in Santa Cruz right now. So the issue isn't the text of the rules, the issue is the enforcement. And that is a fundamentally tricky issue. And it's one where what we're learning is that municipalities, to be successful, it helps when they're supported by higher levels of government. And there are different forms of support that this can take. But the basic idea is that this is a multi-jurisdictional issue, is what we're learning in practice. So I'll switch over to my next and final slide, where I would say that two of the kind of, the implications for the commission is of what I've been presenting here, and I'd be happy to go into this in the Q&A in more detail as we want, is that first of all, at a minimum, the commission should respect and support local efforts to restrict unhosted short-term rentals rather than overrule those efforts. In other words, in the cases where municipalities are passing regulations which are restricting unhosted short-term rentals, those rules, in my opinion, are generally speaking going to pass any kind of cost-benefit analysis, any kind of public interest test, for, on the one hand, making sure that we don't see our scarce affordable housing disappear to unhosted short-term rentals, while at the same time not having adverse impacts on the variety of tourist accommodations which are present in the coastal zone, because hosted short-term rentals are equally capable of supplying the kind of variety, the different types of accommodation options. And actually, although I haven't spoken to this in detail in the presentation, they are hosted short-term rentals are likely to do so at lower cost to visitors. The second implication of the analysis here for the commission is that I think the commission should consider establishing a common regulatory floor across the coastal zone that restricts unhosted short-term rentals and encourages home sharing in the coastal zone, which would both better preserve public access for visitors, because the home sharing options will be more affordable than the unhosted variants, and then also for residents, because home sharing doesn't take housing off the market and so presents fewer of the costs associated with the short-term rental market in general. So with that, flip the last slide so I can just say thank you very much, and I look forward to the rest of the meeting today and to the opportunity to answer any questions that may arise.
Thank you so much, Dr. Walksmith. That was incredibly helpful. And I think we're all just shaking our heads, wishing that we had had this a couple years ago or earlier. I know that's how we're thinking. So I'm sure we'll be coming back to you. I'd now like to welcome Dr. Miriam Greenberg, professor and chair, and Elena Losada, graduate researcher from UC Santa Cruz. Dr. Greenberg, I don't have in my notes your department, but something tells me you will be letting us know. Welcome.
All right, thank you. So thank you so very much for the opportunity to present today to you, and also, as was mentioned earlier, for convening this incredibly important session. I want to thank our local Coastal Commissioner, Justin Cummings, also for inviting Elena and myself. We, I think, are here in some ways to kind of represent Santa Cruz and to kind of think about how the housing crisis and housing struggles have been particularly pervasive and important issues for us to confront here where our meeting is being held. As was asked, yes, I am a professor in the Department of Sociology at UC Santa Cruz. I'm also one of a group of faculty creating a new Center for Critical Urban and Environmental Studies at UC Santa Cruz, and I'll just say Elena Losada is one of our wonderful graduate students in the department and in that center. And we've been collaborating over the last few years on a number of studies to address our local housing crisis and to think about its social and environmental implications. So with that, I'm going to please go to the next slide. And I realize it may be hard to see some of this data, but just to say, you know, I'm an urban sociologist who originally came from New York City to teach at UC Santa Cruz, and people would often say to me, why are you dealing with, you know, urban sociology in this beautiful place of Santa Cruz, which when I was arriving was already one of the least affordable urban areas in the United States and had all of these kinds of housing issues. And I decided that this would be a good focus for my urban sociology. And as you can see, this is a report that's just one of the most common and popular reports to measure issues of unaffordability, which comes from the National Low Income Housing Coalition. And it studies, it measures every year, so many of you have probably seen the Out of Reach report, which looks at the housing wage that would be needed in order for a household to afford an average 2-bedroom apartment at fair market rent while paying 30% of their income on that rent. And as you can see this year, Santa Cruz topped the list nationally with the highest housing wage of $63.33 an hour. To pay this would mean working more than 4 full-time jobs. But California is not alone in this. This year, California is one of 6 metro areas on the coast, all located on the coast, which are in the top 10 least affordable jurisdictions in the United States as measured in terms of housing wages, up there with New York City, for instance. And I ended up doing some archival research. This goes back to 1998, the beginning of the Out of Reach reports that the National Low Income Housing Coalition conducted, in which 4 or 5 coastal communities, including Santa Cruz every year, has been in this top 10 list. So we have our work cut for us, and Santa Cruz, of course, is a small coastal community, but one that we think is really emblematic of this situation because of the intensity of its local crisis. Next slide, please. So the first thing we did, we conducted between 2015 and 2018, and then with this report and analysis coming out in 2021, the No Place Like Home report. And this report really looking at the conditions locally, chose to focus particularly on renters who are particularly vulnerable to the crisis in multiple ways. And if you go to the No Place Like Home website, you can go through this map. There's a report on the right as well. And you can see the major ways in which renters are affected by this crisis include the rent burden issue that was mentioned by HCD. 70% of our local residents, our renters who we surveyed in targeted surveys throughout the areas where renters are concentrated in the county are rent burdened, and over 50% of them are 50% rent burdened, extremely rent burdened. And we also looked at other factors, including overcrowding in housing, which is close to a third of our renters. We looked at issues also of dealing with major problems with housing, living in substandard and unsafe housing. We looked at issues of discrimination, which increases, of course, including the question of fair housing when rental markets are tight. And we looked at issues of forced moves and evictions, and questions of displacement, which also are incredibly pervasive, particularly in the high renter zoned areas. Next slide, please. And those renters are disproportionately low income and people of color in our area, residents of color. And so we see this issue of the rental crisis, the housing crisis in Santa Cruz arising on top of and exacerbating this long history of exclusion and segregation that's been discussed today. And one of the ideas with this presentation was that we would talk a little bit about this history. I don't have a lot of time, obviously, to get into this history. It's something I teach on and I'm really interested in and writing on as well. And as part of the No Place Like Home project, there's a section of the project dealing with this. But to quickly list some of the factors, and one of the things, by the way, that you see on the right is a map, which is perhaps a bit hard to read, but it's a map that shows the disparity in zoning associated with race in our city. Santa Cruz is, by the way, a majority renter city, 60% roughly renters. The county is roughly 40% renters. And renters are disproportionately, again, low income and people of color, and disproportionately also live in multifamily housing. The multifamily housing areas of the city correspond to areas also with non-white residents disproportionately, and are contained within this kind of sliver of the city in the downtown area, and right on the coast, as it happens, where the multifamily housing, as opposed to single family housing, which is disproportionately white, is located. And that's where we are also located, actually, at the Dream Inn and in this area, kind of proximate to, in the Beach Flats area in the downtown. And I should mention that the Othering and Belonging Institute at Berkeley did a study of single-family home zoning across the state. And I believe at the time they were continuing to do this analysis, Santa Cruz was the highest in the state with 93% single-family home zoning, as opposed to 75% statewide, which is already quite high. So that's obviously a factor. There are also other factors having to do with restrictive covenants, which are prevalent in Santa Cruz, and that early history and racial steering and practices by the real estate industry. But all of which is to say that the current rental crisis is adding to exclusion, displacement, and segregation along lines of race and class. Another factor to keep in mind is kind of local politics and sort of the incongruity of this. And I was struck by the history that the staff of the Coastal Commission shared with us about, and that was shared today, about in 1981, the move away from a much more expansive Coastal Act, which coincides with some incongruities in Santa Cruz. So, and one of the ways we've referred to this is a kind of progressive disjuncture on land use and housing. So Santa Cruz is famously progressive on many social issues and environmental issues. But when it comes to actually dealing with housing and the housing crisis, there is this disjuncture that progressivism does not extend to those kinds of issues. And so in 1981 was actually also the year in Santa Cruz when a progressive majority took control of the city council. However, that also began a period of overturning efforts at regulating rents, also of downzoning within the unincorporated areas of the county, and expanding the proportion of single-family home zoned areas in Santa Cruz as well. A final point I would just say is that this also preceded, we can't only think about this at the local level. I really appreciate Professor Walksmith's point about the multi-scalar nature of this problem. And so what was happening at the state was also happening at the local level and vice versa. We also saw in 2012 a significant move away from the important source of funding of affordable housing with the closure of redevelopment agencies by Governor Brown at the time, And then in the last 2 decades, of course, with this lack of protection and lack of funding, we've seen increasing financialization and gentrification of housing in our area, in particular in terms of increase in rents in multifamily areas. Once again, heavily disproportionately affecting tenants, low-income residents, and residents of color. Next slide, please. So one of the things that we emphasize, and I'm just going to briefly mention, is understanding things at a multi-scalar level, as well as in terms of the balance of types of policies. So understanding that if we're focused on those who are hardest hit by these issues in terms of low-income communities and tenants and renters, we need to think about policies that both produce more housing, as well as preserve already existing or naturally occurring affordable housing, and that protect tenants. And we can think about this in terms of the time frame that it takes for new housing to come on board. And obviously, new affordable housing or new housing in general can take a long time. Also, the idea that new market rate housing is going to kind of filter down to low income residents can also take decades by some estimates. And in that time, people can be displaced. So how we consider this balance of policies between production, preservation, and protection. Another point, of course, is that new housing can come on board, as was presented in the last presentation, and it can be turned into hotels. So new apartments can be built en masse, and if they're not sufficiently regulated, are not going to serve the housing needs of the community. Next slide, please. So our new project and what we're going to be talking about a piece of today is called WUI Research for Resilience, and this kind of gets at some of the social and environmental implications of our research. One of the things we've observed is that as a result of this increasing displacement associated with unaffordability, people are being increasingly pushed into areas that are prone to fire and floods, that are hazardous, and often referred to now as the wildlands urban interface, the WUI. And the WUI also exists in the coastal zone as well as in the interior. And we're seeing increasingly people being pushed into these areas, and that having all kinds of pernicious effects in terms of exacerbating, as was mentioned, greenhouse gas emissions due to commuting, but also the presence of that housing is itself hazardous. And of course, those who are being pushed to those areas are living in harm's way. And so we've been working with community partners, in particular Community Bridges, which serves a lot of low-income families and communities in Santa Cruz and deals with disaster response. Monterey Bay Central Labor Council, whose workers are increasingly being pushed to these areas, and with groups like Tenant Sanctuary and others who focus on tenant needs. And next slide, please. So what we're going to really be talking about today within that project is the idea that if we care about these social and environmental implications of the housing crisis, we should be focusing on anti-displacement visions for Santa Cruz, and I would say for coastal communities writ large, where we see the intensification of these crises. And that kind of includes two points that grow out of the project: the need for research on displacement, how it's occurring in these areas to inform local, regional, and statewide policy and planning, at all these scales. And the need for that research, we think, to be mixed methods, including ethnographic research on displacement, this kind of survey analysis that we did, as well as interviews, as policy analysis, as well as to kind of map the region that we're dealing with in a way that is attentive to the particular challenges and struggles in different parts of our city and of the coastal zone. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Elena Lozada to present the anti-displacement mapping, displacement risk mapping part of our project. Thank you very much.
Welcome. I just wanted to let the speakers know that we are going over time, generally double what we had set. So I just, if you could keep your comments targeted, I'd really appreciate it. Although you just came up, I know. Then we'll take a break after this panel. So how long will you need? And do you think?
I think
5-7 minutes.
Okay, why
We'll
don't we
finish
put
it
a
up?
timer and then
That's
you'll have an
okay.
idea of where you are. We could go ahead with 7 minutes and then off
Okay.
we'll go. I'm so sorry
Thank you.
to inflict this on you right when you come up.
That's fine. Okay, great. I'll go quickly. So next slide, please. So we've taken on this project of mapping and trying to operationalize this concept of gentrification and displacement in Santa Cruz. It's something that's been done across cities in the United States, and there's a well-documented literature. So we reviewed that literature and built on particularly an approach taken in Portland and applied it to the county of Santa Cruz. So next slide, please. The index that we built, it looks at the census block group level, which it could be a neighborhood of about 250 to 550 housing units. And this composite index incorporates 3 dimensions. The first is population vulnerability, looking at the racial makeup of the neighborhood, rentership versus ownership, rent burden or cost burden, language ability, which is a proxy for immigration status, things like that. And then the other 2 dimensions look at the last 10 years and what's happened in terms of gentrification over time. So increases in white populations, wealthy and educated populations, as well as housing market appreciation and the current value of homes. And those are all put together in this index. Next slide, please. And there's this kind of typology that was created for each neighborhood. They fall into a category of displacement risk. The first 1, 2, and 3 are at risk of displacement neighborhoods at different stages. There's potential risk and early stage displacement, still havens of affordable housing that exist in that neighborhood, up into active displacement, which are neighborhoods that have seen gentrification already, but still have vulnerable populations that can be displaced. And then 4 and 5 are more exclusive neighborhoods where there's been gentrification already or have historically just been affluent neighborhoods and don't have affordable housing. Next slide, please. So this is the map that we developed of the county. So a couple things to point out here. First is the coastal boundary zone. You can see that a lot of the hotspots for displacement risk are within the boundary zone. And as you can see, going into the more mountainous rural areas, there's a lot more exclusive neighborhoods. In the south of the county, Watsonville is a concentration of affordable housing and vulnerable populations. And then in Santa Cruz City, we see kind of a patchwork where there's pockets of neighborhoods at risk of displacement, kind of flanked by more exclusive neighborhoods. Next slide, please. So just to zero in on this area where we are here, there are the multiple types of neighborhoods around us. The blue star is the Dream Inn. But yeah, like Miriam mentioned, Lower Beach Flats and Lower Ocean is a neighborhood that is a continued haven of affordable housing in Santa Cruz with higher Hispanic population and service worker communities. But above it is the downtown area that's experienced active gentrification with luxury housing coming in. So that's categorized as an active displacement zone. And then around it are a lot of exclusive communities. Next slide, please. And we've been speaking about short-term rentals, and I think this area definitely is influenced by short-term rentals. So this is mapping the Airbnbs of the area, which, as we've heard, are removing rental housing from the market already. These are active listings in this zone. And next slide, please. So looking towards the future, these are the sites that are in the pipeline for new buildings that will come into the downtown area. Some of this includes affordable housing, but a lot of it will be market rate housing. So just thinking about this mapping of displacement risk overlaid by the short-term rentals and the new housing coming in, the ways that these dynamics will affect displacement for the vulnerable populations in these neighborhoods. One thing to point out is, given there's already lax regulation of short-term rentals that we're seeing in Santa Cruz, many of the new residential buildings may be seen as investment opportunities for further short-term rentals. So just visualizing all of those factors together, looking towards the future. So as we consider the future of Santa Cruz, we have to consider not just housing stock, but the types of housing, where it's placed, and for whom. And if we don't put protections in place, new developments may continue to segregate this region along race and class lines. And then next, our final slide.
Together.
Okay.
So, and I can't read the slide in it.
Oh.
Recommendations, which had to do.
You need to pull up the mic.
Okay, thanks. Can you read the first one? Thanks. Yeah. Oh, here. I'm going to go to our last slide. Thank you, guys. All right. So, yes, more research on housing and displacement pressures and dynamics on the California coast. It's wonderful to have this initiative at UCSC, but this would be something that would be wonderful to think comparatively about and statewide. And a 3 Ps approach to policy and planning, balancing new building with housing preservation and protections, as Elena just said, expansion and enforcement of regulations that exist to preserve affordability alongside expanded support for providers of non-market and social housing by state nonprofits, employers, and unions, and perhaps bringing new folks in to and supporting that and encouraging that that housing production and preservation by other actors. And of course, multi-scalar interventions, including local and regional coordination, as well as a new role for state agencies like the California Coastal Commission. So it is our great honor to share this with you, and we look forward to any discussion and questions. Thank you so much.
That was terrific. Thank you so much, Professor Greenberg and Elena Losada. Appreciate you both so much. I think at this time, what we're going to do is take a short bio break, 10 minutes. We'll come back with the rest, the local perspectives panel, the staff, and public comment. We'll be back at 10:55. Testing, testing. All right, everybody. Let's resume this very informational hearing. Get our commissioners back.
We're here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You got a quorum.
All right, we have a quorum. We're going to return to Ms. Kirkby and the local perspectives panel. Wanted to let you know that we're going to have 40 minutes for this panel, and we are going to put up the clock so everybody has an idea of sort of where we are. It'll be 10 minutes per speaker. And again, we're so appreciative. Ms. Kirkby, and it's going to be Ms. Kirkby and Paul McDougall, who is also with HCD. Of course.
Thanks, everybody. So no slides for us this go around. But just to kick us off, This is our local perspectives panel, and the role that we're kind of talking about here from the HCD perspective is our housing element role. So kind of you've been hearing about me talk, excuse me, through that chain of events of setting the housing need, having that be allocated out to each local government. And then they have this obligation to do an 8-year-long, 5 to 8 year long.
Excuse me 1 minute. Could we turn the volume up and also the clock? I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Oh, no, go for it.
We want to make sure we hear every word you say because it's so fantastic.
So
Okay,
it's thrilling.
there we go.
No, I love housing policy. I won't hide it. I do want to make sure Paul is here. Paul, can you make sure you have panelist ability to talk? All right, I'll keep talking, but Paul, try and
Paul
get on.
McDougall.
Paul McDougall.
He's being brought in now.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Awesome. What you'll hear a little bit from Paul today is what it's like for us to do a housing element in the coastal zone, and working with those local govs, and some of the ways that we collaborate with the Coastal Commission, as well as the way things have kind of changed over time. So if Paul, just kind of come on screen whenever you're actually here and I'll stop talking. All right, great. Don't want to steal Paul's thunder. All right, I'm gonna transfer it to Paul, who's basically the unit chief. I don't know if there's a best word out there, the czar for housing elements at HCD, and a personal mentor of mine. So I'm glad you all get to hear from him a little bit on the background here. Paul, take it away.
Thank you. Taking
Oh,
Megan.
good, there he is. Hi, welcome.
And thank you. Thank you very much, Commission. Thank you to staff as well for allowing us the opportunity to be here today, as well as assembling a fantastic panel. We are sorry we're not in the Santa Cruz today, really. I was thinking maybe a walking tour with Lee, but maybe we'll get a virtual one. But nonetheless, I just want to say thank you all. I was going to kind of go over a spiel like who HCD is and really our major functions. But just instead, in the interest of time, looks like I only have 8 minutes now. I'll just say that I'm with planning grants and incentives, which is one small piece of what Megan directs, and one small piece of the department. We do a lot of the housing element reviews. We do planning grants, we do incentive programs, and we do the pro-housing program that you all helped us with. When I heard Sarah talk about all those fantastic units that were built in 1978 between 1981, well, I got to go through a little bit of history too. But I think in the interest of time, we'll condense it. But I will say, our pathway to coordination, when I first came on board with HCD, over 20 years ago, we did not directly coordinate that much. I think we fired letters off at each other related to density bonus law in its early formation, but we didn't directly coordinate. And I think I'm going to argue that ADUs is what brought us together. ADUs, it comes from the 1980s. It used to be a special use permit, and then eventually we figured that out, that was evil. And in 2003 or so, we decided to make it a ministerial permit. And all local governments thought the world was going to implode, but it didn't. And largely because, that 2003 version, while it streamlined processes, it still allowed flexibility for where you put ADUs, how you go about parking requirements. But fast forward 10 plus years later, with our escalating housing crisis, as well as climate environmental, there was new legislation in 2017. There's a huge amount of housing legislation that came around in 2017, and it completely changed the rules. It was no longer just ministerial. It was like, those parking things that you said you may do. No, you shall reduce parking. You shall not require parking in circumstances. You shall require ADUs across many areas. As a matter of fact, if you're converting existing uses, there really shouldn't be any requirements. And so when those changes occurred, that really strengthened our opportunities to coordinate, because those types of issues of location, parking, what have you, really intersects our missions: housing, protecting the coast for all Californians. And when we created a memo with the new ADU laws, we engaged with the Coastal Commission, and the Coastal Commission also created some memos talking about kind of the flow of how you go about this process, and coordinated with us too. And from there, we started to kind of learn, that we have shared values in terms of, a better place for all Californians, but also we learned each other's interests. We sometimes ensures our fundamental policies, and we built on that momentum. And more recently, we actually have a committee. I don't know if we call it a committee. I don't even think we actually have a name, but every 2 months, more of the technical staff, we do meet, and we meet on a variety of ways so we can better coordinate and better harmonize our objectives, our missions. And I think we've had some successes. We've done well. We're working on a variety of different topics. Some of the things that have really risen to the top is around housing elements. I'll talk about that in a little bit. But a few examples. One, carpinteria. We're starting to learn how to coordinate earlier in the process. That's mainly around the suitability sites, how sites are better situated for development, but also not in conflict with local coastal policies such as ag conversion. We will be coordinating on Coronado. That's a jurisdictions that we're engaged with due to a lack of compliance. But we know that they're going to probably need to rezone, and we know if we're going to actually make sites available and that can be developed, the zoning needs to be available, and that's going to need to be an LCP amendment. We need to get that done as soon as possible. So we're actively working with you all. And another one, just that comes to mind, but there's been many others, is Half Moon Bay, where there just appears to be some antiquated policies that are somehow baked into the LCP, and we need to loosen that up while we're also balancing and harmonizing coastal policies. And so some other areas, from time to time, we work on projects together. Sometimes there's projects that comes to you all where there's a lot of attention, and we at least try to share information. Sometimes we're able to coordinate. Sometimes we're able to at least understand the facts of the situation to better our decision making, whether it's independent or together. We also coordinate on LCPs a lot, LCP amendments. Done some good work in Trinidad around water supply issues. And I really think one thing I think of is like the Monterey County LCP amendment. That's where we kind of unlocked a certain approach to parking and the ADU law. And, there's a bunch of other things that we've coordinated on. We've coordinated around the pro-housing designations. We didn't get in too much, but that's just a program where we have rules, points. If you're pro-housing, then you get better access to funds. We certainly would appreciate the partnership of the commission in terms of maybe opening up some of your programs for pro-housing designations, because we've incorporated quite a bit some of the policies that relate to your mission. But one thing and we've done some things around legislative implementation related to SB 9, what have you. But what we're working on now is really trying to look at guidance for local governments that comes from both of us with a unified voice. This is how to best coordinate. This is how to best manage the objectives of housing, climate, environmental in terms of the coastal zone, and how we can really avoid situations that cost us all time and resources, and have better harmonized programs. With that, I got a minute left. I'll just quickly say, sorry about this, but one key highlight that we have is the housing element and LCP amendments. HCD is reviewing, we're mandated to review all 535 plus jurisdictions in about a 3-year span. We're reviewing those right now, finished with reviewing them. We have programs in those plans that have timing associated with it. Timing where there's not quite a clarity actually between the LCP amendments and rezoning, different things like that, but there's 3 fundamental areas. One is sites and marina. that oftentimes you have to rezone for. That's to be done in 1 year or 3 years. Statute's unclear whether that includes an LCP amendment. We would like clarity, but unless it's not there. Another is zoning for a variety of types. We look for ministerial processes. We look for ministerial processes for permanent supportive housing, low barrier navigation centers, emergency shelters, and a variety of other things. That usually means an LCP amendment. And lastly, the affirmatively furthering fair housing. When we look at affirmatively furthering fair housing, we have 4 areas: segregation, integration. We have disproportionate housing needs that includes displacement risk. We have access to opportunity. We have concentrated areas of poverty, concentrated areas of affluence. And that usually, will need actions for displacement risk, for housing mobility, choices and affordability across more geographies. And that too will oftentimes lead to more LCP amendments and more need for coordination. With that, sorry that we couldn't go into more detail, but hopefully you invite us back. And thank you for this opportunity. And I we look forward, ACD looks forward to working with you all in the future.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kirkaby, Mr. McDougall, incredibly valuable information. And of course, you have a permanent invitation. But this is a big issue for the commission. It's going to obviously continue to be for the indefinite future. So thank you very much. Next is Nevada Merriman, Director of Policy, Mid-Penn Housing, Affordable Housing Developer. Thank you.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here today. I'm Nevada Merriman. I'm the Director of Policy with Mid-Penn Housing. Mid-Penn's mission, just looking at the slide here, excuse me, is to provide affordable housing for people. Virtually all of our projects since over the past 50 years are 100% affordable housing. Our goal is to serve people who are in need and give them an opportunity to live in dignity and mutual respect, and to use housing as a platform to change the arc of their lives, to contribute, be in our communities, to strengthen communities, to strengthen our job centers. We manage over 8,000 homes in 12 counties. Our portfolio that impacts your particular zone. Excuse me, my computer's freezing for a second here.
Ms. Merriman, could you point the mic just towards your mouth a little bit more?
Yeah, sorry. Is that better?
Yeah, just make sure
Okay.
it's pointed towards you.
So we operate 127 properties and have over 8,000 homes. And in the coastal zone, we've completed 6 projects over the past few decades, and we have 3 additional projects coming online. The state housing landscape has changed drastically, which we just heard. It's never been a more hospitable environment to entitle affordable housing, and the state has been at this for a long time. So housing elements are a very powerful tool. In this last session, we were able to work with our local partners to identify 17 different sites in our 12 counties. These are now going to be zoned for intended use. They're going to be brought to our communities much more quickly because of not having to go and ask for general plan amendments to change zoning. The state density bonus law, that's something that also has been around for my entire lifespan. Virtually all of our projects at Mid-Penn have used this, but the context in which we're using it now is completely changed. There were very precious few sites that local governments control. So with every site that they do have available, they really have to look closely as to how many homes they may be able to plan for and bring to their communities. So maximizing the housing potential on these few opportunities is critical. There's also many new streamlining and ministerial tools, which you've heard a little bit about today, and I will move through quickly so as to get to our examples. Can we go to the Jesse Street slide, please? One more. Thank you. Less than a mile away, there's a 50-unit project. We purchased in the late 1990s. It was 22 homes in a hotel at the time. And it's been reimagined with the city for special needs housing and people exiting homelessness. Next slide, please. In working with our city partners to evaluate the different pathways we could take, there was a real
We need the
open.
next slide. Thank you.
Thank you. It was a
Next
real-
slide. Thanks. Oh, did you? Okay.
Oh, can we go back? It's actually back one.
I
Sorry.
didn't know that you heard.
Thank you. There we go. In working with our local government partner, there was a real receptivity to looking at these new tools. I would just want to correct that although the project was able to look at 2 new tools, one to increase density and one AB 2162 that allows for ministerial processing for special needs housing, we also were required to obtain a coastal development permit. And that for that reason, we weren't fully able to realize the ministerial benefits of AB 2162. We'll go to the next slide, please. This Jesse Seat project adds 28 homes, and that's wonderful. But the backdrop of these additional homes coming online is dire. We estimate that there's over 6,000 affordable homes needed. The county lost over 900 homes to fire. And as Dr. Greenberg mentioned and brought in the information about the National Low Income Housing Coalition's Out of Reach report, this region's kind of leapfrogged over San Francisco, is now the most expensive in the country. Next slide. Okay, so there's a lot to celebrate here. We have an LCP that is, basically in the contemporary era, which is more than we can say for many. It's been carefully considered, lots of innovation, great staff that's worked together. We think of this as a success story. And, there's some opportunities to really think about what can we pull out of this experience and lift up that could be made available to other communities that we would like to develop in. Also, how can we support and incentivize these LCP updates? Because that's the bubble from which we're building in. If we go outside, it's a very long process to consider that. If we're trying to think about practical ideas, there's a couple that this commission could really set into place. It may be too far out there to think, but if there was an existing map of coastal resources maintained by the commission staff itself that was made available to every jurisdiction, it would make it easier to find out and identify these sites that are really good infill sites that have no impact on coastal resources up front, and could make it clearer for us, clearer for our local partners to come in and make the findings. And then potentially be able to access these streamlining tools that exist. So this is threading the needle, opportunities to connect the dot, opportunities to exert leadership up and down. So if we're thinking of the state here and our local governments here, it needs to align at every step of the way. And because I'm the only developer that will talk to you today, I just want to talk a little bit about assessing risk. So at every moment where there's a fork in the road and you're not sure what path to take, that's a moment of development risk. If there's a lack of clarity, if there's a potential discretionary action that may be exploited to delay the project, all of these are things that we analyze very carefully. So you are probably aware that we're in a high interest rate environment. Construction continues to escalate 0.5% to 1% per month. So while it was wonderful collaboration that the Coastal Commission and city staff went back and forth to understand for a year how we could do this, that adds real cost to a project. You might say it's only 6 to 12%, but that's cost that comes back to our local governments to fill those gaps. And it's a cost to our community because that extra year means that those homes are also going to be bumped out in the same kind of time frame. So it's something that the business considerations of this ultimately are either incentivize or disincentivize your development partners to even dream of bringing something like this to life. Okay, want to talk about the next project. Next slide. This is our Moss Beach project in the mid-coast of San Mateo County. Okay, a few things to look at. The LCP of record is high, medium density, and we are asking for lower density. The LCP of record is 148 homes. We're asking for 71 homes, so lowering the intensity in two key areas. And then the affordability was initially 35%, and we are upping that to 100%. This is for folks who live or work in the county, low-income families, and then 18 homes for agricultural workers. The timeline's been long, but we love the site's credentials. So it was in the first LCP. It's been identified as a priority site for housing 7 times since then. It was in the first housing element. So we think it has all the makings for a perfect site. And when it came time to really pursue it, we did a lot of community outreach. There was considerable pushback. And it left us kind of scratching our heads. We're like, we're doing a less intensive project. We hope that it could be that could then follow that we would be having less of a impact on coastal resources. And even still, an LCP amendment is needed. So next slide. We're not going to spend too much time on this one. Can we go to the process map? There we go. That's how we got to an LCP amendment. That is not going back for the coastal development permit. It was just a very long runway to get to you. Now, by the time we got to you in the fall of 2020, staff did a great job. We came back in the spring. It was a wonderful hearing. The commission really embraced the project. It was an embodiment of your values. It was heartening in the midst of the pandemic to hear that. And we have a long runway ahead of us. Since that action was taken, the Resist Density Group, as they are calling themselves, has filed a lawsuit. It took 2 years for Superior Court in San Francisco to deny the petition, and they've again appealed that. So we have an uncertain long runway ahead of us since the 2021 action that this commission took.
Ms. Merriman, are you close to completing?
I am.
All right.
So again, this is housing for farm workers and low-income workers. If you could go to the slide that says coastal needs. There we go. It's been well established that this is a huge identified need, that this is a job center with no housing. Next slide so I can conclude. And so I bring us back to the basics. If the project is down zoning, could there be more flexibility written into these LCPs? What would have happened if there was no minimum density and we could have looked at thoughtfully planning with the community and just really moving right to coastal development permit? And what could be done in terms of providing best practices and guidance to your local partners such that the flexibility needed to really incentivize and produce affordable housing is understood, considered, and codified into this bubble, if you will, of really the constraints with which we have to work in. So thanks very much for your time.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much for everything you do. I know coming from Sonoma County, you guys are very involved up there and have some great projects. So I wanted to express my gratitude for that as well.
Thanks so much.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
And I'm sure we'll have lots of questions. Next is Jing Yao, Planning Manager, City of Santa Monica.
Good morning. Just waiting for the slides to come up.
Morning.
You can go ahead and go to the next slide. So good morning. I'm very pleased to be here today to share Santa Monica's housing work. We take great pride in our work in this arena to ensure housing opportunities across the spectrum. But first, just a brief introduction to Santa Monica for those who are not familiar. Next slide, please. So Santa Monica is a city of 92,000 on 8.3 square miles on the west coast of LA County. We welcome about 20 million visitors to the coast annually, and we're a major regional job center. We have jobs in sales hospitality, the tech industry, entertainment, education, and healthcare. We're a city where 71% of our households are renters. Rent control was established by our voters in 1979, and we have 27,000 rent-controlled units in Santa Monica, which represents over 60% of our rental housing stock. We've never shied away from doing our fair share of providing housing opportunities on the coast. It's a core value to Santa Monica, and we particularly emphasize preventing displacement of our existing residents through tenant protections, providing a diversity of housing opportunities, and establishing long-term affordability. We do this through a combination of housing preservation and housing production, and I'll get into that in this presentation. Next slide, please. Over the past 40 years, we've taken meaningful actions to ensure equitable and inclusive housing access, starting with the establishment of rent control in 1979, another voter measure in 1990 that requires that 30% of new multifamily housing be affordable to low and moderate income households, the adoption of an inclusionary housing ordinance in 1998, and strong tenant protections that include just cause evictions, tenant harassment regulations, and notice of tenant buyouts. The city prohibits short-term rentals, vacation rentals, and instead has a home share ordinance. This ensures that short-term vacation rentals do not decimate our rent-controlled housing stock in the coastal zone. We also prohibit source of income discrimination that's enforced by our city attorney's office, and our residents have voted to tax themselves to fund affordable housing. In recent years, we've provided rental assistance to our residents, and we've provided cash-based assistance to low-income seniors through a pilot program. These housing programs are rooted in the belief that affordable housing can come not just from new construction, but also through preservation and preventing the displacement of residents. Next slide, please. So let's take a look at the state of housing in Santa Monica. Next slide, please. So as a highly desirable place to live on the California coast, housing costs in Santa Monica are among the highest in the nation. Median price for condos and single family homes are in the millions. And note that this data is from 2019. So very likely these prices have increased substantially since then. Median rents are similarly very high in the city. You can see $3,200 is median rent. Next slide, please. I spoke previously about the work involved in helping Santa Monica residents stay that way, but as a major job center, our economy is supported by a workforce of 91,000, with only 9% of those living and working in Santa Monica. 42% of our commuters earn less than $40,000, but in order to afford a two-bedroom apartment, you need to make at least triple that. Next slide, please. So let's take a look at how affordable housing is produced. Next slide. It comes through a combination of private capital and public assistance. Santa Monica maintains a local housing trust fund that provides loans to nonprofit housing providers who then leverage that with other public funding sources to produce 100% deed-restricted affordable housing. The trust fund is funded by in lieu fees, a half-cent transaction and use tax, sales and former redevelopment agency assets. You can see in the graphic there how these two sources have worked to provide both market rate and affordable housing. Next slide. And in terms of the private capital front, that is done through the inclusionary housing program, otherwise known as our affordable housing production program. As I mentioned, that was established in 1998. And that has resulted in approximately 38% of all multifamily development since 1994 as affordable in the city. What it does is it requires developers of market rate housing in the city to provide 15% of the project's units as affordable units, or for smaller projects, basically 6 units or smaller, they have the option to pay an in lieu fee. Otherwise, those units must be provided on-site or off-site. Next slide, please. I'm now going to run through just a range of affordable housing examples showing the different ways that they can be produced through loans that have been funded through our Housing Trust Fund and funding new construction and what we call acquisition rehabilitation, and to highlight an example of housing preservation. Next slide, please. So this is all in addition to a very healthy pipeline of market rate and affordable housing that's been produced over the decades. We have a certified 6-cycle housing element with ARENA of 8,895 units. of which approximately 70% has to be affordable. As of last month, we currently have approximately 5,800 housing units either approved, in construction, or pending review at the moment, and those will all count towards our 6-cycle RHNA goals. Note that all of the examples I'm going to run through here are in the coastal zone, and they range in terms of unit mix from studios to large family housing. So we're looking at like 3-bedroom units, demonstrating that living near the coast is and should be accessible to all. Almost all these projects have ocean views, or they're just a stone's throw from the sand. Next slide, please. So the first example here is 430 Pico Boulevard, and you can see on the map where it's located, basically 4 blocks to the coast. This was 32 units. It was completed in 2013, an example of new construction family housing. The city provided a $10.9 million loan to the nonprofit affordable housing provider. Next slide. Next example here is an example of a public-private partnership. This was city-owned land, and we partnered with the related companies. They were selected as the developer partner. And in this case, this is 160 units of affordable housing, lots of family-sized units there. The city provided here a $19.4 million loan to the affordable housing provider. This is also made possible by 158 market rate condominiums that make up the other half of the project. This project is in our Civic Center and was completed in 2014. Next slide, please. Next example is an example of an acquisition rehab. We're highlighting this one because it was kind of a good deal in the end. It was a $4.5 million loan to allow a nonprofit to acquire a 13-unit property. This was a property that was under threat of tenant eviction, demolition, and redevelopment for condos. And through the city's intervention in partnership with a nonprofit, we were able to save this housing and through an acquisition rehab. Next slide, please. This here is an example of 419-1616 Ocean Avenue. This was a pair of city-owned properties that were transferred to a nonprofit. This occurred after the dissolution of redevelopment, and the city funded the rehab, basically bringing units up to code through a $5.7 million loan to a nonprofit. 1616 Ocean Avenue, you can see on the bottom right there, is actually kind of right at the entrance to the Santa Monica Pier. And that's a zero emission, all electric, net zero energy building, also providing obviously 100% deed restricted affordable units in that building. Next slide, please. Last example I'll run through here is an example of housing preservation. This is Barnard Park Villas. 61 units of housing for very low income seniors. This is across the street from the beach. And I'm highlighting this one, it's because it's an example where the city didn't actually contribute dollars, but instead sold this to a private entity with a restriction that the city has a right of first refusal to purchase it back for $1 upon expiration of the deed restriction. The project has this one has project-based rental assistance from HUD, so it's a win-win for tenants and landlords. The tenants pay no more than 30% of their income, and the landlords receive market rent. The right of first refusal clause here ensures the long-term affordability of these units, which is, the major goal for the city. Next slide, please. So almost concluding here, looking ahead to what's next. Next slide. Since the dissolution of redevelopment, securing funding for affordable housing has been a challenge. To that end, we've had to be judicious in how we leverage our housing trust fund dollars for affordable housing. And one of those ways is combining that with city-owned land. In our 6-cycle housing element, the city is committed to accommodate 1,800 affordable units across city-owned properties located throughout the city, including the coastal zone. Pictured here is one of our downtown parking structures that's been demolished for an affordable housing project, of which 50 units must be permanent supportive housing. We also combine that with a streamlined approval process for housing projects in the city. That's been placed for a number of years already, and it creates certainty in the approval process because there are no public hearings. In our certified housing element, we've also created a moderate income housing overlay, which is a local incentive program for moderate income housing units targeted at an income level that has no public funding and historically has been very difficult to produce. We remove zoning barriers by allowing flexibility in unit mix size and providing a local density bonus. Next slide. And I'll conclude now with thanking you for allowing me the opportunity to share Santa Monica's work in this arena. And we look forward to partnership with the Coastal Commission through our ALP update process to establish clarity in the housing approvals process in accordance with state law and to ensure that our proposed policies support the city's work in this arena. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And as I'm sure you know, we added to your affordable housing stock as a result of our decision last night, right on Ocean Avenue. So it's challenging, of course, but I think everyone was pleased with the outcome. And thank you for all the work you're doing in the city to create affordable housing. Next will be Lee Butler, Director of Planning and Community Development here in the city of Santa Cruz.
Thank you, Chair Hart and Commissioners. Good morning. I'm Lee Butler, Director of Planning and Community Development for the City of Santa Cruz. And I really appreciate you having me here today and hosting this discussion. Next slide, please. I'm going to cover these topics here and we're just going to jump right in. This has been a great year for the city. Next slide, please. We received the state's pro-housing designation, and as of one of 30 cities or jurisdictions in the state, we have the 5th highest score of those jurisdictions on the pro-housing application. Next slide, please. We met our 5th cycle RENA targets in every income category and actually exceeded those substantially, with 53% of the units that we produced being affordable over the last 8 years. We've got a big step ahead of us with 5 times the RENA targets in this next cycle. Next slide, please. We're off on the right start, though. Just on Tuesday, our council adopted our housing element, and we worked with Paul, who you heard from earlier, and his team. They were excellent to work with. We've got a letter from them saying we comply with state housing element law, so we're going to be certified on time by our deadline, which is tomorrow. Next slide, please. And we also have 3 city-led 100% affordable projects that were either entitled or are under construction in our downtown. Next slide, please. Your team is going to go through all the different state legislation that you've got. This is just a snapshot of this year. Next slide, please. But I do want to talk with you about some perspectives on the state legislation. We heard from the nonprofit developer, and what developers want is clarity and certainty. They want a fast process and they want low costs. And the state has been implementing things to address that in their legislation. We also sometimes hear that we only need affordable housing, but we know that any new housing helps make all housing more affordable. We heard that from David Garcia today with the Turner Center. And next slide, please. The State Legislative Analyst Office agrees. This is back from 2016, where they say construction of market rate housing reduces housing costs for low income households and consequently helps to mitigate displacement in many cases. Affordable housing is best, but we need housing at all income levels, and we do not have enough subsidies to just produce affordable housing. Next slide, please. So let's talk about some of this recent state legislation. First, Housing Accountability Act. The updates to that have prevented cities from reducing the number of units or denying projects. This has been a game changer. Councils have done their job. They've responded to their constituents. Constituents have traffic or parking concerns, and councils say, we hear you. What can we do? We can reduce those number of units and lessen that impact on you. But what does that do? Sometimes that makes just the project goes forward and there are fewer units. Sometimes the project will not pencil and it doesn't go forward at all. Other times it has an even worse effect, which is the applicants decide not to even proceed, because who wants to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on entitlements just to get to the end and find out you've got fewer units and you can't build the project? Again, it's the certainty that this legislative change has helped to address. Next, the density bonus. The recent density bonus law changes have increased the allowable percentages of increase from 35% to 50%. As of January 1, there's going to be 100% in density bonus that will be allowed. This has been really critical in the city of Santa Cruz to making projects pencil out, particularly because we have a very high inclusionary rate. And what we have seen is with the density bonus, we get deeper levels of affordability and not necessarily more units, but we get very low income units rather than rather than low income units. So 50% AMI, area median income, instead of 80% area median income. That could shift where we're also getting more units as well at the moderate income level with the new January 1 changes associated with the 100% density bonus. I want to point out that we have harmonized our density bonus with the LCP in a very simple way that I think can be replicated across the state. We've essentially said that we have to meet all of the LCP criteria. So you cannot affect, negatively impact sensitive habitat. You cannot negatively impact access, but you can deviate from the numeric standards in the plan. So we can increase height, we can reduce setbacks, but we can't do so in a manner that's going to violate the Coastal Act provisions. One line that we put into our into our LCP that helped us do that. Next, parking. We've been pushing the envelope in terms of parking. Parking is costly, both in terms of construction costs and in terms of space on a site, and opportunity costs that could go towards housing instead of housing vehicles. So we've been pushing, and we've made some compromises with the coastal staff as well, recognizing that access is important. For example, we approved no parking for ADUs citywide. Working with your staff, we have a small area along the coast where we still require parking for ADUs. Affirmatively furthering fair housing. That's a key approach from the state, requiring all cities to right wrongs of the past and address housing discrimination that has occurred. We have a whole range of things that we're doing, like tenant protections and an affordable housing trust fund. For the sake of time, I won't get into those right now, but that's such a great move that the state has done to address these historical challenges that are built into our current system. And then last, streamlining. Bills like AB 2162 that you heard from Mid-Peninsula Housing, they give us a ministerial process for 100% affordable projects with 25% supportive housing. There is still that postal permit process. And so there are some opportunities there. Same thing with the new SB 35, which is SB 423 that takes effect on January 1. So just generally and overall, we are very supportive of the direction that the state has been going, and it is doing a lot to promote housing and affordable housing. Next slide, please. Moving on to things we've done locally, the objective standards you recently passed help provide certainty. They also increased residential densities by rezoning various corridors throughout the city, east, west, and north, south. Next slide, please. The 2018 height increases that your commission approved stimulated a substantial amount of new development that I'll talk about momentarily. Next slide, please. We're also looking at expanding further to the south in our downtown area with some slight increases in height and FAR on a limited number of properties. We're proposing some increases in height and FAR. We're growing up in our downtown to reduce development pressures on open spaces, agricultures, and sensitive habitat. And because downtown has the highest concentration of jobs, housing, goods, entertainment, and transit in the region, it's the most sustainable place to grow in the region. Next slide, please. So a lot of these changes have spurred a lot of development in the city. We have 2,700 units in process. 930 of those are affordable. That's 34% of our pipeline projects. Next slide, please. The next 5 slides are all projects that are a result of those height increases that we did back in 2018 with your commission. This one has 100% market rate. Why is it 100% market rate when we've got 20% affordable inclusionary? Next slide, please. That is because this project immediately to the south received a land dedication. Rather than putting units on site, they gave us land and we built more units. We built deeper levels of affordability. We built larger units so that families can be there. And we've got low-cost medical providers in there. You can see the construction progress in the picture on the left there. Next slide, please. This is immediately to the north of that, another 100% affordable project the city has going. Next slide, please. This one is immediately east of there, which is a market rate project with inclusionary units on site. Next slide. This one is the immediately north of that, and you can see how we're engaging the Riverwalk there, and you saw the paseos in that last slide. that lead to the Riverwalk. Next slide, please. So all those prior ones were in the area where we increased the height limits. Here's just outside the coastal zone, but also in our downtown, 100% affordable. Next slide, please. This one also 100% affordable, city-owned land and city project. Next slide, please. Just up the street here, market rate project. Next slide. Right across the street, you just approved this with the NSI determination a couple of months ago. And next slide. And I am almost there. If I could get to my, thank you so much. Then you heard Minpin talk about the Jesse Street project. Again, 100% affordable project there. Next slide. We've got all of our projects listed on our website. The next slide would be great. And then the following one is my conclusion. The next slide. Great. So we're talking about successes, challenges, and opportunities. So successes, increased capacity, stimulated housing production. The increased density bonus allowed some of those projects to pencil. So the combination of those two helped us produce a lot of this housing downtown. We would not have met our RENA targets had we not had those capacity increases, and we wouldn't have gotten those projects without the density bonus. Parking reductions have been really critical in stimulating development in areas outside of the coastal zone. We're seeing projects coming in that did not meet the prior. They would not have met the prior requirements, but with AB 2097, they are. So that has been a big success. And then, of course, streamlining with AB 2162 and others. Challenges. Standing up to opposition for housing is a real challenge. Many people oppose housing for many reasons, but we must build housing to promote affordability and equity. Not building housing only worsens the affordability crisis. And then Coastal Commission staffing levels. We've got great staff. We love our commission staff. They do great work. And we send so many things their way. We send a lot. And that's just my team. I'm coordinating with Public Works and Parks and Water Department. They're all sending things to the commission. And so certainly additional staff would help move these things forward. And we know timing, as we heard from the affordable housing developer, is critical. Finally, opportunities, working to increase certainty, to do additional streamlining, things like AB 423 and LCP amendments that allow for additional streamlining, like exemptions or exclusions for projects that meet certain criteria, continuing to reduce parking capacity, and as we have with our downtown plan expansion, continue to increase capacity in areas where we are not going to be, where we've got sustainable development that won't be affecting environmentally sensitive habitat or coastal access and so forth.
Thank you so much, Mr. Butler.
Thank
It's
you very much.
incredibly impressive what's
Thank you.
happening here in Santa Cruz.
Thank you
And
so much.
I'm sure all of us would be very interested to talk more with you about how that's happened, although you made it pretty clear. We need more coastal staff. No. All right, speaking of coastal staff, I'm going to return it now to staff for their presentation on recent housing legislation implementation, the coastal zone and opportunities. Do you need a clock? No. All right, thank you.
I hope not. Yes, and so that concludes our panels. Thank you so much. That was such powerful presentations today. We really appreciate it. And to round out the agenda, we do have a commission staff presentation, and it is going to give you an informational overview of just the recent housing legislation, the implementation, and the potential opportunities. So I will turn it over to Senior Legislative Analyst Sean Drake.
Thanks, Shanna, and good morning, commissioners. In the past 5 years alone, the legislature has enacted more than 125 new pieces of housing legislation aimed at increasing the availability and affordability of housing. While there is not time this morning to walk through them all, staff have identified 5 general categories of approaches that recent legislation has taken to try to promote housing. And if we could pull up the second staff presentation, please. Should be under gray. Great. We just might not see it on our end. Yeah,
Okay, that makes me feel better for making you skip slides.
that's
All right,
perfect.
here we are.
Hey, thank you so much. If
All
you
right.
can move to the next slide, please. Great, and one more, please. The first broad approach taken by several recent statutes is to add to or modify a local government's obligation related to its housing element. For example, California's no net loss law, which was passed in 2017, and the Housing Crisis Act of 2019 generally restrict a local government's ability to reduce or eliminate housing that has already been planned or built as part of that jurisdiction's housing element inventory. Other statutes use a local government's non-compliance with housing element law as a trigger for imposing regulatory processes that curtail local discretion for certain housing projects. Next slide, please. A second category seeks to promote housing production by overriding local zoning requirements. Sometimes these changes shift land that is already zoned for housing to a denser development pattern. For example, SB 9 from 2021 allows duplexes and lot splits on parcels zoned for single-family homes in urban areas. AB 68 from 2019 similarly requires ministerial approval of accessory dwelling units. Under these statutes, even though a parcel might be zoned single-family, state law now allows more than one residential unit. Other statutes expand the permissible uses on a parcel to now include housing. So, for example, the Middle Class Housing Act of 2022 allows for housing on parcels where office, retail, or parking are principally permitted use. Overall, these statutes have the intention of increasing the amount of land on which housing can be built and to increase the density of the housing that can be built there. Next slide, please. A third category of statutes removes regulatory authority over certain aspects of housing. These statutes increase the amount of housing that can be built on a parcel by removing residential design features such as parking or local design standards that can constrain the number of units in a project. Perhaps the most familiar statute in this category is state density bonus law, which allows a market rate housing project of 5 or more units to exceed local density limits and to waive or reduce other local standards in exchange for incorporating some affordable units. Next slide, please. Other statutes take a similar deregulatory approach, but instead focus on certain types of housing projects. These statutes usually involve replacing the local discretionary review process with a by right ministerial process. In a ministerial process, regulatory decisions are made by permitting agency staff based on only objective standards. One example is SB 35, which, as you heard, was recently expanded by SB 423. This statute requires any local government that is not on track to meet its RENA requirements to ministerially review multifamily projects that meet certain siting and affordability criteria. Other statutes have established ministerial processes for housing tied to certain demographics, such as farm workers, veterans, and the unhoused. Next slide, please. A fifth and final legislative approach to accelerate housing production is shortening the regulatory process. The majority of streamlining statutes do this by reducing or eliminating the role of public hearings for housing projects. This does represent a departure from traditional land use laws, including the Coastal Act, which rely on public participation as a part of due process. Proponents of streamlining bills have seen housing projects delayed or defeated by opponents during this process. So limiting or eliminating public hearings is seen as a way to add regulatory certainty as well as reduce timelines. Next slide, please. These 5 categories are one way of organizing the recent housing legislation that has come out of Sacramento, which in the aggregate represents a significant body of new law that permitting agencies are responsible for understanding, navigating, and implementing. The cumulative effect has been a gradual shift from a single broadly applied permitting process to numerous possible processes. This variety puts permitting agencies, including the Commission, in the position of identifying whether a project meets the eligibility criteria for one or more streamlining statutes before processing the project, and also keeping agency policies and procedures updated to reflect those statutes. To manage this challenge, the Commission has developed guidance documents for harmonizing the Coastal Act with certain housing statutes, and some examples are shown on the slide. Also, as you've heard, Commission staff coordinate closely with HCD staff and local governments. This guidance and coordination has informed LCP policies and CDP conditions that lead to the effective co-application of housing law and the Coastal Act. Next slide, please. In focusing those coordination efforts with state and local partners, the Commission recognizes that residential real estate on the coast carries some unique considerations. Property on the California coast is among the most expensive in the country. The average median home value is 23% higher in California's coastal counties than statewide, and even more expensive when just looking at the 1.2% of the state that comprises the coastal zone. This disparity reflects an extreme demand for coastal property that is driven by desirability, status, and individual and corporate investors. As a result, most market rate housing on the coast is out of reach for moderate and low income Californians. In the face of such extreme demand, increasing supply of all types of housing is critical, and so is supplementing new supply with additional measures that affirmatively ensure a range of affordability and prevent displacement. Strategies such as inclusionary ordinances and designing units to promote natural affordability can be effective for ensuring that housing options exist for all segments of coastal communities. LCPs can be an effective tool for ensuring that local governments are providing adequate affordable housing and meeting the requirements of state housing law. Next slide, please. Another guiding principle behind the Commission's housing work is the importance of aligning housing and California's other coastal management priorities. This is perhaps most important in the context of climate change, and specifically the impacts of sea level rise on coastal communities. State climate change guidance encourages new coastal development to minimize the risk of impacts from sea level rise. This means concentrating new housing in locations where it will be safe for the long term. Aligning housing and sea level rise policy in this way not only helps communities adapt to climate change, but it's also good for housing because it ensures that housing is being built in places where it will last and serve a community for the long term. This sort of policy alignment demonstrates that housing and other coastal priorities, such as public access, habitat protection, and climate adaptation, are not mutually exclusive. By maintaining focus on policy alignment, legislators, land use decision makers, project proponents, and the public can support laws and projects that promote multiple benefits at once. Aligning housing policy and coastal policy begins with how legislation is crafted. So now I'm going to turn it over to climate change analyst Aubrey Yost to speak to how state housing legislation interacts with the Coastal Act.
Thank you, Sean. Next slide, please. Now I'll discuss how this housing legislation applies in the coastal zone, the Commission's authority to encourage housing, what actions the Commission has taken to harmonize housing laws and to encourage housing, and some future opportunities. Next slide, please. The interaction between state housing laws and the Coastal Act has not been uniform. Many housing laws specify that they are not intended to supersede the Coastal Act, which is often referred to as a Coastal Act savings clause. Some legislation specifically states that it does not apply to sites in the coastal zone. Other legislation has superseded the Coastal Act in part. Still, other legislation is silent or ambiguous about how it applies in the coastal zone. As a result, determining how a particular housing law applies in the coastal zone can require extensive legal analysis and may not always result in a clear answer. However, the Commission and local governments have been successfully implementing both state housing laws and the Coastal Act for many years. And the Commission has issued guidance on how to align housing laws such as AB 2097, SB 9, and ADU laws with the Coastal Act. Next slide, please. The Coastal Act requires the Commission to encourage housing opportunities for persons of low and moderate income. There are some limits on this authority. As was discussed previously, the Commission's original authority to require affordable housing was repealed, and the Coastal Act prohibits the Commission from requiring that LCPs include housing policies or programs. The Commission does have the authority to encourage affordable housing in other ways, though. The Coastal Act does not specifically prohibit the Commission from imposing housing-related requirements in CDPs, and the Commission can encourage local governments to include housing policies in their LCPs. Next slide, please. Many Coastal Act policies can support affordable housing and multifamily infill development. For example, the Commission has the authority to consider environmental justice in its permit decisions. Encouraging affordable housing and multifamily housing in infill areas can also be consistent with Coastal Act policies that generally require development to be concentrated in developed areas with adequate existing services and to minimize vehicle miles traveled. These policies are why the Coastal Act has sometimes been referred to as one of the earliest smart growth statutes. Encouraging affordable housing near the coast can reduce historic and current barriers to coastal access for lower-income households and be consistent with the public access and recreation policies of the Coastal Act. The Coastal Act's hazards policies can help to ensure that new housing is safe and equitable for residents and can avoid continuing the legacy of discrimination of citing housing for lower-income households and households of color in the areas most exposed to hazards. There are a variety of other Coastal Act policies that can also be applied in a way that supports housing. Next slide, please. The Commission has a long history of encouraging housing within its authority. A comprehensive analysis of actions taken by the Commission is outside the scope of this briefing. The following examples are a small sampling of the types of actions the Commission has taken. The Commission has approved numerous partially and fully affordable housing projects. In nearly 50 years, the Commission has never denied a fully affordable housing project. Some examples of affordable housing projects approved by the Commission are shown in this slide. These links are active and the slides are available online. Next slide, please. Inclusionary housing is a practice that generally requires new residential development to provide a certain amount of housing units for lower or moderate income households. Many local governments have been proactive in proposing inclusionary housing policies as part of their LCP, which the Commission has certified. A few recent examples are shown here. Next slide, please. The Commission has also denied or conditioned projects that propose a loss of residential density in infill areas. The Commission has viewed these projects in the context of the severe housing crisis throughout the state and along the coast, and has sought to harmonize the requirements of the Coastal Act with state housing laws that limit a net loss in density, such as the Housing Crisis Act, to the maximum extent feasible. Some examples are shown here. Next slide, please. The Commission has also encouraged housing by streamlining permitting processes for a variety of types of housing projects. For example, the Commission has approved multifamily projects in infill areas through de minimis waivers. It's issued guidance recommending streamlined processes be considered for certain types of housing projects. And it's certified LCP amendments that streamline processes for ADU, SB9, and multifamily projects that create objective or reduced design standards for multifamily and affordable housing projects, and that reduce permitting requirements for housing for vulnerable populations, among other examples. Next slide, please. Looking forward, there are a variety of opportunities for the Commission to address the shortage of housing in the coastal zone. The Commission will continue to work closely with its local government partners, coordinate with HCD, and encourage housing in its decisions on LCPs and CDPs. The scale of the housing crisis also merits the Commission thinking innovatively about how to encourage housing, and particularly affordable housing, within its existing authority. I'll highlight 3 possibilities that could be explored further. First, the Commission could consider encouraging projects and LCPs to provide for workforce housing. Certain land uses, such as visitor-serving uses and agricultural uses, are prioritized in the Coastal Act. Citing workforce housing on-site or near priority uses may be one way to help ensure the continuation of these uses as the cost of housing for workers increases. Workforce housing may also be consistent with a variety of other Coastal Act policies, such as those requiring minimization of vehicle miles traveled. And it can align Coastal Act requirements with state housing requirements like those in the Housing Element Law. Second, the Commission could emphasize the connection between affordable housing and the public access and recreation policies of the Coastal Act. Affordable housing gives lower income households the opportunity to use and enjoy the coast in a way that reduces barriers these households often otherwise face due to the history of exclusion from living on the coast and the increased cost and time required to travel to the coast from inland areas. Lastly, the Commission can continue to provide guidance on how housing laws can be harmonized with the Coastal Act. For example, as a public agency, the Commission has a mandatory duty to affirmatively further fair housing in its programs and activities related to housing and community development. As has been discussed throughout this presentation, the affordable housing shortage is felt disproportionately by households of color who are more likely to be low-income renters than white non-Latino households, in part because of decades of exclusionary housing practices. The Commission could consider issuing guidance on how to implement the Coastal Act in a way that affirmatively furthers fair housing. These opportunities are just some of the possibilities the Commission could further explore to encourage housing. I'll now hand it back to Shanna Gray to discuss key takeaways.
Next slide, please. All right, I'm going to wrap this up with 3 key points regarding the housing issues we've been discussing today. First and foremost, the Commission is uniquely positioned to help deal with the housing issues in the coastal zone. In fact, this Commission has taken specific actions to ensure no net loss of housing in some of its more recent actions. It has encouraged local governments to increase density in core urban areas as a way of supporting housing while also protecting public resources. And it has approved hundreds of housing applications over the years, including affordable housing. This is clear evidence that housing and coastal management priorities are not mutually exclusive. Second, we recognize that our coastal communities need to support a range of housing types at various levels of affordability, but what's most needed in the coastal zone is affordable housing. And therefore, staff believes that affordable housing is an appropriate focus for the Commission. While the Coastal Act does not have the specific affordability provisions it had in the past, the Commission still has a duty to protect and encourage affordable housing and to ensure that it carries out the Coastal Act in a manner that affirmatively furthers fair housing. In addition, the Commission has a responsibility to implement and harmonize housing laws in keeping with the Coastal Act in a way that maximizes affordable housing benefits. The Commission can also explore other opportunities, as described earlier in this presentation, to increase affordable housing, which is essential to ensuring coastal public access and a sense of belonging for environmental justice communities. Finally, we'd like to acknowledge those local governments that have worked to increase affordable housing by being proactive in their efforts toward inclusionary housing, as well as through other policies that incentivize affordable housing in general. The need for coordination amongst all of the groups here today is critically important to helping the state meet its housing needs for all of its residents while prioritizing the housing needs of disadvantaged communities of color who have experienced a legacy of discriminatory land use and housing practices. That concludes today's presentation. Again, we'd really like to thank our panelists, and we've asked them to be available for any questions you may have. And of course, staff is available for questions as well.
Thanks so much, Ms. Gray, Ms. Yost, and Mr. Drake. That was really fantastic. And again, thank you so much to the panelists. We're now going to open public comment. As I mentioned earlier, we have a large number of groups and individuals that would like to testify today. Therefore, we'll begin with organizations at 3 minutes, but I do anticipate limiting that after at a certain point, and then we'll go to public comment, and we'll see how it goes, folks. And then if I hear the grumbling stomachs too loud, we'll take a break for lunch.
And I just want to clarify, we'll start with a few public officials as well. We had just a couple that have signed up to speak.
Oh, I didn't know. I wasn't aware of that. Thank you. So who have we, Bill, have you got?
Yes, we'll start with State Senator Scott Weiner. Sorry. And then Mayor, Solana Beach Mayor Lisa Hebner and Lafayette Councilmember Susan Kandau.
Thank you so much, Senator Weiner. It's such an honor to have you here, and I know we're all very grateful and can't wait to hear what you have to say.
Senator Weiner is being moved into panelist right now. Let's see. Senator Weiner, if you can hear me, please unmute and begin. There we go.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Thanks.
Great, thank you. First of all, thank you for holding this workshop today, deeply focusing on California's massive housing shortage, which is even worse in the coastal zone and doing deep harm to our state. The legislature and the governor and many local communities are working very hard to tackle the crisis. Sadly, and I'm going to be blunt here because I think we need to be in public discourse, the commission is all too often an impediment to solving this crisis. I'm just being blunt. By delaying and at times effectively blocking new housing in the coastal zone or otherwise interfering with good and carefully negotiated projects in ways having nothing to do with coastal resources. I want to stress to you the deep frustration by numerous members of the California legislature about the commission's approach toward and at times obstruction of new housing. Just yesterday, the commission interfered in what I think and others think in an extreme and unreasonable way with a 25% affordable project in Santa Monica, despite pleas from environmental champion Senator Ben Allen not to do so. The project is now more expensive. You listed that today as an approved project. Yes, it was approved, but it has been harmed and undermined. The commission and its staff at times inject themselves into housing decisions having nothing to do with coastal resources and everything to do with housing policy that is contrary to where the state has set its housing policy, including in urbanized areas like Western San Francisco and downtown Santa Monica and downtown Santa Cruz. The commission at times makes demands that have nothing to do with housing policy, such as demanding higher level percentage of affordability than local authorities and experts have determined appropriate. Respectfully, the Coastal Commission is not a housing agency. The commission needs to be, in my view, more deferential to state housing policy and to what local communities who are trying to comply with their housing obligations have determined. You can approve projects, but if it takes years and years and costs are increased, you're effectively undermining that project. I want to just end by saying we are, and we can all agree, we're in a deep crisis. I'm an admirer of the Commission's work to protect coastal resources. The Commission does some amazing, groundbreaking work, and I thank you for that. But this housing crisis is so deep, including on the coast, we have to move towards a pro-housing policy that allows us to have housing at all income levels. I ask you to please be part of that solution. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator. Next speaker.
Next, we have Solana Beach Mayor Lisa Hebner and Susan Kendall and Lynette Lee Eng. If you are in the meeting, please raise your hand or approach the podium. Mayor Hebner.
Thank you. I'm Lisa Hebner, and I'm the mayor of Solana Beach, a city of just 3.4 square miles, which is entirely in the coastal zone. We are already 52% multifamily, have a certified housing element, having zoned for all our RENA numbers, implemented policies to encourage affordable housing, including a 15% inclusionary, and reviewed and approved many housing projects, including a maximum density bonus project now being built. I'd like you to know what we're seeing on the ground. The good news is that we are seeing proposals that include some affordable units. The not so good news is that the vast majority of these projects are replacing naturally occurring affordable housing units, or NOAA, highlighting a big issue on the coast. We're actually losing affordable units because of the loss of NOAA homes, and because of this, we're losing our diversity. We are losing working class people, seniors, and people of color. These new luxury units do further damage to our communities. Once built, they become the new comps for rents in the surrounding area, where once a landlord charged $2,500 for an older two-bedroom, landlords see new two-bedroom homes going for $5,000 to $6,000 a month, resulting in huge rent increases for current tenants, displacing those working in our restaurants, hotels, landscaping, and other businesses like this. Please understand that luxury housing on the coast will not become affordable for decades, if ever. The new units we're producing are $2 to $3 million townhomes and 5 to 6K per month apartments, and it will be a long time before they come down to affordable levels. So we in the coast are stuck. We want affordable housing, but we are net losing affordable housing. We zone, we make policies to encourage, we review and approve, which is all cities can do because, as a reminder, cities don't build housing, but we are losing more affordable housing than we're gaining. Our land prices have gone up because the housing bills allow more square footage on each lot. All rents are rising because the new luxury units become the new comps. NOAA units are being demolished, displacing lower income community members, and new projects have very few affordable units. Plus, now with SB 423, which changes RENA from a planning process to a mandate to produce. With 423 removing the coastal exemption and the futility of most cities getting half their RENA numbers built in the next couple of years, the entire coastal zone will be without oversight to protect coastal resources, access to the beach, and coastal views. This is not a good situation. Commissioners, please recognize that most developers don't care about the coast or affordable housing like we do. They want profits and they'll come a lot easier without oversight, and that is scary. Please don't give our coastline to developers with the thought that you're helping the affordable housing crisis. It's not working here. We need different solutions. Stand firm on height limits on coastal access, parking requirements, and view protection. Uphold all Coastal Act standards. You'll be doing more to achieve an equitable society this way than by approving massive luxury projects. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayor.
Pardon.
Thank you.
I'm not seeing Susan Kendall or Lynette Liang, so we'll move to Del Mar Mayor Tracy Martinez, followed by the California Alliance of Locally Elected Officials Representative Michael Barnes. Tracy?
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm the mayor of Del Mar, who welcomes over 3 million beach visitors annually. Proposition 20 was overwhelmingly passed by the vote of the people. The Coastal Act intent was to protect the coastal environment and prevent our coast from becoming Miami Beach or the Jersey Shore, where you're blocked from the ocean and you can't see it, hear it, or smell it, and have limited access. Let me share with you a couple of examples of what's going on in our coastal city. ADUs are being built in front yards on R2 lots and putting public views of the ocean at risk. Many of these ADUs, or most of these ADUs, are not being used for housing. In our northern entry to our city, a 48-foot development was approved on the Bluff Overlay Zone by right. This 14-foot high bluff overlay zone was to protect the public view of a beautiful bluff as you enter our city. Now that will disappear once this development is built. It will have 38 very large, expensive luxury apartments and 10 affordable apartments. Most likely, however, the affordable apartments will be much more expensive than many of our older existing apartments in our town that currently have vacancy signs. This development will also take down 6 mature Torrey pine trees. In addition, it will be 50 foot from the lagoon instead of a 100-foot setback by code. It will also excavate and build into the bluff with no environmental study. Furthermore, there are only 105 parking spots. There is nowhere to park on the street near this development, since both Jimmy Durante and San Diego Road are 2 single-lane streets with no street parking. The lack of adequate parking most likely will cause residents to park in the Lagoon Trail head, which is adjacent to the property, limiting access to the trail for families, or park across the railroad tracks in neighborhoods that will take away parking from the beach. We do need affordable housing, but this is not the way. Our community supports affordable housing and understands that we need it. In fact, our city contributes to a rent assistance fund for our financially challenged residents. In our town, most of our land is built out. We only have 1.7 square miles of land in between 2 environmentally sensitive lagoons, the coast, and a deep canyon. This makes our RENA numbers quite challenging. Most small coastal cities are set up to fail. This will lead to penalties such as builder's remedy, because we don't have much land and we don't have financial resources like large cities. SB 423 undermines the Coastal Act and makes the approval of multifamily developments, many which meet inadequate criteria, It preempts local discretionary land use authority and bypasses CEQA and ignores public input. This will lead to tearing down older, more affordable units to build more luxury, expensive units, displacing residents who had affordable housing. This is a real concern. I truly appreciate the commission for placing this topic on the agenda today. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Barnes?
Hello, Coastal. Can you hear me? Hello, Coastal Commission members.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm representing an organization, California Alliance of Local Electeds, who are composed of both current local elected officials and former local elected officials for myself. But before I get started, I want to just make a brief personal note. I will never be able to afford any of those houses out there on that bluff. Yeah, but I can tell you, even as a young man, I could afford a surfboard and a wetsuit, and I spent many happy hours right out there at Cowles Beach. So I don't want you to forget the value of coastal access, because many people who could enjoy the beach are never going to be able to afford to live in places like that. Okay, I'm going to give you a brief rundown of my experience. And it's a little unusual, and that's why you're going to hear something from me that's a little unusual. Back in the 80s, I was a state budget and economic analyst in the state of Washington. And since dropping UC Berkeley seems to give you street cred here, I will say in the 90s, I taught economics at UC Berkeley, both as a grad student and an acting instructor. And then I had a baby, which, as many of you know who had babies, that changes your perspective on life. And so I needed to get a real job, and I ended up working for UC Berkeley. And for the last 11 years, I was the science editor for the UC Berkeley College of Chemistry, and there were some very smart people there, and they taught me how to think about problems. Whoops. Okay, I'm going to go fast. I was part of the 4th, 5th, and 6th RENA cycles. And as I told my constituents, you know, I don't do feel-good stuff. So what I want to tell you is that the 6th RENA cycle that we're in now is a scam. It creates bloated targets for housing that are so impossible to maintain that virtually every city and county out there are going to fail to meet those targets. And that's 539. And what that means is that 4 years from now, in the mid-cycle of this 6th RENA cycle, all planning becomes, and all approvals become ministerial. That means no planning and zoning, no public announcements, no public meetings. All that cities will be able to do is meet a limited set of objective standards. And those standards are very limited. So what I want to say to you is that there's a time bomb that's going to explode in state housing policy in 4 years. And I really want to encourage you to start preparing for it now, because your lives are going to get much more difficult in 4 years. Sorry for the long-winded introduction, but thank you very much for listening.
Thank you.
That concludes electeds, and we'll move to, we have one public agency representative, Jill Eckes from the Half Moon Bay Community Development Office. Jill?
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Branzi and Coastal Commissioners. I'm Jill Eckes, Community Development Director for the City of Half Moon Bay. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. As things lie, local jurisdictions with certified LCPs are tasked with harmonizing local implementation of the Coastal Act with state housing law. For Half Moon Bay, a jurisdiction wholly within the coastal zone, this matters for every single potential housing unit. We can cite many examples where this has been challenging, such as in updating the ADU ordinance, as well as in bringing forward our Cycle 6 housing element, which is currently moving through HCD's review. This commission certified a comprehensive update to Half Moon Bay's land use plan in 2021. It included housing policy and anticipation of housing element requirements and housing needs over a long planning horizon. We thank you for this. It was a good start, but we need more help overcoming regulatory constraints. Thus, we appreciate today's session and support the Commission's efforts to address housing affordability in the coastal zone and for deepening this collaboration with HCD. While we appreciate that the Commission has not denied affordable housing projects, which is wonderful, the challenges around housing affordability play out locally, which is why this collaboration is so important. Finally, in light of one of today's presentations, I will acknowledge that this commission recently certified Half Moon Bay's short-term rental ordinance. It aligns almost perfectly with the housing protective recommendations you heard earlier this morning. Commissioners may appreciate that following certification, city staff received calls from other coastal jurisdictions who are impressed with your action on this ordinance. We look forward to working with your excellent staff and the next steps we can take with you that will help local jurisdictions fulfill their housing needs in alignment with our Coastal Act responsibilities. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So we will now move to organized groups, of which we have 34.
Okay, we'll go with the first few at 3 minutes and then we'll see where we are.
Great. We have Jordan Grimes from Greenbelt Alliance, followed by Aaron Eckhouse with California YIMBY, and then Luis Mirante from the Bay Area Council.
Thanks. To the groups that are speaking, please don't just use 3 minutes because you have the opportunity to use it. If you can use less time, that'll be an opportunity for more groups to speak today. So keep that in mind. Thank you.
Jordan, you can unmute and begin. Jordan Grimes, there we go.
Yes, good afternoon. Apologies, it was the little button wasn't showing up for me there for a moment. Good afternoon, commissioners. Jordan Grimes, Resilience Manager with Greenbelt Alliance. We are a 65-year-old environmental organization based in the Bay Area focused on climate resilience and sustainable land use policy. And when we began initially in 1958, we were known as the People for Open Space. Our mission was to protect the open spaces and green spaces of the Bay Area from development to ensure that they existed in perpetuity for all Bay Area residents. Over time, we began to recognize that some of our biggest challenges in preventing the destruction of open space were around land use policy, were around how and where we were building, and a lack of infill housing driving the exurban sprawl policies and exurban sprawl that we have seen over the last 50 years. To that end, we had changed our goals and missions to really be focused around creating policy that allows for the preservation of our environment while also allowing for the creation of the affordable housing that we all so badly need. So I do want to thank the Commission for holding this hearing and appreciate the comments of Director Huckelbridge earlier in the day around creating equitable access to coastal resources and maximizing public access to the coast side, of which we strongly concur and support. While we deeply respect and support the Commission's mission, we find it necessary to express our concerns regarding the current processes and actions around housing production within the coastal zone. As an environmental organization dedicated to promoting smart growth, we believe that well-planned infill housing is crucial in addressing California's housing crisis, particularly the dire need for affordable multifamily homes, and that procedures and bureaucracy in the coastal zone currently stand as an impediment to housing production. Our concerns stem from the growing housing affordability issues that HCD, as well as Mr. Garcia from the Turner Center touched on earlier, that impact not only the welfare of our communities, but also the environment. Urban sprawl, often a byproduct of limited housing in urban cores, contributes significantly to increased greenhouse gas emissions, the loss of agricultural lands, and a strain on natural resources. Encouraging infill development in the coastal zone, especially in transit-oriented areas, could be a sustainable and will be a sustainable solution to these challenges. Right now, the majority of housing getting built in the state of California is single-family sprawl. That is incontrovertible. It is happening in the Central Valley and other exurban areas, areas that are required by their very existence to see high use of VMT. They are also areas that have high pollution burdens and high and extreme We encourage the Coastal Commission to make it
Thank
easier
you.
to build affordable multifamily
All
housing.
right, next speaker.
Thank you. Aaron Eckhouse.
Hello, thank you. My name is Aaron Eckhouse from California YIMBY. We're a statewide advocacy group dedicated to making California an affordable place for everyone to live, work, and raise a family. And we see the housing crisis here as a fundamental barrier to that being possible. The foundation of that crisis is a decades-long failure to build enough new homes here in California. We heard today how California's housing shortage is especially acute on the coast, and how that has the effect of excluding large numbers of Californians from the many environmental, economic, and other benefits that come with living in coastal areas. We heard how the legislature has recognized the need for significant changes to the housing status quo in order to address this crisis, about policies they've enacted to increase zone capacity for housing, streamline the permitting process, and otherwise make it faster, cheaper, and easier to deliver new homes, and protect renters from eviction and low-cost rental housing from demolition. And we heard from several speakers how those policies have helped to deliver more housing and more affordability, although certainly there's a lot more work to do. Unfortunately, the benefits of those new policies have not fully extended into the coastal zone. That leaves a gap in their ability to meet California's housing needs, affirmatively further fair housing, and advance equitable coastal access. We saw in HCD's presentation that coastal jurisdictions are falling even farther behind on their housing needs than the rest of the state. And when that happens, more people are pushed either into inland areas or out of the state entirely to places like Arizona, where they face longer commutes and greater exposure to environmental hazards like extreme heat. We don't believe that coastal unaffordability is inevitable, and we don't see a conflict between protecting the coast and building housing. California can have both, especially as we embrace the environmental benefits of infill housing. But we do think that addressing the housing crisis on the coast will require a change in policies and a change to the built environment of the coast. And we do see discretionary review processes as a major barrier to meeting California's housing needs. We know these processes disproportionately elevate the voices of the wealthiest and most powerful members of local communities, and that the delays and uncertainty that they contribute to in the process of home building make it harder to deliver the housing we need in a timely and cost-effective way. We need a lot more housing in California, including in the coastal zone. We need to continue making it faster, cheaper, and easier to build new homes here, including in the coastal zone. And California YIMBY is committed to ongoing work to make that happen. Thank you for addressing this issue.
Thank you. Next is Luis Mirante, followed by Rafa Sonnenfeld and Jane Natoli from YIMBY Action.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for giving me another shot at speaking today. My name is Luis Mirante. I'm Vice President of Housing Policy with the Bay Area Council, which represents about 350 employers. About a fifth of our members are involved in housing in some form. My members have not asked me to be anti-environmentalist. The Bay Area Council grants millions of dollars for climate resiliency projects across California, and our legislation was the one that created the Bay Area Conservation and Development District, BCDC, which is tasked with actually stopping bay destruction for development. I've come to make 2 points to you today. The incredible price of housing in the coast is caused by the supply of housing relative to its demand. Supply is caused by government policies that slow or obstruct development, including those of the Coastal Commission. While things like short-term rentals also limit supply, we simply need to build more. Supply and demand set the market price for housing in general, and research shows that this market price in turn causes rent burden, homelessness, gentrification, and displacement. It's really important, I think, for the Coastal Commission to take on supply as a mission of the Coastal Commission. The second point I want to make is that the Coastal Commission needs to change to meet the environmental challenges of the 21st century. When Prop 20 passed, environmentalism understandably meant that we would be skeptical of development and that our institutions should put the burden of proof on change to justify itself. It is time for the Commission to introspectively and vigorously update the anti-development reflexes of Peter Douglas and his protégés like Director Lester, because to be an environmentalist in the 21st century means to be reflexively pro-infill housing, to create processes aimed at quickly approving, not just reviewing, the renewable infrastructure needed to support housing as well. I want to work with you on that, not work against you. Your staff just today said that the Coastal Act was one of the first smart growth policies adopted in America. I think the Coastal Act can fulfill that promise, but it is not today. The Coastal Act is more specifically an anti-growth policy. And to be pro-growth, to be smart growth, it needs to accelerate home building and construction in infill areas, particularly to meet both the housing needs and the environmental needs of my generation. I invite the commission to be a leader in emphatically embracing the need for infill housing and for being a productive part of the environmentalism of the 21st century. But that requires a change in procedures, priorities, and probably statutes. I ask for your help in that. Our planet's climate and the ability of young people like me and so many others to be able to live in this state, not just to be able to buy or rent in the coast, depends on us succeeding in that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have two speakers from YIMBY Action, Rafa Sonnenfeld and Jane Natoli.
Rafa Sonnenfeld. Good afternoon. I'm Rafa Sonnenfeld, and I'm here on behalf of YIMBY Action, a national network of thousands of grassroots pro-housing activists based in California who advocate to solve our national housing shortage. While the Coastal Commission doesn't have an explicit mandate to provide affordable housing in the coast, the Commission's existing authority has significant impacts on housing affordability. One of the ways that housing affordability is impacted by Coastal Commission authority includes long delays to make final approval decisions. For example, a project to redevelop the parking lot across the street from this building here on Westcliff in Santa Cruz into housing spent over 3 years being reviewed by coastal staff after the city's CDP was approved before it received a hearing. One of the reasons that the project was appealed to the commission was because it used state density bonus law. Despite the city of Santa Cruz's LCP including the allowance of additional height pursuant to density bonus waivers, which meant that it was consistent with the LCP, the staff report spent significant space trying to justify why the commission should approve the project as if the modest height increase from the density bonus caused it to become inconsistent with the LCP. This example highlights the extraordinary uncertainty that comes with developing housing in the coastal zone. This uncertainty undoubtedly chills housing development, as the risk that a project won't be approved or will be changed in a way that makes it infeasible. Much of that uncertainty stems from the non-objective requirements that LCPs often require projects to meet. Terms like maintaining a neighborhood's character can result in the commission using its legal authority to deny good housing projects if the project doesn't promote this arbitrary idea of community character that means different things to different people. We also know that the loudest voices in the discretionary review process are more affluent neighbors, especially since the coast is wealthier than inland areas of California, and this creates barriers to building affordable housing. Much of California's coast has changed little since the Coastal Act was implemented in the 1970s. Since coastal staff encouraged jurisdictions to continue using terms like preserving coastal community character in LCPs, this results in de facto land use policies that prevent more dense development by preserving low-density 1950s and 60s era car-dependent suburban development patterns. Another example, while AB 2097 does not permit agencies to impose on-site parking for housing projects near transit, your coastal staff report earlier this year recommended that cities still impose in lieu parking fees for coastal projects anyways, as a way to increase parking supply in coastal areas. To meet our climate goals and reduce greenhouse gas emissions, we need to be making it easier for people to live without car dependency. And that means reducing the amount of land we require for parking, improving transit options, and developing denser walkable neighborhoods. The Coastal Commission should be leading on this front, but instead it's seen by many as a barrier to these goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Jane Natoli is in on Zoom, and then we're going to move to a few in-person speakers, starting with Susan Jordan, followed by Becca Ayala, and then Laura Walsh. Jane?
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Jane Natoli. I'm the San Francisco Organizing Director for YIMBY Action. I'll be brief because I think Rafa made the points really, really well. But one thing I do want to reiterate that several speakers before me have said, one of the best ways that we can ensure coastal access is if more people can afford to live in the coastal zone, which means we need more housing of all types. That's an area that we haven't seen change. I think a lot of the slides spoke to that earlier about how it's disproportionately more affluent. So we need to do our part to build more affordable homes so people can actually live there and not just worry about driving 2 hours to see the coast, but actually have access to it. I know it's a huge amenity living in San Francisco as someone who gets to see that every day. And I wish more people have that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan Jordan with California Coastal Protection Network, followed by Becca Ayala, Better Neighbors LA, and then Laura Walsh, Surfrider.
Susan Jordan, Executive Director of the California Protection Network. Next slide, please. So to reiterate, the original Coastal Act actually had a pro-housing, affordable housing policy in it, 30213. Next slide. Next slide. I'm going to skip that one in the interest of time. And it had a very vibrant, affordable housing program that, surprise, actually worked. As your staff said, they approved 5,000 affordable units, construction of 1,000 units. They protected over 1,000 units from demolition, and they collected approximately $2 million in lieu fees. Next slide. Okay, so what did the legislature do with this successful program that was producing affordable housing in the coastal zone? They took away your ability to require it. This is the legislator that Senator Scott Wiener presides in right now. And to be part of the solution, and you can see what they took out, it was 9 words and it changed the course of history. That's what happened. And as to be part of the solution, as the Bay Council suggests, the commission needs to be reauthorized to require housing and affordable housing, especially once again. Next slide, please. To be blunt, I challenge Senator Wiener's assertions, except for the last sentence he had. Okay? This commission did not cause the shortage of affordable housing in the coastal zone. It does not obstruct projects. It is not an impediment. It is desperate to require affordable housing and has come up with all workarounds to make that happen. Okay? What you do if you follow Senator Wiener's model is you remove all oversight in the coastal zone. And as you heard from the mayor of Solana Beach, what's happening? What happens when you do that? What happens is the luxury and market rate developers who have been waiting for years to get this free pass to develop in the coastal zone get it with ministerial permits and no review. So I challenge Senator Wiener. He is leading us down a terrible path. And I encourage more moderate voices, one, to do their research and look at the history and when the problems started and exacerbated in the coastal zone. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Becca Ayala,
Thank you, Ms. Jordan.
followed by Laura Walsh, and after Laura will be Celia Solis from Azul.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Becca Ayala, and I'm a policy analyst and advocate at Better Neighbors LA, a coalition of hosts, tenants, housing activists, hotel workers, and community members. I'd first like to congratulate Chair Hart and Vice Chair Escalante on your recent appointments. We look forward to your leadership on the Commission moving forward. Better Neighbors conducts data analysis and research on the short-term rental industry throughout the coastal zone and its impact on coastal communities. We believe true home sharing via hosted-only rentals is the best way to protect housing and coastal access for persons of low to moderate income. We thank the Commission for holding this briefing during this unprecedented housing affordability crisis. To help address this crisis, we urge the Commission to recognize the impact unhosted short-term rentals have on long-term housing, how Pre-Mello Act Commission policies may have prevented such impacts, and that any future statewide legislation affirmatively allow the Commission and municipalities to prohibit unhosted short-term rentals without violating Chapter 3. Unhosted short-term rentals are having a large-scale impact on housing stock within the coastal zone, while also ineffectively meeting the public access mandate of the Coastal Act. In a forthcoming report, Nick Durago of UCLA finds that unhosted short-term rentals make up 95% of the short-term rentals within the coastal zone. take up almost 6 times more of the housing stock on average compared to outside the coastal zone, and that the commission would ideally not consider most low-cost coastal accommodations. These findings are not unique and follow past research that finds short-term rentals remove housing stock and increase housing costs, including the work of Professor David Wachsmuth and other panelists featured on today's panel. This situation could have very well been avoided, and we hope further cannibalization of long-term housing is affirmatively prevented. Prior to 1981, the Commission would not typically allow for the demolition of existing housing that served persons of low to moderate income. Today, we see staff reports that allow for blue-collar communities like Long Beach to turn their existing housing into hotel rooms. As the Commission considers their approach to protecting housing in the future, we urge you to recognize that permitting unhosted short-term rentals results in the loss of long-term housing and ask that any future legislative solution explicitly allow for municipalities to limit or ban unhosted short-term rentals. We look forward to serving as a resource to the Commission and staff in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Laura Walsh, followed by Celia Solis, and then Keith Diggs.
Good afternoon. I'm Laura Walsh with the Surfrider Foundation. We're a grassroots network protecting the beach and beach access for all people. So I'm representing our members, tens of thousands of members in California, but I'm here because I engaged in this conversation in affordable housing in the legislature this year. And I became particularly concerned about that category of projects that was mentioned by your staff to streamline projects in a way that undermines the Coastal Act, because a basic premise that came up over and over again was that we have to choose between affordable housing and safely sited development. And I just remember thinking there was a really memorable quote during the Assembly Natural Resources and Water Committee hearing on SB 423. You know, a member made a quote that it was offensive to them that there wasn't enough housing in the coastal zone while everyone else was working to build housing. And I remember thinking, you know, I'm offended that the affordable housing that I would be qualified for, you know, would get sited next to a Superfund site that's going to flood by sea level rise. So I think that narrative is really a false one that I'm appreciative of having the commission step in and take a leadership role to try to kind of flesh out some of the nuances here. I want to point out that this commission has had 50 years of experience fighting for coastal access for the public and is also the lead agency who understands comprehensive sea level rise science and siting development, safe development, and people safely from climate risk. And what happens when we don't do that? A case study near where I live is Bayview Hunters Point, where the poorest people in San Francisco living in the East Bay are living next to one of the most polluted spots in the country that's very exposed to toxic contaminants that will get elevated by groundwater rise. You know, that's an example of, you know, people being sited somewhere that's unsafe, and now we're in a massive bureaucratic problem to try to solve it. And I think this commission avoided a situation like that earlier this year with its decision in Huntington Beach to not site development next to a toxic site that would be very likely to be exposed to contamination due to sea level rise. And I just want to highlight one more area where I think this commission's nuanced, thoughtful oversight is really needed, which is the city of Pacifica, where we have low-income communities and housing that, you know, has historically already been falling off cliffs. And we're seeing at the local level policies proposed to deal with that. You know, one policy that comes to mind is the city saying, let's allow illegal seawall development, but if somebody's house gets flooded, then they should hire an appraiser, determine the home's value, and if more than 25% of the home's value is damaged, then they should remove their house. So you're in the worst financial situation of your life, and you should hire someone to estimate how much damage you're in, and then you should be the one to remove your house. We all know what happens. Really, the house is going to fall off the cliff and the public beach is gone. So just appreciate the need for conscious oversight in the commission's role here. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Celia Solis from Azul.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Celia Solis, and I'm here representing Azul. I'd first like to thank the Commission and the Commission staff for holding this informational briefing today. The issue of affordable housing has been around for many years, and in recent years has been used as a tool to villainize the Coastal Act as an obstruction to achieving affordable housing. The Coastal Act is originally enacted contained enforceable provisions for the protection and provisions of affordable housing. The Coastal Commission decisively demonstrated this fact for the first 5 years of the coastal program by requiring inclusionary units to be built alongside market rate housing. Since that time, the Commission has lacked the legal authority to protect and provide affordable housing in the coastal zone, which has contributed to the widening housing gap in coastal areas. It's time to strengthen the Commission's ability to require affordable housing in local coastal programs. It's also important to note that affordable housing not only refers to moderate income households, but also low income households as well. Too often, an emphasis is placed on affordable housing that focuses primarily on moderate income households and not low income households. Lastly, I would like to state that affordable housing and coastal protection are not and should not be mutually exclusive. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much. So we have one more group here to speak, is my understanding. And then we will be taking a break for lunch, and then we'll return. At that point, we'll probably be going with a little shorter time for the group. So is that you, sir? Are you?
Keith Diggs.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Keith Diggs. I'm an attorney with YIMBY Law, one of the pro-housing groups. Want to make three underscores on points that have been made in today's presentation. One, I want to defend posted short-term rentals. Two, I want to talk about the builder's remedy a little bit. And three, I want to tie it all back to your mission of protecting the coast. Real quick, I really want to emphasize what the McGill professor said about hosted short-term rentals. 2 years ago, I lived in Phoenix, Arizona, which was affordable in the late 2010s. Then the pandemic happened, and it seems like half of California moved into Phoenix, and my rent went up about 30% there. It became cheaper at that point for me to give away all my stuff and live in a series of owner-occupied Airbnbs 1 month at a time. That was cheaper than continuing to rent a studio in Phoenix, by the way. So, you know, I agree with all that's been said about the non-owner occupied short-term rentals, but posted short-term rentals are really useful for young people like me. Number two, the builder's remedy. 2 days from now, every jurisdiction around the Monterey Bay, except for the city of Santa Cruz, way to go, is going to be subject to the builder's remedy, which only works for affordable housing. There are affordability requirements for projects that use the builder's remedy. But the Coastal Act can be an impediment to those projects being developed. We wrote a letter to the city of Half Moon Bay last year, which is still not in compliance with the housing element law, asking if they were going to honor the builder's remedy projects. And they wrote us back saying that it's neither warranted nor necessary because that entire city is in the coastal zone. So you may see in the next year or two several builder's remedy projects come before you. Those projects are already going to be, by definition, some degree of affordable because of state law. So I'll urge you to pass those when they come before you. Finally, last point. Your mission is to protect the coast of California. It is certain that there is going to be less of the coast in the future due to sea level rise. And we know exactly why that's happening. It's because of greenhouse gas emissions. That's the major culprit that's driving it. One of the big reasons there are so many greenhouse gas emissions is because of car dependency and people commuting far from where they work. Also living in places like Phoenix where you need really energy intensive climate control. Here, that's not as necessary. So I want to urge you going forward to protect the coast and do a little bit of a part in confronting this challenge of climate change. Housing near the coast in this beautiful temperate area where people can walk to where they want to go. That's one of the best things you can do for climate change. So thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. At this time, we're going to take a 30-minute break for lunch. We're going to come back and continue with public comment on this issue. So we will see you all at, let's call it 1:30. Yeah, all right. All right, folks, we're going to resume the Coastal Commission hearing today of December 14th. We're going to continue with public comment. We have another individual who is here who has not had a chance to speak. We'll have 3 minutes, who I hope is here. Danielle Wilson, Unite Here. You representing Unite Here?
Good morning.
Good afternoon, unfortunately.
You're right. You're right. I'm all turned around. True. Good morning, Chair Hart and commissioners. My name is Danielle Wilson, and I'm speaking on behalf of Unite Here Local 11. The environmental movement is at a crossroads. Building housing and protecting the environment are not mutually exclusive goals. To succeed, we must stop theorizing and actually ground our discussion in the reality of working people. Cooks, housekeepers, and dishwashers experience the devastating impacts of climate change and the housing crisis every day. The Ocean Avenue project in Santa Monica and the Magnolia Tank Farm project in Huntington Beach are two concrete examples that represent a path forward for our movement. So often when our members speak, we get told by people who don't agree with us that our members don't know what they're doing or that they don't know how to negotiate for themselves. But this is simply not a path forward. We must form an alliance between working people, unions, faith organizations, and environmentalists if we ever hope to win the changes needed to protect our Earth. One of the reasons laws to weaken the Coastal Act are gaining traction is because the act is being misused against housing. Opponents of housing development can hang up projects at this body even when they are good for housing and coastal access. These kinds of decisions align the Coastal Commission with the anti-housing, anti-coastal access local governments that the Commission has traditionally had to overrule. We cannot even seem to protect the limited existing housing stock we have in the coastal zone from conversion into short-term rentals. When you take examples like Long Beach and Half Moon Bay, where the staff argued against stronger regulations to protect housing from short-term rentals, and then look at the staff reports at Magnolia Tank Farm and Ocean Avenue, you can see a pattern of anti-housing recommendations. Our union has been one of the biggest defenders of the Coastal Act and one of the biggest opponents to environmental streamlining proposals coming out of Sacramento. In fact, our members have risked their jobs to bring key testimony on several environmental issues forward for enforcement by this body against developers. However, if the Coastal Act is used to block housing construction time and again, or if it is used to help billionaire short-term rental platforms at the expense of renters, then our members and working people in general are going to feel disillusioned about environmental regulation. But if we work together to build housing and to build smart, environmentally sensitive housing projects, then we can use those model projects as examples of successful environmental regulation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Next,
you.
we will move to Zoom. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Chair. I'm sorry.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to say at this time that we're going to go to groups on Zoom and they will each have 2 minutes. And I really would like people to be, understand this is for groups only, this section. And it's 2 minutes per group.
Okay, we're going to start with Ashley Eagle Gibbs with the Environmental Action Committee of West Marin, followed by Natalie Spivak of Housing California, and then Pamela Hetherington, Environmental Center of San Diego. Ashley?
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good. Good afternoon, members of the commission. My name is Ashley Eagle Gibbs, and I'm with the Environmental Action Committee of West Marin, or EAC. First, I would like to thank Commissioner Brownsy for your service to the commission. Also, thank you to the panelists for the informative presentations on this complex issue. While we are an environmentally focused organization, we see the need for our coastal communities to protect affordable housing, and we also acknowledge the housing crisis that we are in. However, there is no reason that protecting the Coastal Act is mutually exclusive from supporting affordable housing. We all need to work together to find solutions. The early history of the Act and the Commission shows the Commission's dedication to being a champion of affordable housing. And since the legislature removed this important power, the Commission has persisted despite that as an affordable housing champion. California policymakers and the public must understand that the Coastal Act's protection for the coastal environment, wildlife, water quality, and public access are not villains in this story. These critical protections, which are broadly supported by the public and provide invaluable benefits to all Californians and our state's visitors, are not what's preventing more affordable housing in the coastal zone. Various developers have sought for decades to profit from the public trust resources of the California coast by gutting the act, so they could accelerate luxury development of the coastal environment and exclude the public from their coastal access rights. Coastal advocates are eager to support real solutions to this crisis, and California needs policy and planning solutions for affordable housing that protect the environment and public access. The idea that we need to choose between affordable housing and the public's right to access is a false choice. And this narrative has unfortunately been perpetuated in discussions like those that happened this year in the legislature around Wiener's SB 423, where EAC, Surfrider, and other groups pointed out that in no circumstance should we be citing low-income housing in areas that are highly vulnerable to flooding from sea level rise and groundwater rise, including contamination. This is not equity. Many local governments have yet to adjust their zoning and permitting practices to account for the latest sea level rise projections, which highlight flood vulnerabilities that vary dramatically. Thank you. We need to strengthen the Commissions Act to require long-term affordable housing.
Thank you, Natalie Spivak.
Hi, thank you for convening us today. My name is Natalie Spivak, and I'm a senior policy advocate with Housing California. Housing California is a nonprofit advocacy organization dedicated to the production and preservation of affordable housing and to ending homelessness. As many of today's speakers have noted, we believe that developing affordable housing in the coastal zone is critical to meet the needs of low-income workers living in these areas and to create equitable access to the rich opportunities that coastal communities often provide. Many affordable housing developers have shared with us the unique challenges that they face in building on sites in the coastal zone, even though local governments have already identified these sites as appropriate for housing. First, lengthy and sometimes redundant review processes by local jurisdictions and the Coastal Commission slow down projects. Second, the appeals process is too easily weaponized by groups that oppose affordable housing, and developers may wait an entire year to get a hearing with the Coastal Commission when a project is appealed. Third, exemptions and lack of clarity about how state laws meant to facilitate housing production apply in the coastal zone risks making affordable housing projects financially infeasible. These barriers add time and uncertainty, and therefore cost, to affordable housing projects, and sometimes deter developers from pursuing projects in the coastal zone altogether. We share the Coastal Commission's goal of protecting California's coast while also ensuring that affordable housing is available in all communities across our state. Housing California is committed to supporting legislation and administrative actions that promote these shared goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Pamela Hetherington.
Good afternoon. My name is Pam Hetherington, and I'm representing the Environmental Center of San Diego. Thank you for the educational housing presentation today, and congratulations to the new chair and vice chair. The coastal zone is the coastal zone. I can't understand why there is a concerted effort to deconstruct it by carving out housing in the hopes of faster, cheaper, better housing. Without Coastal Commission oversight, faster, cheaper, better is a straw man argument at best. Thank you, Susan Jordan, for your explication of the situation we have found ourselves in quite needlessly. Senator Wiener's efforts only seek to exacerbate the housing situation in the coastal zone. And I'll leave you with this thought. In San Diego, as of yesterday, low cost and affordable housing mitigation is now acceptable off-site. This does nothing for affordable housing in the coastal zone. So keep up the good work. We need you. We need your oversight. And I think Senator Wiener is off base on this one. Thank you kindly.
Thank you, Robert Fruchtman with San Francisco YIMBY, followed by Meg Snyder with California Building Industry Association, and Adriana Guerrero Nardone from Salted Roots. Robert Fruchtman.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Robert Fruchtman. I am a volunteer lead of San Francisco YIMBY, a membership organization. I'd like to strongly associate myself with the comments made by my state senator, Scott Wiener. I'm compelled to address the commission regarding the pivotal role it plays in the housing crisis in San Francisco, which part of which is in the coastal region, as well as other coastal areas. The Commission's mandate to ensure coastal access is undeniably vital, but the current housing policies that are overseen by the Commission are contributing to a significant lack of affordability and accessibility. San Francisco's housing crisis is exacerbated by a convoluted system of discretionary review, which is frequently swayed by affluent NIMBYs. And this leads to substantial delays or outright rejections of new housing projects. This not only intensifies the housing shortage, but also drives people from coastal areas inland. Our cumbersome housing processes have resulted in a staggering backlog of over 50,000 housing units. Many projects have become unfeasible due to the extended approval times, and these can span 3 to 4 years. Economic conditions can change dramatically in this time, rendering many projects impractical or just outright infeasible. The state of California has identified San Francisco as a central contributor to our region's housing crisis and has enacted the Housing Policy and Practice Review to correct many of these issues. I would implore the Commission to not repeat San Francisco's mistake of imposing discretionary processes over housing projects. The Commission's work in balancing environmental preservation with housing development is commendable, but there is an urgent need to reevaluate policies that unintentionally favor wealthier residents, restricting access to the coast for those with lower incomes. The current approach is simply unsustainable and exacerbates the gap between those who can afford to live near the coast and those who cannot. Thank you.
Thank you. Meg Snyder.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Meg Snyder, and I'm representing the California Building Industry Association as well as the California Apartment Association. The members of CBIA represent the state's approximately 3,000 home builders and land developers within the home construction industry, who collectively produce 84% of all homes built and sold annually in California. The Apartment Association is the largest statewide rental housing trade association in the country, representing over 50,000 single-family and multifamily apartment owners and property managers responsible for over 2 million affordable and market rental units throughout the state of California. As California faces a severe housing shortage, we urge the Coastal Commission to work toward the state's mandated housing production goals and address the urgent need for housing across all income levels. While intended to safeguard California's coastline, the Coastal Act has historically obstructed necessary housing development. Developers of all types experience significant and costly delays in requiring the necessary coastal permits for projects. These processes for approvals and appeals are cumbersome, time-consuming, and add undue project risk in the form of land carrying costs and increased construction costs. And as past practice has shown, it is increasingly difficult to build necessary housing in the coastal zone. It is also imperative that opportunities to build in the coastal zone are maintained not only for affordable, but for home buyers and renters of all income levels. Housing insecurity is felt by everyone. Stringent inclusionary requirements have the opposite of their intended effect. Rather than providing opportunities to build below market housing, projects can be stifled altogether. The California Building Industry Association and Apartment Association implore the Coastal Commission to work towards a more balanced approach that supports the desperate need for housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Adriana Guerrero Nardone from Salted Roots. Adriana, you should be able to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, wonderful. Hello, good afternoon, Chair Hart and Commissioners. Thank you for holding space for such an important conversation today. My name is Adriana Guerrero Nardone, and I'm the Executive Director of Salted Roots, formerly known as Brown Girls Surf, an organization that works to connect girls, women, and gender non-conforming folks of color to the ocean. As well summarized in this session, we know the legacies of redlining, restrictive deeds, eminent domain, and decades of other racist policies that have kept communities of color from living near and accessing our beloved California coast. A lack of affordable housing in the coastal zone is our society's modern day incarnation of racist and exclusionary housing policy. And I deeply believe that we must prioritize access to housing for our communities who have been historically and systemically excluded from accessing the coast. That said, we must distinguish between the difference between truly affordable housing and the luxury developer agenda. We do not need to increase profit for market rate and luxury developers that have been fighting environmental and access protections for decades. Instead, California needs policy and planning solutions for affordable housing that protect the environment and public access for everyone, the core elements of what makes our coast so special. The Coastal Commission has persistently been a champion of affordable housing despite regulations placed upon it by the legislature. And for that, we are incredibly grateful. We need to continue to strengthen the Coastal Commission's ability to require long-term affordable housing in the coastal zone and not gut the Coastal Act. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we will have Ali Sapirman from the Housing Action Coalition, Elizabeth Hansberg, People for Housing Orange County, and Matthew David Hom, Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice. Ali?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Ali Saperman, and I'm calling on behalf of the Housing Action Coalition, a member-supported nonprofit that advocates for creating more housing for residents at all income levels to help alleviate the Bay Area and California's housing shortage, displacement, and affordability crisis. We have members across the state that are impacted by urban infill, and it is important to enhance and protect the coast as well as find opportunities to build housing within coastal territories. The housing crisis is a supply and demand problem. We need to increase the supply of housing at all income levels in order to drive down housing costs. In order to make housing more affordable, we need each city to contribute to the housing stock, even those within coastal territories. Thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth Hansberg.
Good afternoon, Coastal Commission. My name is Elizabeth Hansberg with People for Housing in Orange County. And I'm just here to be an advocate for more housing in the coastal zone. And I want to reflect back to you the Commission's role as a barrier to approving new housing. From the research that I have done, the reason that you were relieved of your obligation to provide for affordable housing in the coastal zone is because it was proved to be a barrier. The inclusionary policies are set so high that it makes development infeasible. I'll cite an example from Orange County right now in the 6-cycle RENA, the city of Laguna Beach, which has a 25% inclusionary policy, and HCD has told them to lower it. I'll also cite the Magnolia Tank Farm project, which by the time it hopefully gets approved will have appeared before the Coastal Commission a minimum of twice, only to then have to go back to the city council for changes to what they originally approved in order to conform with what the Coastal Commission is going to ask them to do. And so this idea that we can divide housing providers into, the wholly nonprofit below market rate versus the devilish, greedy luxury developer, it doesn't exist. David Garcia said it. There has to be, this is a both and. It's not an either or, it's a both and. That there has to be room for construction of new housing by the private market in the coastal zone. And until the Commission can get its numbers right and not act as a barrier, we need you to stay away rather than overregulate.
All right, at this point, I am going, given that we've been on this topic almost all day and we have other items, I'm going to ask that the groups and the private individuals that are speaking, or the individuals that are speaking after the groups, have a 1-minute limit. And I will say it's likely that I will cut this off after about another half hour so that we can turn to the Commission for some comments.
So next we have Matthew David Hom.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Matthew Hom, and I'm the Los Angeles and Santa Monica organizer at CLUE, Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice, an interfaith worker, immigration, and racial and housing justice movement based in Southern California, including in coastal communities like Santa Monica and Long Beach. We're confronting the massive housing crisis in Southern California head-on in numerous ways, and we know that the Coastal Commission is also grappling with the impacts of the statewide housing crisis. We're concerned, though, about a pattern of recommendations from the coastal staff, both to hold up new housing projects that include affordable housing for working families, and also to turn existing housing stock into short-term rentals. We were proud to support the Magnolia Tank Farm project at Huntington Beach, combining green space, lower cost overnight accommodations, and workforce housing. And we were very concerned to see that the Commission staff recommended that the commissioners deny the project. This is representative of the challenges that environmental movements are facing in California, given how the housing crisis has gotten so bad. We must listen to the voices of working people who are among the most impacted by interconnected climate and housing crisis.
Thank you. Next is Robin Rudisil, followed by Zenon Crow, and then Dante Golden. Robin?
Hi, Robin Rudisil for Citizens Preserving Venice. A large part of our mission is protecting existing affordable housing, and we have some ideas for you to protect affordable housing using the tools you already have. First, stop approving huge increases in square footage. What's wrong with a bigger house is that when square footage is substantially increased and the land prices substantially increase, housing costs substantially increase, causing gentrification on steroids and significant displacement. This is our lived experience, and it was when huge increases in square footage started to be approved in Venice that land prices took off. Second, stop allowing the conversion of large affordable housing apartment buildings into hotels. Former Commissioner Kinsey, said it makes no sense to think that we're serving the public by creating more visitor serving opportunities if we are undermining the very spirit of coastal neighborhoods up and down California, and that he wanted to think about the idea that visitor serving trumps all other uses. Third way, use your environmental justice policy. And fourth, protect housing in commercial zones because just converting them to mixed use displaces lower income residents. You have many effective tools. Please use them. Thank you.
Thank you. Zenon Uyate Crow. Zenon?
Hi, my name is Zenon Ulyate Crow. I'm co-chair of the Student Homes Coalition, which is a statewide organization of student-led, student-run advocacy groups working on advocacy around the housing crisis. And I actually wanted to talk today about the public comment process, because I think it actually very akinly compared to the situation that the Coastal Commission puts on development in the coastal zone. We had turned out folks that are in the middles of finals week right now to come out and speak today because students and people of future generations are both going to be affected by climate change and because of the lack of affordable housing on the coast. And we thought that we were going to speak at 9 a.m. when this agenda item started. It is now 1:50 p.m. and we have most of the people that we had to organize to come out here during finals week can no longer speak. And just like all the people that we organized to comment now, all the housing projects, I think about all the different housing projects that never got built because we took so long to have it happen that everybody left and gave up. Process is a barrier, and especially when considering climate change and other impacts, we know we need to have more housing near the coast, so please approve and support these housing streamlining measures that make that possible.
Thank you. Dante Golden, followed by Jeremy Levine, and then John Tafoya. Dante?
Good morning. My name is Dante Golden, Senior Director of Policy at the San Diego Housing Federation. We represent those who support, build, and finance affordable housing in San Diego region. Appreciate the opportunity to speak on this item today. As we all know, the California Coastal Commission plays a crucial role in ensuring that all Californians have access to the state's iconic beaches, preserving the economic vitality and environmental richness of our coastal areas. However, the dream of beachside living remains exclusive for many low-income residents due to escalating housing costs. Today, I'm here to advocate for more proactive stance by the California Coastal Commission in addressing the production of housing affordability, especially within this research-rich part of the state. I urge the Commission to strengthen its commitment to affordable housing by instituting a robust affordable housing mandate. This mandate should compel local governments about the needed increase for affordable housing. I implore the Commission to take bold steps in addressing the crisis. By mandating production, we can ensure that the California dream is accessible to our most vulnerable low-income tenants out there. So thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Jeremy Levine with Housing Leadership Council of San Mateo County.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you for dedicating your time today to discuss housing. My name is Jeremy Levine. I am the policy manager with the Housing Leadership Council of San Mateo County. HLC works with communities and their leaders to produce and preserve quality, affordable homes in our county, one of the most expensive in the Bay Area and the country. And we work in our role promoting affordable housing with some of the most vulnerable communities in San Mateo County. Farm workers, service workers, people who are not often able to afford living on the coast. And I will just say that when the Coastal Commission makes it harder to build housing, when it puts up new barriers, it is indirectly pricing out people who cannot afford to live on the coast, people who need transit options that are not viable at low densities, people who need smaller homes or different types of housing than what has been built. I hope that you will embrace streamlining in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is John Tafoya with Western States Regional Council of Carpenters. John?
Good afternoon. My name is John Tafoya, and I'm representative for the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters. In the face of California's severe housing crisis, I speak before you to urge the Coastal Commission's active support for the development of quality housing projects in our state and coastal zones. As you may be aware, the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters has been very proactive in addressing our housing crisis this year by co-sponsoring key housing laws like SB 4 and SB 423, showcasing our strong commitment to upholding strong labor standards and advancing the pro-housing movement. Furthermore, it's important to emphasize that supporting quality housing projects goes beyond meeting local city design standards or land use plans. It encompasses developments like the Magnolia Tank Farm project in Huntington Beach, a proposal that promises to deliver quality homes by employing a skilled and trained workforce. These are precisely the kind of projects that our state is desperately in need of, and I hope the commission will consider advancing them in the future. Thank you.
Next, we have JT Herichmack, followed by Bryce Miller, and then there's a number of groups that I'm not able to locate that I can call after Bryce. JT?
I think what we'll do is we'll move on to the individuals rather than call the additional groups.
Sure.
Thank you so much. My name is JT Hirschmack with the Nonprofit Housing Association of Northern California. Since 1979, we've represented affordable housing developers and allies across the Bay Area from Santa Cruz to Marin. Thank you for taking up this issue so thoughtfully today. We think our interests in protecting the coast and ending the housing crisis are very aligned. First, as a basic principle, affordable housing, especially for the local workforce, should be a critical part of the Coastal Act. Second, housing elements have been a very strong tool for affordable housing because they have real deadlines. But updating local coastal plans are very onerous a process, and without similar deadlines make it very, very difficult for our members to plan and develop affordable housing. Third, we encourage you to limit the appeal process for affordable housing in the Coastal Act. It's already more expensive and onerous process to develop. Four, we would like to apply SB 9 in the coastal zone for 100% affordable housing. And 5, provide an expedited review process to address the substandard housing that may already exist. Thank you.
Okay, I'm actually not seeing the last one anymore, so we can move to individuals if you want, Madam Chair.
All right, so we're going to move to individuals and we're going to continue the hearing for another 15 minutes. Then I'm going to bring it back to the commission.
Okay, we have 4 in-person speakers signed up as individuals. Bennett Williamson, followed by Christopher Peterson, and then Jessica Lopez and Ali Mabra. Bennett? I can't see around the corner. Is anyone standing up? Anyone by the names that I just called can approach the podium. Bennett Williamson, Christopher Peterson, Jessica Lopez, Ali Mabra.
And folks, if your name has been called, come up and you just line up so that we're ready to go, just because we're a little time pressed.
Good afternoon. My name is Ali Mabre, and I'm a hotel worker in Orange County. Thank you for listening to our voices yesterday and approving the Ocean Avenue project in Santa Monica. Workers must be a part of this commission's approach to housing moving forward. We are still concerned that the commission delayed the Magnolia Tank Farm project in Huntington Beach in July. Huntington Beach, excuse me. Huntington Beach is not a city that fights to become more accessible to workers like the way Santa Monica does. We do not know when we'll get another shot at a good housing project there. It's not easy to find affordable housing or rental housing in the rich communities along the Orange County coastline. Many of those communities do not listen to workers and do not want us to be a part of their communities. It's not surprising that housing is accessible to working families is not being built there. We are asking the commission to listen to what we have to say about housing and its impact on environmental justice, and not to take the side of communities that want to exclude us from their coast. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ali. Any of the other 3 names standing up? No? Okay. Then we're going to go back to Zoom with Eileen Boken, followed by Amy Yosefek, and then Lydia Ponce. Eileen? All right, you should be able to unmute on your phone. I see that you're on a phone.
Okay, Eileen Boken, Coalition for San Francisco Neighborhoods. The Coalition for San Francisco Neighborhoods strongly opposed SB 423 as it moved through the state legislature. And it's just embarrassing that the author of SB 423 is San Francisco State Senator. SB 423 could be seen as just the first step in gutting the Coastal Act in the same way that Senator Weiner and some of his colleagues have sought to gut CEQA. CEQA and now the Coastal Act are being scapegoated as the cause of the state's housing woes. This avoids in some legislatures having to acknowledge the fundamental cause of the state's housing woes, such as Wall Street, global capital, and income inequality. And it's also embarrassing that San Francisco's former mayor and now California's governor signed SB 423. In San Francisco, there are 84 billionaires, the third highest in the world behind New York City and Hong Kong. Also, one out of every, anyway, the Mission District has been impacted in San Francisco. It has lost 10,000 of its Latinx residents.
Thank you, Eileen. We have to move on. Thank you. Amy Josephek, Lydia Ponce, and then Alfred Tu. Amy?
In the recent debate with Governor Newsom, Ron DeSantis was asked to say one nice thing about California. Florida's governor replied, the very best thing, the beaches and the coastline, especially in SoCal. He takes every opportunity to denigrate this entire state, but when asked to say one nice thing, chose the coastline and beaches. So is that really the thing you're interested in risking to appease the legislators who seem unconcerned with the environmental future of the state, but rather campaign contributions from deep-pocketed developers? Are you really willing to destroy this state's jewel of a coastline by turning it into an already sinking Miami Beach? One size does not fit all with these laws. That's what they are trying to do. It's a farce that cramming high-density housing into sensitive areas will miraculously lower prices. Trickle-down theories don't work, either for Ronald Reagan or in 21st century housing theories. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Lydia Ponce?
Lydia Ponce, Venice, California, Sagna. Land grab, land theft from California coast to Louisiana, Puerto Rico, Honduras, Lahaina, Gaza, Yucatan, Acapulco. Beachfront properties, resources, and land theft. No streamlining anything. Where is the tribal consultation and tribal consent? Far too many indigenous people do not have land. This is a colonial settler superiority complex that lobbies to deregulate the environment, erase environmental protections. Venice in particular has demanded housing solutions for over 30 years and counting. This is in a result. We could have worked together. We could have been doing beautiful things and building communities, coexisting with the ocean. This deregulation of the protections of the coast is a Trojan horse to label anything affordable. It's a campaign of economic elite land grab. It's a ruse. Affordable to whom? Are you going to use the median income to assess who's going to be able to afford to pay rent? Too many offsite units that are owed to Venice, let alone the California coast. Please, let's work together.
Thank you, Lydia. Alfred Tu?
Sure. Hi, everybody. My name is Alfred Tu, and I want to just point out that in addition to the housing impacts, the housing crisis is also making it harder for visitors to enjoy our California coast. Businesses, local governments, they're not able to hire people because of the housing shortage. I want to go to the beach, but the bus to the beach doesn't run as often because bus drivers don't have a place to live. I somehow find a way to the beach anyway. A lot of stuff's closed. There's no lifeguard on duty because those workers don't have a place to live either. And in addition to low-income housing, the coastal zone also needs housing that's open to all incomes. Many of the essential public sector jobs, the unionized jobs, those are all in the middle income range. If you go to other parts of the world, whether it's a Mediterranean village or a tropical beach city, you'll find lots of apartments because that's what works for the coastal area. Let's do that here too. Thank you.
Thank you, Alfred. Next is Erin Hoops. Erin, you should be able to unmute. There we go.
Hi, thanks. One thing that I have heard briefly mentioned today, but I think needs a little bit more attention is AB 2047, which allows builders to not build as much parking if they don't want to within half a mile of transit. And I live in Long Beach, California, and our public transit is great. And our coastal development is being forced to build all this expensive parking. Parking can cost $35,000 to $50,000 per space when you require it. It completely makes affordable buildings not pencil out. We have great transportation here. Access to the beach should be access for people and not access for cars. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Bobby Garrity, followed by Gary Goothman, and then Christopher Peterson. Bobby Garrity.
Thank you. Members of the Commission, I'd like to speak today about the single greatest challenge that coastal communities face. That challenge is, of course, climate change. As sea level rise threatens coastal communities, protecting the coast and reducing emissions are truly one and the same, which is why it is imperative that we reform the policies that drive exurban sprawl in our state. When state and local policy makes it more difficult to build housing along the coast, housing is instead built further inland in the exurbs. This not only worsens our state's painful housing crisis, but also worsens climate change. When we replace coastal infill housing with inland exurban housing, we force people out of transit-rich areas and into car-dependent areas, increasing driving, which is our state's largest source of emissions. Please allow more housing to mitigate our greatest threat, climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary Guthman, and then Christopher Peterson, and we actually do have another in-person, Jessica Lopez.
Hello.
Go ahead,
Can you hear
Gary, we
me?
can hear you.
Yes. Yes, hi, I'm Gary Guthman. I'm a member of Culver City for More Homes and affiliate of California YIMBY. And first, I'd just like to say I support all the great comments that have been made by the California YIMBY and YIMBY Action folks. But I just don't see how someone can call themselves a serious environmentalist and not support more housing, infill housing in coastal areas and all areas. We all have to do our part. And one need only look at the headline in the LA Times today, California section. 750,000 people are commuting from outside of their county that they live in. The impact of this is unquestionable on greenhouse emissions and the environment. I know in my hometown of Culver City, we've created a lot of new jobs. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher Peterson, and Jessica Lopez, you can approach the podium whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, I'm Christopher Peterson. To address the climate and housing crises, the Commission must work urgently to expedite more infill multifamily housing. Unfortunately, too often LCPs prohibit or severely restrict multifamily housing. The process for amending LCPs is too discretionary, too slow, too resource dependent. The Commission should therefore support legislation to allow and expedite approval of infill multifamily housing, including in areas where it is currently restricted. The Commission should also exercise its existing authority to facilitate multifamily housing. That includes amending its regulations to exempt the addition of housing units to existing structures and to adopt categorical exclusion orders for multifamily housing in urban areas. The Commission should also reconsider its evaluation of issues such as visual impacts, parking, and traffic that can be obstacles to multifamily housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica.
Hello, my name is Jessica Lopez, and I am a hotel worker in Orange County. I worked as a hostess at the Anaheim Hilton for 5 years. Thank you all for giving us the opportunity to tell our stories yesterday and for approving a project that workers fought hard to win. As you heard, the statewide housing crisis makes it impossible for people like the hotel workers who keep our coast open to live near their jobs along the coast. This is why the Coastal Commission must allow for developmental along the coast that balance coastal access opportunities for visitors of all backgrounds with a desperate need for housing. One important step for the Commission must take is to value our opinions just as much as you value others who oppose projects like the Magnolia Tank Farm. These groups often do not reach out to us before opposing projects that we desperately need. We are the communities most impacted by the lack of housing and climate change, and we build real change for working families through collective action. This is the path towards more environmental justice victory. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Adam Buckbender, followed by Carla Hayes, and then Genevieve Koenigschaffer. Adam, you should be able to unmute.
Hi, I'm Adam Bookbinder. I'm going to speak quickly here. Thank you for taking comment today. The Coastal Commission has long been entrusted with protecting the precious environment of California's coasts. But environmental protection has traditionally meant stopping, delaying, or preventing things, and that's an incomplete picture. This approach is great at stopping infill housing in coastal cities, which forces Californians to sprawl into wildfire areas and out of the state entirely. This approach is great at stopping people from living near the coast, which means that the coasts are mainly used for driving and parking, and that only the privileged few can live there, displacing the less wealthy. And this approach is great at centering the desires of affluent neighbors who want to keep those out who they've displaced and keep their neighborhoods exclusive. This approach is bad at building things. Most importantly, it's bad at building places for people to live, whether they're fleeing wildfires or seeking a better life. It doesn't have to be this way. Infill housing on the coast is good for the climate, good for affordability, good for people. Developers should be subject to clear and objective standards, make the law, and apply it equally. Arbitrary discretion feels like a prudent idea, but it's been an environmental and humanitarian disaster. For the sake of the climate crisis, the homelessness crisis, the housing crisis, we can't afford to continue like this. We can do better. We must do better. The Coastal Commission has a chance to decide to do better today. Please do. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Good job, Adam. Carla Hayes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead,
I
Carla.
have a PowerPoint. Could you run it, please, and stop my timer?
We'll pull it up right now.
And put it back to 1 minute, please. Please reset the clock.
Give us
Or
just
give
a
me
minute,
6 more
Carla. There's
seconds.
only a couple of us doing this.
Oh, that's great.
Go ahead.
Okay, hi, my
Please
name
start.
is Carla Hayes. I have lived in Solana Beach now for the past 10 years, half a mile away from the beach. I can't live on the sand. This is what happens without the Coastal Act. I grew up in Santa Monica, the Santa Monica pre-1970s. And I'll tell you, there were developers doing all kinds of stuff. All those buildings are condemned. Plus there were private beaches that we were blocked from. Today, Scott Wiener and his buddies are trying to dismantle the Coastal Act. But the Coastal Act protects generations of California's inalienable right to enjoy our beaches. You can, next slide, please. You can't build here. Next slide. You can't build here. Next slide. That's what the Coastal Commission is good for, is to stop this. Next slide. 90% approval ratings of Californians, and Governor Newsom now is sinking badly at 44%.
Thank you, Carla. We have to move on. Next is Genevieve Koenigschaffer, and then Will Moore and Matthew Lawrence.
Although I have to say, I appreciated that speaker and the approval rating comment. Genevieve for the commission.
Bruh.
Only push it once.
Genevieve, there you go. I see that you're unmuting a lot. I'm gonna try again.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Don't touch anything.
Okay.
Go
Sorry.
ahead.
Hi, my name is Genevieve, and I'm a student at UC San Diego. I'm part of Gen Up and the Student Homes Coalition, a longtime resident of San Clemente and a new resident of San Diego. Just at UCSD, I personally know students who have been forced to live in living rooms and walk-in closets, who commute from Chula Vista to La Jolla, and even who drop out of school because they cannot find a place to live. 2,600 students were placed on housing waitlists at UC San Diego just this year, and many freshmen, that's 18-year-olds, are paying full price to live in half-finished buildings where the upper floors are nothing but scaffolding. As students suffer from the effects of the housing crisis, UCs, CSUs, and community colleges in the coastal zone must be allowed to build more housing quicker to meet their students' needs. Letting students at coastal universities live where they study by building more student housing will reduce traffic, pollution, and parking issues, as they'll no longer need to drive to the coast. We need the same incentives to build affordable housing like state density bonus, including the student housing density bonus, to apply consistently in coastal areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Genevieve. And we have 4 more speakers that I'm able to locate in the Zoom. So we'll go to Will Moore next.
Hello, hello. My name is Will Moore. I'm with the nonprofit Circulate San Diego. wmoore@circulatesd.org. I would like to thank the Coastal Commission and staff for hosting this discussion today. Impediments to housing creation statewide and in the coastal zone continue to be the #1 impediment to prosperity for California families and keep the coastal area unequal and segregated directly against the stated goals of the Coastal Act. Circulate is currently researching a report analyzing impediments to housing creation in the coastal zone. I would love to hear from anyone who has experienced the difficulty or delays faced when attempting to utilize statewide reforms in the coastal areas. Developers, consultants, attorneys, or anyone else with experiences should please contact me at wmoore@circulatesd.org. That's wmoore@circulatesd.org. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is
Okay, let's have one more speaker and then we will bring it back to the commission.
Matthew Lawrence.
Hello, I'd like to thank the Coastal Commission for hearing public comments today. I'll try to keep this brief. The Coastal Commission has a valuable and important role in protecting our coastline, but all too often today, we see that among the coast, working class families and people, myself included, struggle to access the coast. And part of that is due to the lack of housing and the focus on car-centric development along the coastline. If we truly want an accessible coastline for Californians and we want to tackle our largest issues like climate change and urban sprawl, we need to allow housing near the coastline and make objective and reasonable standards to include working class families and people that work along the coast to have access to the coast. And finally, I want to conclude and add that students along the coastline are the hardest hit by this lack of housing. Among all of the universities that are along the coast, they all have higher than average rates of homelessness among their student population. I want to thank you for your time, and that is all.
All right, thank you so much. At this point, I'm going to close the public hearing. I wanted to express my deep appreciation on behalf of the commission for all of the members of the public and the groups that came to testify before us today. It was incredibly valuable and greatly appreciated. So, and also, of course, to our panels, I want to reiterate our gratitude, and I know they are still here. At this time, I'd like to bring it back, ask staff if there's anything additional, and if not, back to the commission. Anything else from staff?
I think in the interest of time, we'll just turn it back to you.
All right, thank you. All right, so members of the commission, I am looking for anyone that would like to speak on this issue. All right, Commissioner Cummings.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, we could go on, and there's a lot we could say, and I have a bunch of questions, but I think in the interest of time, I hope we can follow up with HCD and some of the other folks who came and spoke today. I just want to start by saying, so that people understand the perspective that I'm coming from. I'm a renter here in Santa Cruz. I also hold 2 bachelors. I hold a PhD, and until recently, struggled to afford to live in this community. I now, I'm still renting with other people who live in my household. I'm 40 years old, and the prospect of owning a home seems pretty distant, even though I make pretty decent money now that I'm a county supervisor. I say that because there's a lot of folks in this community conversation that we're having is focused on affordable housing. In addition to that, I just want to say that when it comes to the Coastal Commission and the Coastal Act, and when we're thinking about, housing and how we're going to develop in this community, we have many pressures that make this the most expensive place to live in the United States as a renter. We have a university that increases growth every year. We live right next to Silicon Valley, which is the biggest economic driver of our entire world, which puts pressure on our community. And then we really have to keep in mind the impacts of climate change. In 2020, we lost 900 homes in our county due to a fire, which means that those people, if they stayed, they're trying to either rebuild, they moved into town, or they possibly moved away. And then last year, we were hit with one of the biggest storms in our community, which caused massive flooding in various parts of our county and adjacent counties. And we're going to talk about another issue later today where certain homes that are located along the beach were lifted off of their foundations. So taking away the Coastal Commission's authority to regulate housing is a horrible idea when we're trying to make sure that we're building in the correct areas and we're building affordable housing for our communities. So a couple comments that I'd like to make. Some of this is regarding the state, and I hope that maybe HCD and some of the state elected officials are still listening. But we need policies that are going to maximize affordable housing to the greatest extent possible. Following up on one of the speakers earlier, you know, we used to have, as local jurisdictions, redevelopment funds that helped us provide funding for affordable housing. That got stripped away, just like the authority of the Coastal Commission to provide affordable housing. And we need those types of programs back so that we can continue to maximize affordable housing. We need real tenant protections. And I say this because there's a lot of folks who are on this call today saying we need more housing. But when we try to implement things like rent control, they're so quick to fund anti-rent control campaigns, which rent control is being enacted to protect local renters. Developers' incentives need to be tied to deed restricted affordability. We have, here in Santa Cruz, we had density bonus laws, which has led to some new development. But now with eliminating parking, that was not tied to any increase in affordability within projects. And so what that means is that most developers are just going to save that money, and it's going to be seen in increased profits. So as we're giving more incentives to developers, it has to be tied to an increase in affordability within projects. Here in Santa Cruz, one of the things that I was able to achieve on the city council was increase our inclusionary percentage from 15% to 20%. And the way we were able to do that is that additional 5% is either offered to moderate income households, or developers can use Section 8 housing vouchers to pay for market rate rent within these new developments. Our Section 8 housing list has about 10,000 people who are waiting. And the hardest thing to find is a place for a voucher holder to go. And if they don't find a place within a certain amount of time, they lose that voucher. Well, what we're saying is within these new developments, let's try to get these voucher holders into housing. It's a win-win for developers and for people who are low income. And so I encourage other jurisdictions to use that as a mechanism to increase the amount of affordability in new developments, because it has not stopped developments from occurring in the city of Santa Cruz. We passed it in 2020, it's now 2023, and we continue to see a nice stream of development coming into the city of Santa Cruz. I get concerned around housing stability as well, because as we move more and more towards rentals, and as home ownership becomes less and less accessible, it means that we're putting homes into the hands and real estate into the hands of very few people. And these are people who have lots of money. And as we've seen in this community, if your rent gets increased over time and you get to a point where you can't afford it, you get kicked out. And that just leads to more homelessness. And so, and then I guess finally, you know, having deed restricted affordable housing in perpetuity is what's really going to help us maintain housing. And here in Santa Cruz, we actually have a building that reached that 55-year limit. They're choosing to not renew and continue to be affordable. And so that's 77 units where people are going to be displaced potentially. And so I just say all this because, you know, I think it's really important that we're not taking away authority of affordable housing from the Coastal Commission. I think that we need to make sure that we're trying to maximize affordable housing to the greatest extent possible. And I hope that we can work with HCD, other agencies, members of the public, people here who say they care about housing, that we're doing our best to maximize affordable housing and make communities sustainable. And I'll leave my comments there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. All right, I'm going to turn to Commissioner Nodoff.
Thank you. And I learned a lot today, and I really appreciate that, and hearing from everyone. Allow me to just do a little bit of a trip down memory. And I don't remember a lot from the 1980s, but there's some things that I do remember very well. I was a 28-year-old advocate at the time, going to the hearings about the Coastal Act and the affordable housing section. And I remember very clearly that the reason that the developers did not like that section of the Coastal Act is because they couldn't make as much money on their investments because of affordable housing requirements of the Coastal Act. So I think that what the Coastal Act has been about is about smart development decisions, not no development, but how do we do it in a way that is good for communities and is protects the environment that for everyone, folks that will that can't live on the coastal zone, because it is a sliver of land along the coast of California. We have a long coast, but it's not a very deep coastal zone. And many of these jurisdictions, all these jurisdictions, it's just excuse me, it's not all, because we just heard today from a few small jurisdictions that have all in the coastal zone. But most of the urbanized areas of California have a very small part of their jurisdiction within the coastal zone. And that is where we need to work together and figure out how do we maximize smart growth within urban rural boundaries. So I think that it's important for us to look at, we do not tie our hands from being good partners with local governments and HCD in terms of providing denser housing within urban rural boundaries. And a good place to start with that would be to clarify in existing law that we have the authority to do that. And I think we should be looking at that. And I just wanted to appreciate again the thoughtful testimony that we heard from by far the majority of everyone who spoke today. And I think that this is this is not your father's coastal commission. And we've heard everything that today, and we took very careful notes. And I think we're seeing projects that are looking at the coastal resource protection policies in a way that also marries that with the need for more housing and more affordable housing in the coastal zone. So I just wanted to thank the staff for putting together a great presentation. And as I said, I learned a lot, and I think that we got some very good constructive recommendations on where to go from here. And I think I would like to see us focus on making sure that we maintain and expand our authority to help get more affordable housing in the coastal zone.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Aguirre?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I also want to associate myself with, staff's work. Thank you so much. It was a very thought out, well-rounded panel. I also want to align myself with Commissioner Cummings' comments from a personal perspective. I'm a first generation Mexican American, so I don't have the privilege of having intergenerational wealth. So I know that my situation is not unique and that there are many people like me, especially younger people, the next generation, who likely will never be able to afford to buy a home, and let alone to be able to afford to live in California. So for me, it's very personal. It's very personal in the matter of the people I represent in my city. They're over 70% are renters, more than half of them are overburdened, and more than 75% of our entire city is in the coastal zone. I really appreciated the perspective of the production, preservation, and protection, because I think those are the 3 Ps that we sometimes forget, right? We're so focused on production, we're also focused on preservation, but protection is a very important aspect of what we discussed today. From tenant protections to protecting the last affordable accommodations by the coast, such as mobile parks. I know mobile parks have, at least in our community, are undergoing a unique situation where there's some developers that come in and want to take those out and put in, market rate housing. But anyway, I don't want to get stuck on that, but we definitely need more support from state agencies. I think it was Dr. Watsmith who mentioned municipalities should be supported by higher government. I absolutely agree with that statement. And then lastly, I'll just talk briefly about short-term rentals. I think it was very eye-opening. It's something that the presentation regarding short-term rentals and the data doesn't lie. It was very clear that unhosted short-term rentals are making the housing crisis worse. So I would encourage us to take a stronger look at that, maybe even develop some guidelines. I'm not sure if that's what my colleagues would like to do, but I strongly encourage us to take a stronger look at that, because the last thing we want is have the coast be just accessible for the few and not the many. And I feel very strongly about that. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Uranga.
Thank you. I've been here for a while on this commission, and it seems like every year we're dealing with this issue of housing. Every year. And almost every project sometimes. But the bottom line that stands out to me is that the discussion today was two things. Census, population shifts, and climate change, obviously. Those have the most effect on our housing issues. And it's very easy to point the blame or point the finger at the Coast Commission in terms of what we are not doing to address housing along the coast. Very easy to do that. But when you remove our capacity and our ability to address those issues head on, what's left? But we have to like refocus our attention and do it in other ways that are creative. And we're trying to address the issues as best we can. I want to express my appreciation to staff and to the leadership for bringing this topic issue today to talk about housing. I think this is one of those more important issues that we've addressed in the past few years because we need to clarify what's taking place out there. What is it we're dealing with? And we're dealing with the fact that in many instances, our hands are tied. We can't do more and we can't do any less. We have to keep doing what we're doing. Keep on trucking, keep on going, doing what we're doing. But the bottom line is we're doing our best. And when it comes to it, we have to be creative to do it. And one other issue that came to focus, but we didn't discuss, perhaps this would not be the venue to do it, is the homelessness. In my area in Long Beach, we have a big homeless issue, homeless problem. I know that was an issue back here in Santa Cruz a few years back in terms of what how we're addressing homelessness along the coast. And a lot of it has to do with housing. We look at housing not only in the coast, but in the inland as well. And what are we doing to address those issues for them? So when I talk about population shifts and I look at our population, where we're going, is that, well, we might be saying that we need to build more homes. For whom? Not a new population. We are growing. We have more births than people who are leaving. But at the same time, we need to have housing that addresses our shifting populations from the coast, inland, and from inland to the coast. It's not growth. It's being able to address housing issues for people that are moving around, that are shifting. And of course, the final issue is the effects of STRs and ADUs on our ability to handle our population shifts. So that's all I gotta say at this point. Very informative. Thank you for all the information. It's a lot. I have a headache. And I'm gonna have to go take a nap now. But thank you for the information.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Commissioner Wilson?
Thank you, Chair Hart. Well, I'm really thankful that we had this conversation today. It's been a long time coming. Certainly an issue we've been grappling with since day one that I've been on here and definitely before. And I'm just thankful that we're able to get all the same information and it's not just a project related. Oftentimes we discuss this like as a per project discussion, and here we get to actually talk about it from a policy perspective and a state perspective, really for the first time since I've been here since 2019, and I'm so grateful that it covered the 3 Ps as discussed before. I often opine, I believe that this commission, that this body reviews more short-term rental ordinances than probably anybody in the nation, I would say, because pretty much everybody is reviewing jurisdictions are just doing it on their own within their own thing, and we review many short-term rental ordinances. Uh, and I would say that consistency, I would say that we've been evolving in that, as has the state. And I'm hoping that at some point that the state legislature does take a bit of this on, because it has a statewide relevance. It is most impactful in areas like the coastal zone. By it just it is. It's just that's just very true, and we saw a lot of evidence of that today. I will say that vacancy rates in general. I mean, we just talked about short-term rentals, but also second homes, investment properties. These are also consuming a lot of what we call housing, but isn't used for housing. It looks like a house or it looks like a unit, but it is not. It is used for something else. And one of my big concerns in terms of new development is that we don't have any necessarily, although I appreciate the prohibition of STRs on ADUs in SB9. How do you like all that? Those numbers. And that was pretty proud of myself on that one. But so what I appreciate that. I think that's a good start. But what we see with relationship to investment in what looks like housing in the coastal zone is so often not housing. It is a vacation home. It is a vacation unit. It is a vacation. It is something other than housing. And it is one of my criticisms of the newer legislation around new housing entitlements, is that it doesn't prohibit or doesn't limit those uses that when you put all this effort to build a thing that you call a unit, it's not actually housing. And I think we're going to have to get creative around trying to figure out, both in preservation and in new construction, how we actually make sure that what is being built is actually used for someone to live in for real. Otherwise, we're just spending a lot of time and effort and investment to just help people's portfolios. And that is so acute in the coastal zone because that is where it's most valuable. I've also seen, and we've seen here on this board, I can remember from one of my first meetings, just we've seen in some of those communities that where I think I can't remember the term that someone used in terms of like if there was affordable by whatever it is. Anyways, yeah, we see that the tearing down of duplexes and triplexes, these really nice little spots, building these 5,000 square foot, what is essentially is probably someone's vacation home, and displacing folks. And we have had little ability to address that. And that's been a problem. So again, I have often asked and requested for support from our housing advocate community to not to just be supportive of the building of new units, but really help in the preservation of those spaces that are currently affordable. I haven't seen a lot of that, but I think we're going to see more of that. And lastly, and I just want to thank the staff, because they had a list of recommendations of things that we should be considering to discuss in the future. And I'm not going to go into that. I think we're going to have some internal conversations about that. I just appreciate aggregating those ideas. That was very helpful and a good place for us to start. And I'm also thankful that the staff has talked about also that's within our policies let me just say, first was the list of our existing policy that we probably could leverage more creatively and do better at. I'm really thankful for that. And then there was a list of kind of to-dos on how we might advance more and better policy, both within this organization and externally through the state legislature and others. And I just want to be thankful that you guys put that work into it. And thankful for my fellow commissioners for really pushing us to get to this place. It is a huge advancement in our discussion around housing in the coastal zone. It's not over yet, and I think we're moving in the right direction. So, thanks.
Thank you. And I know I actually wanted to call on you and Commissioner Rice initially as the Housing Committee. So let me do that now. I'm sorry for that oversight, Commissioner, both of you.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, I don't know that our Housing Subcommittee can take really hardly any credit for the depth and breadth of this this conversation today in terms of the agenda that was set and the work that staff did in bringing in the various speakers. We did very little, right, Mike?
I would say we meet in cars on the way to and from airports.
Yeah, exactly. But let me just express my appreciation to staff and to all the presenters and then to the folks who spoke as well from the public and representatives from groups, et cetera. I really appreciate all Commissioner Cummins' comments, everybody's comments. I want to add a few things that I haven't heard yet. One, the STR presentation was so helpful. I did flag for staff up in my own county and some other folks who are watching STR ordinances around the state and locally to put their eyeballs on the presentation today, specifically around STRs, but also having that presentation in the context of the larger housing crisis, I think is really helpful. So I think that was really valuable, and I think it will help inform the commission going forward in terms of the role that STRs do play in terms of exacerbating or potentially maybe putting some salve on the housing crisis, but it seems to me that there's no salve there. I wanted to also call out the criticism around what sounds like there was criticism that makes it sounds like the commission gets in the way of housing and affordable housing. I just have not found that to be my experience here. Those projects that have come before us that have been either pushed off or asked for to come back have mostly been around because they have some really pretty serious problem with regards especially to sea level rise and potential impacts of sea level rise. And I appreciate the comment that was raised by one speaker about when developments have been put in harm's way. They seem like, and the Bayview Hunters point is a perfect example of that. I wanted to, and then also in terms of the commission being and the Coastal Act being an element or a variable that kills projects because of delay in time, please give us more staff. Give us money to pay the staff. Yeah, I mean, you can only make human beings do so much. So I asked our legislators to, get behind better funding for the commission so that staff can actually address and review those projects that come to us in as expedited a manner as possible. And then to that, I just want to ask one question as staff. How many jurisdictions within the coastal zone are we basically the first line for a CDP? Meaning they don't have LCPs or?
I want to say 13, but I'm not 100% confident in that
And
number.
can you name a few of those frequent flyers, please?
Yeah, we'll pull up the list, but offhand, City of LA is the first big one because it is such a huge jurisdiction and it's an enormous workload for our Long Beach office. Yeah, Santa Monica is another one. As we heard yesterday, they have an LUP, but not a certified LCP. Let's see. Oh, here's the list. Okay. Let's see, I'm going to pick through City of Monterey, has several segments that are also uncertified. City of Goleta, Santa Monica, Hermosa Beach, City of Torrance, City of Seal Beach.
Okay, we get it. So the point being is that one, if an LCP isn't harmonized with state law, or well, that's one situation. And then when we've got projects coming to us directly in which the zoning within the community is out of sync with state law. I mean, the commission's put it in a bind. We have to adhere to state law. And frankly, that's the biggest question for me that wasn't answered here is what does the commission do
And what does staff do when the LCP and or the land use that's associated with the project that comes to us is not harmonized with existing state law? And I don't know that there's a good answer. I haven't heard a great answer to that question, so I'll leave that out there. But bottom line, my point is, please give funding to the commission so staff can process projects, the ones that come directly to us or the ones that come to us on appeal. And then lastly, you know, I've said this a couple times, I think on this dais and maybe other daises as well. I so appreciate HCD being here today and making their presentation and understand their mandate and mission. I am kind of just flummoxed though by not so much the number of units that jurisdictions are asked to develop. And frankly, even the allocation often sort of makes sense between very low, low, moderate, and above moderate. But I don't find that legislation, the state legislation necessarily always aligns with those affordability buckets and that distribution. And we end up with projects that don't have, that have 10%, or maybe yesterday we had a great project, 25% of affordable projects or affordable units. But I feel like the pressure to build, the pressure to create housing on the coast is driven mostly by the desire to build market rate housing. As my colleague put, if there's not a deed restriction that says even that market rate housing is used as actually a residential property, as of someone's primary residence, it may get unused. And then we're just not getting alignment with the number of units that should be affordable with the allocation that we're supposed to hit in terms of HCD's marks. There's a mismatch. We need more low income and moderate and below income housing on the coast. We don't need more market rate, and yet all the state law seems to push when there's a density bonus applied to more market versus proportionally to low income. Not saying that very well, but that seems to be what happens. And again, there is so much money in the state of California in a proportionally small segment of the population, and they all love to buy a home on the coast, and they will, and they can pay a lot for it, and it basically pushes out everyone else. So we need more affordable, more ability to deed restrict, and I think we're all for infill and smart growth, and I don't see us turning down good smart projects. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Commissioner. All right, we're going to have Commissioner Turnbull Sanders. And I think commissioners, if we can keep our comments fairly brief, just given the hour.
Thank you, Chair. Couple things I think that really struck me were, the presentation by Ms. Christie on the background of the Coastal Commission and the actual numbers of units that were preserved and created during the time that the Coastal Commission had the authority to consider affordable housing. And I think that's just something to kind of reiterate. And I think including that kind of language in our staff reports, including that so that it is a kind of a talking point that we have to combat some of the misinformation that seems to be perpetuated about the Coastal Commission not wanting to support affordable housing. And then the other is that, looking at the studies, we saw obviously that the coastal zone has less than its proportionate share of affordable housing. And what can we do about this? And I really appreciated the staff's background and history on redlining, urban renewal, exclusionary zoning, discrimination in federal loans, housing discrimination, and particularly looking at that kind of nuance on the regulation of single-family homes and how that was used to perpetuate discrimination and keep certain groups out of the coast. And so when we are talking about these issues, I think it would be good to include those kinds of facts in our staff reports so that there is a reminder of why the environmental justice provisions are necessary. And it's not it's not like we got to this point by osmosis. This was an intentional design to discriminate specifically against people of color, and it was perpetuated throughout our nation's history and our state's history, and it continues. And so I think we have to call that out if we're going to get to a place of restoration. And that just brings me to this idea of kind of piggybacking on what Commissioner Rice had mentioned, was looking to our state legislature, again, reiterating that we would really welcome the opportunity to have the authority back in the Coastal Act. And what HCD said about the elimination of our redevelopment agencies, we are now kind of in a place where we're being bombarded with community requests to do something, because we don't have redevelopment agencies, we don't have CRAs anymore. And so looking at more creative ways to help support affordable housing. A couple other things besides deed restrictions that I wanted to lift up that were mentioned by some of the presenters were supporting community land trusts, other collective efforts, affordable housing nonprofit organizations. But in essence, I think another area that I guess I would like to potentially see is, and this is something we talked about a few years ago, is looking at more of an environmental justice summit or forum where we can bring these issues more to fore and think about how can we creatively use our environmental justice policy, looking at the history of discrimination and exclusion, and how we can get to a more restorative, justice-driven decision-making.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Escalante, who's on Zoom.
Thank you, Chair Hart, and I'm going to stay off video if you can forgive me for that. So many thanks to staff and the panelists for the excellent presentation. Much like the legislature, this is a government body made of humans, and imperfect as all humans are, we appreciate folks putting the time and energy to work with us respectfully. I don't want to repeat sort of everything. I really do align myself with all the commissioners that have spoken before. I think one of the things that I just want to remind folks is that half of our commissioners are local elected officials. So I think that, their perspective and expertise, most of them have spoken today already, is very valuable to the entire commission. So, this isn't, we do get the local government perspective. In my personal perspective, I have always sort of been on the edge of housing insecurity. I guess it was the choice I made by being an immigrant and trying to just follow a nonprofit career. But during this time in the commission, I gave up on living in LA and commuting to my work in Santa Monica. I moved to the only affordable corner of the coast, which is really, really far, and upended my entire family and worked to be in a place where we can be healthier, more climate resilient, and have a chance of homeownership and building any generational wealth. But since 2018, I have always kind of had this perspective in the commission and have, been a voice for the folks, the workers of the state. But since 2018 and during all these fights, most of the folks that attack and scapegoat the Coastal Commission on the issue of housing don't show up to the housing protection or social housing battles that we face every month, or to advocate to fund the agency properly to handle the enormous issues before us. I mean, if there's delays, it's because, as you've heard, we're dealing with enormous problems, enormous responsibilities, and we're under capacity. So I invite everyone who spoke today, especially our friends in the Bay Area, to join us in those discussions as well, because I think that if we spend more time together, there'll be better understanding, and I think better ability to collaborate. So all in all, I'll leave it there. But thanks everyone.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair. Commissioner Herman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I don't have really much to add. I, of course, want to associate myself really with all of the incredibly thoughtful and nuanced comments that we've heard so far. I too am a renter. I live and represent a jurisdiction that is number 5 on that most expensive places in the country to live. So, this is, and I think as we have all articulated, this is very real for a lot of us personally, as well as sort of a theoretical policy discussion. We live it every single day. So very much appreciate the thoughtfulness that's been brought to the conversation. The one thing that I just really want to highlight for me that stood out, as has been said by our colleagues, a lot of what we're talking about in terms of solutions are really dependent on cooperation from others, cooperation from the legislature, from the executive, from interest groups. But what I think that we can do today on our own, without anyone else, is really thinking through critically our short-term rental policy. I mean, that is my sort of number one takeaway. We have to do all of this other work as well, but what can I effectuate in this moment without relying on any outside cooperation to do even a little bit to move the needle on the housing crisis that we're facing? And that's thinking critically about how we evaluate short-term rental policies. So that is, for me personally, I think something that was just very striking. Really appreciate presentation, staff bringing that out. That's what I'm going to be thinking a lot about moving forward. Really appreciated the suggestion to do guidance. I mean, there's work that we can do here. So I hope that as a commission, we remember that from today when these come before us again, because I think that's something that is within our control right now. And we want to prove that we are pro-housing, as I know that we are. That's a step that we can take.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Commissioner Brownty? Sorry, I didn't know. Commissioner Bochco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am going to be very, very brief, and I align myself with everything that was said by our fellow commissioners. I think they're very smart, intelligent people, and you get it. I want to thank staff. What a fabulous job you've done. And we asked you to tell us about housing, and man, you did. And thank you for everyone out there who testified and has shown an interest in what we do, and we are certainly interested in what you do. I just want to say to the short-term rental thing very briefly, we were approving short-term rentals just like everybody else was because we saw it as a coastal asset. We were thinking that it would make visitor serving less expensive. Families could go and rent a couple of rooms in a house much cheaper than they could in a hotel. We did this with absolute commitment to help people get access to the coast. We are learning, just like everybody else, including the state legislators, who, according to the state senator who spoke today, are sick of us. They didn't know either. And that's why we're in what we're in. And I would ask them if they really want to help, instead of using us as a punching bag, like, oh, it's all because the Coastal Commission won't approve housing, which I find so against the facts. I mean, it's like one of those things that, there's a guy who tells us the facts that don't exist, and we all know who he is. And I'm tired of that. I am absolutely tired of being told one thing where I know it's the other. So if they want to cooperate with us, they want to give us more staff so we can accelerate, the permit actions. If they want to tell us, we'd like you to have more metrics instead of, a more slippery thing. Fine, we can do all of those things if we're working together. But we can't if we're just going to be the guy, oh, they're the bad guy. Oh, you messed it up. I mean, and then I'm done. I'm just going to say this one thing. Yesterday, okay, the senator decided to criticize us for what we did yesterday in Santa Monica. And I'm thinking, well, we approved it. What's the matter? It's 25%. But he was upset that we made it more expensive for the developer who had no problem with raising the mitigation fee for lower cost visitor serving, which is our mandate. We're not mandated to do housing. They took it away. But we are mandated to get people to the beach in an affordable way. And for him to say, oh, you just made it more expensive, that is so blind to what happened yesterday. And I want to thank Susan Jordan for the courage to stand up here and confront that kind of misleading information. Finally, I just wanted to ask staff because I thought it was such a good idea. It was mentioned by the what was it, MedPen or I'm sorry. Yeah. Uh, to what extent can we require in our LCP negotiations with all these governments that we require them to do kind of a chart of infill where there are no coastal I mean, we would be the ones who could say, yeah, you're right. There's no coastal issues here. That would be an easy place to put something. So how uniform can we be? Because they all look, everyone's looking for certainty, and as are we. I mean, nobody wants to be confused. And so if we could have, you know, basically an LCP requirement, like fill us in on the infill of your city or county, could we do that?
I think that's part of a zoning discussion that we have with every local government as part of an LCP.
Yeah.
And there are policy, you know, that's part of what an LCP does is look at different land uses within different spaces and what types of uses does a particular local government want to pursue. And then we're looking at Coastal Act policies and how to fit those in. And
Right.
so it's a great place to look at where does it make sense, infill urban areas,
Yeah.
to put more you know, more concentrated development versus other areas, ag areas and, you know, hazardous areas where that's not a good idea. And that's exactly what we do as a part of an LCP. So having them, you know, there are maps, land use maps in every LCP. Again, what you know is we don't have updated LCPs for every local jurisdiction.
Right.
And we are working quickly to try to update those for sea level rise and climate impacts. This would be another, as we're doing that, a perfect opportunity to be looking at these types of questions.
Right. Thank you. And I think that, you know, to the extent we can be more and more specific as to where these kind of infill projects are suitable, the better that would be. And one more thing I just wanted to say, you know, it's our mandate is to protect the coast. We weren't made, you know, to go through a lot of well, since 80s, we haven't been able to do much about, you know, housing except by permit by permit. And if some rich guy wants to build on a coastal bluff and we say no, they get mad and they call, you know, state legislator. And so here we are. I would just want to emphasize for staff, because I know how committed you are, and I know how committed all of us are, that when a project has very serious, as many of them have had, Coastal Act issues, particularly hazard, particularly sea level rise, particularly in fault zones and tsunami zone. I mean, that's our job. That's what we do. And for them to say to us, oh, you're not going to approve that project when you look at it and you can sell. This is not a place that's safe for people to build. It's next to a super fund. It's, you know, I'm done. But thank you all. You really have been terrific.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Brownsy.
She's a hard act to follow. You know, I agree with everything Commissioner Bochco said, and I agree with everything everybody up here said. And so I really want to thank my colleagues for the thoughtful, nuanced, and really on-point comments on this issue. I want to thank staff and the panelists, especially our state partners. And I hope that you become our academic and industry partners as we go forward, because we're really serious about this. I mean, this is like Annie said, this is not your father's coastal commission. I mean, we are a commission that's dealing with 21st century issues led by 21st century staff. This is a new coastal commission. No one is more acutely aware of the housing crisis in the coastal zone than we are, because we are the archival record and memory of the coastal zone. And I think that gets overlooked. I love the Ms. Merriman, I think it is, from MidPenn. It's a brilliant idea. Let's get that implemented, and maybe some of our other partners can help us fund that so that we can work on that. You know, I just think of LA. Our LA staff does more permits than all of our other district offices combined. Why? because of LA, Santa Monica. I mean, just Venice alone is its own, kingdom in terms of permits that come to us, and they're all highly controversial. Nobody would love to give that to the city of LA more than us. So I just want folks to know that. The other thing that I just want to say is I've been on this commission for 7 years. And because I have deep relationships in Sacramento, whenever I go up there, I had a number of legislators or their chiefs of staff say to me, hey, we got this housing project in our district, and they're saying you guys are holding it up. So I always followed up on those. And I have to tell you, without exception, here's what I got from the staff. The application was incomplete. We've called them several times. We're trying to help them figure it out. They have not submitted their application to the Coastal Commission yet. Okay. Then my favorite though was that the application not only had not been submitted to us, but there was a lawsuit that was holding it up, getting to us, that we weren't a party to, but we were responsible for the fact that that housing was being delayed. Okay, we have approved every single affordable project that's come before us, even though people don't understand when we find no substantial issue, i.e. we reject the request for the appeal, we are actually supporting the local government's, right? Their approval. What we're saying is, no, we're not going to take possession of that. We want you to expedite it. Go forth and build housing, especially affordable housing. I also just want to say that, with all due respect to Senator Wiener, and this is my last hearing, that when you I know, such courage, when you stated that we interfered with the Ocean Avenue project and that our interference and behavior slowed this project down, okay, first of all, Senator Wiener, you may not be aware of this, so I just thought I would provide you with some facts. That project was with the city of Santa Monica for 9 years. And staff, how long did we have it?
I think we got a complete application about 5 months ago, and we were working with the city on getting it complete maybe 6, 7 months before that.
Okay, so we virtually received it 5 months ago, turned it around, and brought it to hearing within 5 months and approved it. And all of our discussion regarding the affordable housing was because of the concern we had from all of the labor representatives who work in those hotels and restaurants in Santa Monica, who we were concerned would not have access to that affordable housing. We were just all trying to understand, because now we're like swimming in deep water when it comes to housing. And so we're drilling down. So, and as has been stated, the developer was very responsive on the low cost accommodations. And he seemed like a competent, really smart guy. So, and it was a brilliant project. Okay, so lastly, I'm just going to say what some people see as interference with affordable housing by the Coastal Commission, it is our job, as my esteemed colleagues, all my colleagues have said, especially ex-chair, former chair Bochco, to balance the equities in the coastal zone. And it's not people versus the coast. That trope, I believe, is very false. We believe that you can balance the equities of people and coastal protection, because our job is, where is the best place for us to advise our local partners? Here's the safe places to build. We strongly support infill. We want to see way more affordable housing, every possible place they can put it in the coastal zone, if it's in a safe spot. and if it meets the criteria of those urban infill projects. So all I'm going to say is every single person up here cares about people's access to the coast. And most importantly, nobody in this state wants to see more people from all walks of life live in the coastal zone. And so thank you for everything. I hope you now understand where we are, and we have really appreciate the information from the academics, from our industry partners, and also I just want you to know that for all the people. So thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. I also want to express my gratitude to my fellow commissioners and align myself with everything that's been said. It's just absolutely incredible. Very, very brilliant conversation. I really appreciate it. The only thing I have to disagree with is I think that to some extent we are the commission of those that came before us. And particularly, I want to just take a moment to read you the testimony of a predecessor chair by the name of Leonard Grote prior to the adoption of the Mello Act, which took from the commission our authority to require affordable housing in the coastal zone. I want to just read you a couple lines of what he said. He said, on behalf of the commission, I'd like to present our strong opposition to AB 2081, which of course was the act that removed that authority. AB 2081 would effectively repeal Coastal Act policies designed to protect and provide affordable housing in the coastal zone. More importantly, however, passage of this bill would make sure that the ability to live near the coast is reserved for the wealthy. He made a number of comments, but I'll just read to you his final remarks. He said, who will be hurt if this bill passes? Without the Coastal Act's housing policies, 2/3 of the population will be completely denied the opportunity to live near the coast. It is these working families, the industrial workers, the clerks, and the salespeople, the elderly, who will be forever shut out of the coastal zone if this bill passes. So that was 1980. Nevertheless, for the reasons that have been discussed here today, and thank you so much, Commissioner Nada, for that piece of history, it did pass. And here we are today. And therefore, I have to say, this isn't my last hearing. This is the beginning of my time as chair. And therefore, when I hear the statements that were made by Senator Wiener, the first thing that comes to mind is I just can't understand where his information is coming from, because it's just not accurate. And likewise, the folks from the YIMBY groups, I just hear over and over, the Coastal Commission is preventing affordable housing at the coast. I look at the signs, affordable housing can't wait. There is no one that agrees with that more than this commission. With regard to the comments made about the hearing last night, my colleagues have already talked about that. It's like getting a blow to the chest when you hear that, because we spent hours and hours. And to have an outcome where the developer voluntarily agrees to put $2 million to make sure that there actually is affordable overnight accommodations for people that want to stay at the coast that can't afford it. I just can't see how that's a negative. That is just such a positive outcome. So I want to say today, I reached out to one of the individuals, Mr. Diggs, who came today to speak on behalf of the YIMBY Law Group. And, we had a great conversation. I think the time has come, and it has already come and passed, but I think we need to reinvigorate our efforts to find common ground, Folks that are part of the YIMBY movement, we are on your side. Let's work together. Senator Wiener, please, let's work together. That is how we are going to get affordable housing on the coast of California. So I think we all are committed to that. I know that I am as the new chair, and I very much look forward to working with our staff, with the legislature, with the governor, to help alleviate the situation on the coast, where the ability to live near the coast is currently reserved for the wealthy. And on that note, I'm going to close this public hearing. I'm going to again express my great gratitude to staff. I would note at this time, I believe we have posted our report or will imminently post our report online.
We're not going to imminently post it. We wanted to take feedback
Oh,
and
feedback
from
from
this
this.
hearing and incorporate it. So we'll let you know when we're ready to post it, but we did want to, you know,
You have a
just
timeline
adjust.
for those that aren't on the commission, 2
Not,
weeks?
we don't, not yet.
Okay,
No.
so we
we'll
will-
report at the next commission hearing what our plans are.
Okay, thank you very much. So there will be a report, you know, that'll brings together all this information that will be appearing on our website. And thank you all so much for taking the time on this important issue. And we very much look forward to working with all of you in the future to create more and more affordable housing at the coast.